Hello, everyone, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Today, we're diving into an emotional story filled with love, sacrifice, and difficult choices. What happens when a successful CEO finally finds peace and happiness with someone special, only to be forced to choose between his heart and a family-arranged engagement? Will he follow his family's expectations or fight for the person who has quietly become the most important part of his life? Stay with us as we uncover this touching and dramatic journey. And if you enjoy stories like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. The gentle morning sunlight filtered through the old wooden window, painting soft golden patterns across the simple dining table. The countryside house was quiet except for the distant sound of birds greeting the new day. A cool breeze drifted through the open doorway, carrying with it the faint scent of ripened rice fields from beyond the garden. CEO Quan sat at the table, enjoying the rare stillness of the morning. Across from him, Ly Tu Tieu moved quietly around the kitchen area, preparing breakfast with the kind of care that made even ordinary moments feel special. Just then, Quan's phone rang. The sharp sound briefly interrupted the peaceful atmosphere. He glanced at the screen. It was his father. After a brief pause, he answered. "Dad." His father's familiar voice came through the speaker, warm but carrying the unmistakable tone of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "Come home tonight. There's something important we need to discuss." Quan lowered his eyes for a moment. He already knew that anything his father described as important usually involved business, partnerships, or family obligations. Normally, he would have agreed immediately. Normally, he would have rearranged his schedule without hesitation. But today felt different. His gaze slowly shifted toward Ly Tu Tieu. The young man was standing by the stove, stirring a pot of porridge while humming softly to himself. The sight alone made Quan hesitate. "I can't make it back tonight, Dad." A brief silence followed. "What do you mean?" "I already have plans here. Let's talk tomorrow." Another pause. Longer this time. His father clearly wasn't pleased, but Quan had already made his decision. "Fine. Tomorrow." The call ended. Quan placed the phone down on the table and released a quiet breath. When he looked up again, he found Ly Tu Tieu watching him. Neither of them spoke. Neither asked what the conversation had been about. They simply looked at each other, and somehow they both understood. Today, Quan had chosen to stay, not because he had nowhere else to be, not because work could wait, but because these simple moments had become more valuable than he was willing to admit. A faint smile appeared on Ly Tu Tieu's lips. As he approached with breakfast, he noticed a small bead of sweat near Quan's temple. Without thinking, he reached out and gently wiped it away. The gesture lasted only a second, yet it made something warm stir inside Quan's chest. No grand confession, no dramatic words, just a simple act of care. Sometimes that was enough. Outside, the wind rustled through the leaves. Inside, the atmosphere felt strangely peaceful. Quan leaned back slightly in his chair and inhaled deeply. The scent of rice fields, fresh soil, morning dew, and breakfast cooking nearby. It was a combination he never experienced in the city. For years, his mornings had consisted of meetings, schedules, financial reports, and endless phone calls. Every hour had been planned, every decision calculated, every relationship evaluated through the lens of business. Yet here, time seemed to move differently, slower, softer, human. Soon, the two of them sat down across from each other. Ly Tu Tieu carefully filled a bowl with steaming porridge before sliding it toward Quan. "Eat before it gets cold." Quan nodded. "Thank you." He picked up a spoon and tasted it. Immediately, he smiled. "It's delicious." Ly Tu Tieu laughed softly. "You always say that." "Because it always is." "I think you're just being polite." "I'm not." "You are." "I'm really not." The playful exchange continued for several moments. Simple, lighthearted, comfortable. The kind of conversation that required no effort. As they ate, they began discussing their plans for the day. The mobile wooden table they had talked about building still needed to be finished. Quan explained how he intended to add sturdy wheels underneath, so it could be moved around the garden depending on the weather. Tu listened carefully. Will it be difficult? Not really. How long do you think it will take? Half a day if everything goes smoothly. And if it doesn't? Quan chuckled. Then a full day. Tu nodded thoughtfully. That sounds more realistic. The sound of spoons gently tapping against ceramic bowls blended with birds singing outside. Sunlight continued pouring into the room. For a while, neither felt the need to rush. Quan found himself watching Tu more than he watched his breakfast. There was something calming about the way he moved, the way he concentrated while listening, the way he smiled without realizing it, the way he worried about everyone except himself. Quan couldn't remember the last time he had enjoyed breakfast this much. Perhaps because it wasn't really about the food. It was about the company, the feeling of belonging somewhere, a feeling he rarely experienced despite everything he had achieved. After breakfast, they cleaned up together. Neither mentioned work. Neither talked about deadlines. For once, the outside world felt far away. The garden welcomed them with warm sunlight. Rows of healthy winter melon vines stretched across the soil. Large leaves swayed gently in the breeze. Beneath them, ripe winter melons waited to be harvested. Quan picked up a harvesting knife while Tu carried a woven basket. Watch out for the thorns, Tu reminded him immediately. Quan smiled. I remember. Good. But you're still going to remind me anyway. Of course. Why? Because someone has to. Quan laughed. The sound echoed through the garden. Together they moved between the rows. One melon after another was carefully harvested. Some were surprisingly heavy. Others hid beneath thick layers of leaves. Each discovery brought small moments of satisfaction. The work itself wasn't complicated, but sharing it made it meaningful. As the basket gradually filled, their conversation continued. What are we going to do with all these? Quan asked. Tu looked at the growing harvest. Winter melon tea. All of them. Maybe. That's enough tea for an entire village. Then we'll share it. With who? Anyone who wants some. Quan shook his head. You really would give it all away. Probably. That doesn't surprise me. Tu laughed. A gentle breeze passed through the vines. The morning sun climbed higher. Soon both of them were sweating from the work, yet neither complained. At one point, a thorn scraped lightly across Quan's hand. The injury was barely noticeable, but Tu spotted it immediately. Stop. Quan looked up. What? Your hand. It's fine. Let me see. It's nothing. Show me. Reluctantly, Quan extended his hand. Tu examined the tiny scratch with surprising seriousness. His expression tightened. Be careful. Quan stared at him for a moment. The concern in Tu eyes was genuine. Not because of status, not because of money, not because he expected anything in return. Just concern, pure and uncomplicated. For reasons he couldn't fully explain, that realization affected him more than he expected. I'll survive, Quan joked. That's not the point. Then what's the point? The point is that I don't want you getting hurt. The words were simple, yet they lingered in the air long after they were spoken. Quan looked away first. A small smile appeared on his lips. Understood. The harvest continued. The basket became heavier. The pile of winter melons grew larger, and so did the quiet sense of connection between them. Neither needed to talk constantly. Silence no longer felt awkward. It felt comfortable, like something they had learned together. By late morning, they finally carried the harvest back toward the house. Dark clouds had begun gathering in the distance. The bright blue sky was slowly disappearing beneath layers of gray. A stronger wind swept across the fields. Rain seemed inevitable. Still, neither paid much attention. There was more work waiting. Quan brought stacks of prepared lumber into the yard. The pieces had already been measured and cut. Now they simply needed to be assembled. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The rhythmic sound of hammering soon echoed through the property. Meanwhile, Tieu headed into the kitchen. Fresh sugar cane rested beside the sink. Bundles of pandan leaves filled the room with fragrance. The newly harvested winter melons waited to be peeled, sliced, and prepared. Each of them focused on different tasks, yet they remained constantly aware of one another. Every few minutes, Quan glanced toward the kitchen window. Through it, he could see Tieu moving around inside, washing ingredients, preparing tea, organizing supplies. The sight somehow made the work easier. Inside, Tieu occasionally looked toward the yard. The steady rhythm of hammering reassured him. Quan was still there, still working, still staying. For reasons he didn't fully understand, that thought brought comfort. The afternoon passed peacefully. The wooden table slowly took shape. Legs, support beams, wheels, a smooth tabletop. Piece by piece, the project became reality. At nearly the same time, the aroma of winter melon tea began spreading throughout the house. The sweetness of sugar cane mixed with the fragrance of pandan leaves. The scent drifted through the open windows and into the garden. Quan immediately noticed. He followed the aroma toward the kitchen. "That smells incredible," Tieu smiled. "You haven't even tasted it yet." "I don't need to." "You absolutely do. Trust me." "No," Quan laughed. "Fine, then I'll wait." Steam rose gently from the pot. Outside, the wind continued growing stronger. Dark clouds rolled across the sky. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled softly. Rain was approaching, but neither felt concerned. The table was nearly finished. The tea was almost ready. And for one more quiet afternoon, the outside world seemed unable to reach them. The newly finished wooden table stood proudly beneath the wide canopy of the Sephora tree. Its smooth surface reflected the fading afternoon sunlight, while gentle shadows danced across the ground beneath swaying branches. After hours of work, both Quan and Tieu finally allowed themselves a moment of rest. The garden seemed unusually peaceful. A cool breeze drifted through the yard, carrying the scent of freshly cut grass and distant rice fields. Somewhere beyond the garden fence, birds called to one another as if reluctant to let the day end. Tieu carefully placed 2 steaming cups of winter melon tea on the newly built table. The aroma immediately filled the air. Sweet sugar cane, fresh pandan leaves, the subtle fragrance of winter melon harvested only hours earlier. Everything blended together perfectly. Quan pulled out a chair and sat down. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he looked at the finished table. "I can't believe we actually finished it." Tieu laughed softly. "You built most of it. You helped. I mostly stayed in the kitchen. That still counts." The warmth in Quan's voice made Tieu smile. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It felt natural, comfortable. The kind of silence that only exists between people who genuinely enjoy each other's company. Quan lifted his cup and took a careful sip. The warmth spread through his chest. "This is really good." Tieu raised an eyebrow. "You say everything I make is good." "That's because everything you make is good." "That's impossible." "Then maybe you're just talented." Tieu shook his head with amusement. "You're impossible." "Maybe." The conversation drifted naturally from one topic to another. They talked about the garden, the harvest, the wooden table, future improvements around the house, small things, ordinary things. Yet somehow neither wanted the conversation to end. The afternoon sun gradually softened. Golden light filtered through the leaves above them. The Sephora tree created a gentle shelter from the outside world. For the first time in a long while, Quan felt completely relaxed. No meetings, no contracts, no investors waiting for answers, no endless phone calls demanding attention, just peace. A peace he never knew he needed until he found it here. Across the table, Tieu Lac quietly watched him. There was something different about Quan these past few days. The sharp edges of his usual business persona seemed softer. The tension he normally carried in his shoulders had disappeared. His smile appeared more often. His laughter came easier. And every time Tieu Lac noticed those changes, an unfamiliar warmth settled in his chest. Neither of them spoke about it. Neither dared to. Some feelings were easier to protect when left unspoken. The wind suddenly strengthened. Leaves rustled overhead. Several drifted gently onto the table between them. Tieu Lac glanced toward the horizon. Dark clouds were beginning to gather in the distance. The weather is changing. Quan followed his gaze. It looks like rain. We should probably move the table later. Let's enjoy it first, Tieu Lac smiled. Agreed. For another few minutes, they sat quietly beneath the tree. The tea slowly cooled. The breeze grew stronger. The world seemed suspended between sunlight and approaching rain. Then Quan's phone rang. The sudden sound shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Both men instinctively looked toward the device resting beside his cup. The screen lit up. Father? The smile on Quan's face faded almost immediately. Tieu Lac noticed the change. You should answer. Quan looked at the screen for several seconds. Part of him wanted to ignore it. Just for one afternoon, just for one more hour. But he knew that wasn't possible. Eventually, he picked up the phone. I'll be right back. Tieu Lac nodded. Quan stood and walked several steps away from the table. He stopped near the edge of the garden before answering. Dad! This time, his father's voice sounded far more serious than it had that morning. Where are you? At Tieu Lac's place. When are you coming home? Quan sighed quietly. Tomorrow. No. The answer came immediately. You need to return tonight. Quan frowned. Why? Because we have an important matter that can't wait. His father's tone grew firmer. The cooperation agreement with Trin's family is entering the final stage. Quan already knew where this conversation was heading. His jaw tightened. We've talked about this before. Then listen carefully. Quan remained silent. His father continued. The partnership is extremely important for both families. I understand that. Then you should also understand why your engagement to Trin matters. The words landed heavily. Even though the topic had surfaced before, hearing it spoken so directly felt different, more real, more unavoidable. Quan stared at the darkening sky. His grip around the phone tightened. Dad, I never agreed to an engagement. His father ignored the statement. This isn't only about personal feelings. That's exactly what it should be about. Don't be naive. The response came instantly. Business affects everyone involved. A gust of wind swept across the garden. Leaves scattered across the ground. Dark clouds rolled closer overhead. Meanwhile, inside the house, Tieu Lac had stepped toward the doorway to collect the empty tea tray they had forgotten earlier. He hadn't intended to listen. He hadn't intended to overhear anything. But as he approached the open window, fragments of the conversation drifted toward him. Engagement, Trin, partnership, family agreement. The words reached him one by one. At first, he froze. Surely he had misunderstood. But then he heard more. His father's voice grew louder through the speaker. The engagement benefits both families. You need to stop thinking emotionally. Come home immediately. Tieu Lac stood motionless. The tray remained forgotten in his hands. The world around him seemed strangely distant. The breeze, the rustling leaves, the birds. Everything faded into the background. Only those words remained. Engagement, Trin, family agreement. A sudden heaviness settled in his chest. Outside, Quan remained unaware. The conversation continued. His father's arguments became increasingly forceful. Business stability, family expectations, future opportunities, responsibilities, obligations, the familiar language of sacrifice for the greater good. Quan listened quietly. His expression darkened with every passing second. Finally, his father delivered the sentence that weighed most heavily. "You're coming home tonight so we can finalize this discussion." Quan closed his eyes briefly. The pressure he had spent days escaping suddenly returned, stronger than ever. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, but firm. "I'll think about it." "You don't have time to think." "I said I'll think about it." A long silence followed. Then the call ended. Quan slowly lowered the phone. The sky above had darkened considerably. The first distant rumble of thunder echoed across the countryside. A storm was approaching, and although he didn't know it yet, another storm had already begun inside the heart of the person standing silently inside the house. The distant thunder rolled once more across the countryside. Low, heavy, unsettling. Dark clouds had now swallowed most of the afternoon sky, casting long shadows across the garden. The vibrant colors of the field seemed muted beneath the approaching storm. Inside the house, Tu Lac remained standing near the doorway, motionless, silent. The forgotten tea tray was still in his hands. He hadn't moved since hearing the conversation, not because he wanted to eavesdrop, not because he was searching for answers, but because the words he had overheard refused to leave his mind. Engagement, Trin, family agreement, business partnership. Each phrase echoed repeatedly inside his thoughts. Slowly, he placed the tray down on the nearby table. His fingers felt strangely numb. Outside, Quan stood beneath a sephora tree, staring at the dark horizon. The distance between them was only a few dozen steps. Yet for the first time since Quan arrived, it felt much farther. Tu Lac lowered his gaze. A quiet ache spread through his chest. He had always known this day might come. Quan belonged to a completely different world, a world built on influence, responsibility, and expectations. A world where personal happiness often came second to family obligations. Tu Lac had known that from the beginning, yet somewhere along the way, he had allowed himself to forget. Or perhaps he had simply hoped reality would wait a little longer. Another gust of wind swept through the yard. The leaves of the sephora tree trembled violently. Moments later, the first raindrops began to fall. Soft, scattered, barely noticeable. Tu Lac watched them strike the wooden railing outside. One drop, then another, then dozens more. Soon a light curtain of rain began spreading across the garden. The approaching storm felt strangely similar to the emotions gathering inside him. Slow at first, then impossible to ignore. He leaned lightly against the doorway and closed his eyes. Immediately, unwanted images began forming in his mind. Images he wished he could stop, but couldn't. He imagined Quan returning to the city, returning to his family's mansion, returning to boardrooms, meetings and negotiations, returning to the life that had always belonged to him. Then another image appeared. Quan standing beside Trin, elegant, confident, perfectly suited to his world, both families smiling proudly, business partners offering congratulations, photographers capturing the engagement announcement, a future carefully arranged by everyone except the people living it. The image hurt more than Tu Lac expected. His chest tightened. He quickly opened his eyes, as if doing so could erase the vision, but the feeling remained, persistent, painfully real. Outside, the rain intensified. Water tapped rhythmically against the roof. The garden slowly disappeared behind a veil of gray. Tu Lac swallowed hard. A difficult realization had begun taking shape. He was afraid, not of the engagement itself, not of Trin, not even of the future. He was afraid of losing Quan. The thought arrived suddenly, clear and undeniable. For days they had shared simple routines, breakfast together, working side by side, harvesting winter melons, building the wooden table, drinking tea beneath the sephora tree. None of those moments had seemed extraordinary at the time, yet now, facing the possibility that they might end, he realized how much they meant, how much Quan had come to mean. A soft laugh escaped him, bittersweet, almost ironic. When had this happened? When had Quan stopped being merely a guest? When had he become the first person Tu Lac looked for each morning? The first person he wanted to share small victories with? The first person whose smile could brighten an entire day? Tu Lac didn't know. Perhaps it hadn't happened all at once. Perhaps it had happened little by little. One conversation, one shared meal, one quiet afternoon at a time, until eventually Quan had become part of his daily life, and now the possibility of losing him felt unbearable. A flash of lightning illuminated the yard. Moments later, thunder cracked loudly overhead. The rain became heavier. Water streamed from the roof in silver sheets. Still, Tu Lac remained standing there, lost in thought, because alongside his fear existed another emotion: concern, deep concern. He knew Quan had been carrying enormous pressure, even before today's phone call. The responsibilities of leadership, the expectations of family, the demands of business, the endless obligation to place everyone else's needs before his own. Tu Lac had seen the exhaustion hidden behind Quan's smiles, the weariness that appeared whenever work was mentioned, the rare moments when his guard slipped, and now those pressures were returning, stronger than ever. A part of Tu Lac desperately wanted Quan to stay, to ignore the phone calls, to forget the engagement, to choose this quiet life beneath a Sephora tree. But another part knew life was never that simple. If Quan stayed because of him, what would happen afterward? Would he lose important opportunities? Would he damage relationships with his family? Would he spend years carrying regret? The questions twisted painfully inside him, because real love, if that was what this feeling had become, wasn't only about wanting someone close, it was also about wanting them to be okay, even if that meant letting them go. The thought brought tears dangerously close to the surface, but Tu Lac blinked them away. Outside, Quan finally turned toward the house. His expression looked distant, heavy, burdened. The call had clearly affected him. Without realizing it, Tu Lac's hand tightened around the doorframe. Seeing Quan like that hurt, more than his own fears, more than his own uncertainty, because despite everything, the person he worried about most was still Quan. The rain continued falling. Quan slowly began walking back toward the house. His footsteps splashed through shallow puddles forming across the yard. By the time he reached the porch, his shoulders were damp. Several strands of hair clung to his forehead. For a brief moment, neither spoke. The sound of rain filled the silence between them. Quan looked at him carefully. Something felt different. He couldn't explain why, but he sensed it immediately, as though an invisible wall had appeared. Tu Lac. His voice was soft, gentle. The familiar concern in it almost made Tu Lac look away. Instead, he forced a small smile. "I'm fine." Quan studied him. The smile didn't reach his eyes. That worried him. "You heard the conversation." It wasn't a question. Tu Lac hesitated, then nodded. "A little." The rain drummed steadily against the roof overhead. Neither moved. Neither looked away. Finally, Tu Lac lowered his gaze. "You should do what makes you think is right." Quan remained silent. The answer sounded calm. Too calm, as if carefully rehearsed. "As long as you're happy." The words felt heavier than they should have. Tu Lac tried to smile again, a gentle smile. The same one he always used whenever he wanted to reassure someone. But this time it was harder, because beneath it lived fear and sadness and uncertainty. Quan noticed all of it, every hidden emotion, every tiny crack. The realization tightened something inside his chest. For the first time since the phone call ended, his thoughts shifted away from business, away from expectations, away from family pressure. Instead, he found himself focusing entirely on the person standing in front of him, the person who looked more affected by the situation than he was willing to admit. Another flash of lightning illuminated the porch. The Sephora tree swayed violently in the storm. Rainwater flowed through the garden paths they had walked together earlier that morning. Everything around them seemed to be changing. The weather, the day, perhaps even their relationship. Yet despite the uncertainty, neither walked away. They remained there beneath the shelter of the porch, listening to the rain, sharing the silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Neither knew what tomorrow would bring, whether Quan would return home, whether the engagement discussion would continue, whether circumstances would force them apart. The future remained hidden behind clouds neither could see through. But one thing had become painfully clear. The peaceful days they had shared were no longer simple. Because somewhere between breakfasts, harvests, wooden tables, and cups of tea, their hearts had quietly become involved. And now, standing together while the storm raged around them, both understood that nothing would ever feel quite the same again. After choosing to stay with Tu Lac instead of returning home, CEO Quan enjoys a peaceful day filled with simple yet meaningful moments. Together they share breakfast, harvest winter melons, build a wooden garden table, and enjoy homemade winter melon tea beneath a Sephora tree. However, their tranquility is shattered when Quan receives a call from his father, who insists that he return home immediately to discuss an engagement with Trin, a woman connected to an important business partnership. Unintentionally overhearing the conversation, Tu Lac is left heartbroken and conflicted. As a storm rolls in, he struggles with his growing feelings for Quan and the fear of losing him. Meanwhile, Quan faces mounting pressure from his family and business obligations. With emotions deepening and difficult choices ahead, both men find themselves standing at a crossroads that could change their lives forever. What would you do if the person you trusted most suddenly appeared in an engagement announcement with someone else? In today's emotional chapter, a shocking photo sends Tu Lac's world crashing down as rumors of Quan's engagement spread across the media. While misunderstandings grow and unanswered calls deepen the distance between them, Quan refuses to give up and races through a stormy night to reach the one person he can't bear to lose. If you love dramatic twists, heartfelt emotions, and unforgettable romance, be sure to subscribe and stay with us for every chapter ahead. The morning after the storm arrived with an unusual sense of calm. Golden sunlight slowly filtered through the clouds, spreading across the countryside as if nothing had happened the night before. Tiny droplets of rain still clung to the leaves in the garden, sparkling under the early light. The air smelled fresh and clean, carrying the scent of wet soil and distant rice fields. Everything seemed peaceful. Yet inside the small house, neither Quan nor Tu Lac felt at peace. The atmosphere was different from the mornings they had shared before. Normally, breakfast was filled with casual conversation, teasing remarks, and quiet laughter. There was always something comforting about sitting together at the old wooden table while the world outside slowly woke up. Today, however, silence lingered between them. Tu Lac carefully ladled warm porridge into 2 bowls and placed them on the table. Steam curled gently upward, filling the room with a familiar scent. "Eat before it gets cold," he said softly. Quan nodded. "Thank you." He picked up his spoon, but his attention was elsewhere. His thoughts remained trapped in yesterday's conversation with his father. The engagement, the partnership, the pressure waiting for him back in the city. Most of all, he couldn't stop thinking about Tu Lac. Ever since the storm, he had sensed something had changed. The smile was still there. The kindness was still there. But behind them, something felt different, as if an invisible distance had quietly appeared between them overnight. Across the table, Tu Lac lowered his eyes and stirred his porridge. He was trying his best to appear normal, trying not to think about what he had overheard, trying not to imagine the future his mind kept creating. But it was impossible. Every time he looked at Quan, the same words echoed inside his head. Engagement, Trin, family agreement. The thoughts refused to leave him alone. Outside, birds chirped happily from the trees, Inside, every second felt heavier than the last. After several minutes of silence, Quan finally spoke. Tieu Lac. Quan hesitated. There were so many things he wanted to say, so many things he wanted to explain, yet suddenly he wasn't sure where to begin. About yesterday, Tieu Lac immediately looked down at his bowl. You don't need to explain, Quan frowned. But I want to. The answer came almost instantly. It's your personal matter. The words sounded calm, polite, reasonable, but somehow they hurt more than anger would have. Quan stared at him. I don't want you to misunderstand. Tieu Lac forced a smile. Why would I misunderstand? Before Quan could answer, his phone suddenly began ringing. The sharp sound cut through the room. Both men instinctively looked toward the screen. The moment Quan saw the caller ID, his expression darkened. Father. Again. The phone continued vibrating on the table. Neither moved. Neither spoke. Finally, Quan picked it up. Dad. The voice on the other end wasted no time. Where are you? At Tieu Lac's place. When are you coming back? Quan sighed quietly. I told you already. Soon. No. His father's tone immediately hardened. Not soon. Today. Quan rubbed his forehead. Dad, you've avoided this long enough. The interruption came sharply. We need to discuss the future of the company. Then let's discuss it tomorrow. There won't be a tomorrow if you continue acting like this. The pressure in his father's voice grew heavier. Return immediately. Quan remained silent. His father continued. The Trin family is expecting an answer. I never agreed to anything. You don't need to agree yet. Then what's the rush? The rush, his father replied coldly, is that people are waiting. The room suddenly felt smaller, more suffocating. Quan glanced toward Tieu Lac. He noticed that Tieu Lac wasn't eating anymore. His spoon remained motionless. His eyes remained fixed on the table. A knot formed in Quan's chest. Dad, I'll call you later. No. The answer came instantly. You're returning today. A brief silence followed. Then his father added one final sentence. If you don't come back yourself, I'll come there. The call ended. The room fell silent once more. Only the distant sound of birds could be heard outside. For several seconds, neither spoke. Finally, Tieu Lac forced another smile. You should go. Quan looked at him. I don't want to. The answer surprised both of them. Tieu Lac laughed softly. That's not how responsibility works. Quan leaned back in his chair. For the first time in years, he felt genuinely frustrated. Not because of work, not because of business, but because every instinct was telling him to stay. Stay here. Stay with the peaceful mornings. Stay with the garden. Stay with the person sitting across from him. Yet reality was waiting elsewhere. Eventually, breakfast ended. Neither had eaten much. Neither mentioned it. The morning passed quickly. Too quickly. Before long, Quan found himself standing beside his car. The countryside road stretched quietly ahead. The sky was bright blue once again. The storm felt like a distant memory. Tieu Lac stood nearby, hands tucked casually into his pockets, trying to appear relaxed, trying to make this goodbye seem ordinary. But deep down, neither believed it was. Quan looked toward the house, then toward the garden, then back at Tieu Lac. A strange feeling settled over him. He suddenly realized how much he had grown attached to this place, attached to these simple routines, attached to this person. Take care of yourself, Tieu Lac said. You too. And don't skip meals. Quan laughed softly. That's usually my line. Then I'm borrowing it. For the first time that morning, a genuine smile appeared between them, but it disappeared far too quickly. The moment felt fragile, temporary, as though both knew something important was changing. Quan took a step closer. I'll call you. Okay. And I'll come back soon. Tieu Lac nodded. Okay. The answer was simple, yet for some reason it didn't feel reassuring. Quan wanted to say more, wanted to explain, wanted to tell him that nothing had been decided, that the engagement wasn't real, that he wasn't interested in Trin, that the person occupying his thoughts wasn't Trin at all. But the words never came. Instead, he opened the car door. One last look, one last smile. Then he got inside. The engine started. Slowly, the vehicle began moving down the narrow country road. Tu Lac remained standing at the gate, watching. The car became smaller and smaller. The distance grew wider. Eventually, it disappeared entirely. Still, he didn't move. A gentle breeze rustled through the fields. Minutes passed, then several more. Only when the road was completely empty did he finally turn back toward the house. And suddenly, everything felt different. The garden seemed quieter. The house seemed larger. The newly built table beneath the Sephora tree looked strangely lonely. A painful emptiness settled over him, one he didn't want to acknowledge. Hours later, Quan returned to the city. The transition felt immediate. Traffic filled the roads. Buildings stretched endlessly toward the sky. Car horns echoed through crowded streets. The peaceful countryside felt impossibly far away. As he drove through the city center, his phone buzzed repeatedly with work notifications. Meetings, emails, schedules, requests. The life he had temporarily escaped was waiting exactly where he left it. Yet instead of relief, he felt exhausted. By the time he arrived home, his father was already waiting, standing in the living room, arms crossed, expression serious. "You're late." "I came as soon as I arrived." His father glanced at his watch. "Get changed." Quan frowned. "Why?" "We have dinner." "With who?" His father stared at him as though the answer should have been obvious. "The Trin family." A familiar frustration immediately returned. "Tonight?" "Yes. I just got back." "And that's exactly why you're going." Quan closed his eyes briefly. He already knew arguing would accomplish nothing. A few minutes later, he found himself walking upstairs to prepare. As he changed clothes, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Not toward the dinner, not toward business, not toward Trin. Instead, he found himself wondering what Tu Lac was doing right now. Whether he had eaten lunch, whether he was working in the garden, whether he was thinking about him at all. The realization made him pause. Then slowly, a small smile appeared. And for the first time all day, he reached for his phone, intending to send a message. But before he could type a single word, someone knocked on the door. "Quan," his father called. "We're leaving." The message remained unsent, and with that, he headed downstairs toward a dinner that would soon change everything. The drive to the restaurant felt much longer than it actually was. Quan sat quietly in the back seat, staring out the window as the city lights flashed past. Traffic moved steadily through the evening streets while countless people hurried home after work. Normally, this was a world he understood, a world of schedules, negotiations, business dinners, and carefully planned conversations. But tonight, he felt disconnected from it. His thoughts kept drifting back to the countryside, to the small house surrounded by fields, to the newly built wooden table beneath the Sephora tree, to the quiet mornings and simple conversations that somehow brought him more peace than any luxury ever had. Most of all, his thoughts kept returning to Tu Lac, the way he smiled, the way he worried about others before himself, the way he always seemed to know exactly when Quan needed a moment of silence. A faint sigh escaped him. Across from him, his father noticed. "You should focus on tonight." Quan looked away from the window. "I am." His father didn't believe him. Neither did Quan. A short time later, the car arrived at one of the city's most exclusive private dining venues. Everything about the place reflected wealth and influence. Elegant architecture, polished marble floors, crystal chandeliers, private dining rooms reserved for important guests. The kind of place where business deals worth millions could be discussed over dinner. As soon as Quan entered, he understood exactly what this evening was meant to accomplish. The Trin family had already arrived. Trin's father greeted them warmly. "It's good to finally see you." Likewise, Quan's father replied. Pleasantries were exchanged. Smiles appeared. Hands were shaken. To anyone watching from the outside, it looked like two respected families strengthening an already successful partnership. But Quan could already feel the invisible expectations hanging in the room. Then he saw Trin. She stood beside her parents wearing a simple but elegant dress. Confident, graceful, professional, the kind of person who fit naturally into the world of powerful families and corporate leadership. She smiled politely. Welcome back. Thank you. The greeting was brief, yet Trin immediately noticed something. Quan wasn't really present. His body was there. His attention wasn't. Throughout dinner, conversations flowed smoothly between the older generation. Investment opportunities, future cooperation, market expansion, long-term strategic plans. One topic naturally led to another. The atmosphere remained positive. Everyone seemed pleased. Everyone except Quan. Several times he glanced toward his phone. Several times he checked the screen. Several times disappointment crossed his face when there were no new messages. Trin quietly observed everything. Eventually, she leaned slightly closer. You seem distracted. Quan looked up. Sorry? You've checked your phone at least 10 times. A small smile appeared on her face. I counted. Quan let out a short laugh. Did you really? I was curious. About what? About who has your attention? The question caught him off guard. For a moment he didn't answer. Trin noticed. Interesting, she thought. Very interesting. Most people in Quan's position would have responded immediately. Instead, he remained silent. That silence told her far more than words could. You don't have to answer, she said. Quan offered a polite smile. Thank you. The dinner continued, but Trin found herself paying less attention to the business discussions and more attention to the man sitting beside her, because one thing had become increasingly obvious. Whatever occupied Quan's thoughts tonight had nothing to do with business and nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Tu Lac was trying to keep himself busy. After Quan left, the house felt strangely empty. The silence lingered in every room. To distract himself, he spent most of the afternoon working in the garden. He harvested vegetables, cleaned tools, organized supplies, anything to avoid thinking too much. Yet every task somehow reminded him of Quan. The wooden table beneath the Sephora tree, the hammer still resting near the shed, the cups they had used while drinking winter melon tea. Even the pathway through the garden seemed filled with memories. By evening, he found himself standing beneath the Sephora tree. The newly finished table sat exactly where they had left it. One chair remained empty. His eyes lingered on it longer than he intended. Then he quickly looked away. Back in the city, dinner was finally coming to an end. Dessert had been served. Coffee cups were gradually emptied. The atmosphere remained warm and relaxed. Then someone suggested taking family photographs. A completely ordinary request. At least that's what it seemed. Immediately, staff members prepared a backdrop near the dining area. Everyone stood and gathered together. Quan instinctively stepped back. You don't need me in the picture. His father frowned. Don't be ridiculous. It's a family photo. Exactly. His father's expression hardened. You're part of this discussion. Before Quan could respond, Trin lightly touched his arm. It's only a picture. Her tone was friendly, non-confrontational. Reluctantly, Quan stopped resisting. The families gathered together. Parents stood in the center. Business partners arranged themselves nearby. Quan ended up standing beside Trin. Camera flashes immediately filled the room. One photograph, then another, then several more. Everyone smiled politely. The entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. To those inside the room, it seemed insignificant. Unfortunately, not everyone observing the evening was inside. Outside the venue, several journalists had been waiting. The cooperation between the two powerful families had already attracted attention. The moment photographs surfaced, speculation began. And speculation spread quickly, very quickly. Before midnight, several business blogs published articles. By morning, larger media outlets had picked up the story. Headlines appeared everywhere. CEO Quan and Trin family heir expected to announce engagement. Major corporate alliance may lead to wedding. Sources suggest relationship between two influential families growing stronger. The story exploded across social media. Photos circulated rapidly. Comments multiplied. Assumptions became facts in the eyes of the public. Back in the countryside, the next morning arrived peacefully, at least on the surface. Tu Lac spent the early hours watering vegetables near the garden fence. The weather was beautiful. The sky was clear. Birds moved between the trees. Everything looked calm. Then a familiar neighbor hurried toward him carrying a phone. "Have you seen the news?" Tu Lac looked up. "What news?" The neighbor turned the screen around. "Isn't this your friend?" At first, Tu Lac didn't understand. Then he saw the photograph and froze. His entire body went still. The image showed Quan standing beside Trin, both dressed elegantly, both surrounded by smiling family members. At first glance, they looked exactly like a couple celebrating an important announcement. Beneath the photograph, the headline was impossible to ignore. CEO Quan preparing for engagement? The words hit him like a physical blow. For several seconds, he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. The neighbor continued talking, but the voice sounded distant, faded, almost unreal. Because in that moment, only one thing mattered. The photograph, the headline, the confirmation of everything he had feared. Suddenly, yesterday's conversation echoed through his mind. The phone call, the pressure from Quan's father, the discussion about Trin, the mention of an engagement. Every piece now seemed to fit together. His chest tightened painfully. Maybe this had always been the future waiting for Quan. Maybe he had simply refused to see it. Maybe he had allowed himself to believe in something that was never truly possible. A sharp ache spread through him, one he couldn't explain, one he didn't want to acknowledge. Meanwhile, in the city, Quan was experiencing a very different reaction. The moment he saw the articles, his expression darkened. "What is this?" His assistant looked nervous. The story started spreading overnight. Quan immediately opened the articles. Each one made the situation worse. Speculation, rumors, false assumptions. None of it was true. Yet thousands of people already believed it. Then a sudden realization struck him. Tu Lac, if he had seen these articles, a sense of urgency immediately filled him. Without hesitation, Quan grabbed his phone. The first call connected, ringing. Once, twice, 3 times. No answer. He frowned, then called again. Still nothing. A third attempt. Silence. Back in the countryside, Tu Lac stared at his own phone. The screen continued lighting up. Quan calling. The words felt almost painful to look at. His heart told him to answer, to listen, to give Quan a chance to explain. But fear held him back. What if the explanation only confirmed everything? What if hearing the truth hurt even more? The phone stopped ringing. For a moment, the screen went dark. Then another notification appeared. A message. "It's not what you think." Moments later, another. "Please answer." Then another. "Tu Lac, let me explain." Tu Lac stared at the messages. His vision slowly blurred. He lowered his gaze. The phone rang again. Quan calling. The screen illuminated his face. The ringtone echoed softly through the quiet garden. For several long seconds, he simply stared at it. The call continued, waiting, begging to be answered. But in the end, Tu Lac did nothing. His fingers tightened around the phone. The ringing finally stopped, and the screen went dark once more. The screen had gone dark, yet Tu Lac continued staring at the phone as if another call might appear at any second. The garden around him remained peaceful. The morning breeze moved gently through the vegetables. Birds sang from nearby trees. Everything looked exactly the same as it had the day before. But inside him, something felt completely different. Slowly, he lowered the phone into his lap. His eyes drifted back toward the article. The photograph remained there. Quan standing beside Trin, the smiling family members, the headlines that seemed to confirm everything he had feared since overhearing that phone call during the storm. A painful knot formed in his chest. He wanted to believe there was another explanation. He wanted to believe the articles were wrong, but every piece seemed to fit together too perfectly. The engagement discussion, the pressure from Quan's father, the urgent return to the city, the family dinner, the photographs, the rumors, all of it pointed toward the same conclusion, a future that didn't include him. "Tu Lac?" The neighbor's voice pulled him back to reality. "You okay?" He forced a small smile. "I'm fine." The answer came automatically. The same answer people gave when they didn't want anyone asking questions. The neighbor nodded and eventually walked away. Soon, Tu Lac was alone again, alone with his thoughts. And unfortunately, those thoughts refused to leave him in peace. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Quan was becoming increasingly frustrated. He stared at his phone. No answer, no response. No sign that Tu Lac had even read the messages. The silence worried him more than anger would have. If Tu Lac were angry, at least he would know where they stood. But silence? Silence meant uncertainty, and uncertainty was something Quan hated. He immediately typed another message. "I can explain everything." Send. A few seconds later, "There is no engagement. Send." Then another, "Please trust me." After sending it, he stared at the screen, waiting. Nothing happened. No reply. No indication that the messages had even been opened. Quan ran a hand through his hair. For the first time in years, he felt powerless. Business problems could be solved. Negotiations could be managed. Crisis situations could be controlled. But this was different, because it involved someone whose opinion mattered to him far more than he was willing to admit. A knock interrupted his thoughts. His assistant stepped into the office. "Your father is asking for you." Quan's expression immediately hardened. "Now?" "Yes." Quan looked at his silent phone one last time before standing. A few minutes later, he entered the executive conference room. His father was already waiting. Several senior advisors sat nearby. The atmosphere felt serious, tense, as though an important decision had already been made. "Sit down," his father said. Quan remained standing. "What is this about?" His father placed a folder on the table. "The Trin partnership." Immediately, irritation flashed across Quan's face. "Again, this isn't going away. I never asked for it. That's irrelevant." The answer came instantly. "This partnership benefits everyone, except me." The room fell silent. Several advisors exchanged nervous glances. No one seemed comfortable witnessing the conversation. Quan's father leaned forward. "Stop behaving like a child." The statement only fueled Quan's frustration. "A child?" His voice remained calm, dangerously calm. "You're discussing my future without asking what I want." His father sighed. "This isn't only about what you want. Then maybe that's the problem." Silence followed, heavy silence, the kind that appears before an argument truly begins. Finally, his father spoke again. "The media attention has already started." "I noticed." "Good." His father folded his hands together. "Then you understand why we should move forward." Quan stared at him in disbelief. "The media creates a rumor, and your solution is to make it true?" "The solution is stability." "No." Quan shook his head. "The solution is honesty." His father stood. "So what exactly are you planning to do?" For the first time, neither looked away. The tension between them seemed to fill the room. Then Quan answered, "The truth." His father laughed once, a short, humorless laugh. "The truth doesn't always help business." "Maybe I don't care." The room became completely silent. Several advisors immediately lowered their eyes. No one wanted to be caught in the middle, because everyone understood one thing. This was no longer a business discussion. It was a battle between a father and his son, and neither side intended to surrender. Back in the countryside, Ly Tu Tieu spent the rest of the day trying to distract himself. He cleaned the house, prepared food, worked in the garden, organized storage shelves, anything to stay busy. Yet no matter what he did, his thoughts always returned to Quan. Every corner of the property reminded him of him. The cup Quan used every morning, the chair he always sat in, the wooden table they built together beneath the sephora tree. As afternoon arrived, Ly Tu Tieu eventually found himself sitting there alone. The empty chair across from him seemed impossible to ignore. He remembered the day they had finished building it, the tea they shared, the laughter, the peaceful conversation beneath the shade of the tree. At the time, he had believed there would be more days like that. Now he wasn't so sure. A soft breeze moved through the branches overhead. Several leaves drifted down onto the table. Ly Tu Tieu stared at them silently. Then his phone vibrated again. His heart immediately reacted. Hope appeared before he could stop it. He reached for the device. Quan, another message. "I need to talk to you." Ly Tu Tieu swallowed hard. A second message followed. "Please answer." Then another. "I'll explain everything." For several moments, he simply stared at the screen. Part of him desperately wanted to answer, to hear Quan's voice, to believe there was some misunderstanding. But another part was afraid, because if the truth hurt, there would be no going back. Eventually, he locked the phone and placed it face down on the table. The silence returned. Yet somehow it felt even heavier than before. Across the city, Quan stared out the window of his office. Dark clouds were beginning to gather once again. A storm was approaching, much like the one building inside him. His phone remained in his hand. Still no response. Still nothing from Ly Tu Tieu. The feeling unsettled him, because for the first time since returning to the city, he realized something important. The possibility of losing Ly Tu Tieu frightened him. More than the media rumors, more than the partnership, more than the argument with his father. The realization arrived quietly, but once it appeared, it refused to leave. Outside, thunder rumbled in the distance. Quan looked toward the darkening sky, then back toward the silent phone in his hand, and a decision slowly began forming in his mind. The decision stayed with Quan for the rest of the afternoon. No matter how many meetings he attended, no matter how many documents were placed in front of him, no matter how many people asked for his attention, his thoughts always returned to the same place. Ly Tu Tieu, the unanswered calls, the unread messages, the silence. Most people would have considered it a small thing, a missed phone call, a delayed reply. Nothing unusual, but Quan knew better. Something was wrong. And the longer the silence continued, the more uneasy he became. Outside his office window, dark clouds continued gathering above the city skyline. The bright afternoon gradually faded beneath a blanket of gray. Thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance. The approaching storm felt strangely familiar. It reminded him of the night before he had left the countryside, the night everything had started to change. A knock sounded at the door. His assistant entered carefully. "The board meeting begins in 10 minutes. Quan nodded. "I'll be there." But even as he said the words, he already knew he wasn't thinking about the board meeting, because at that exact moment, somewhere far away, Ly Tu Tieu was still refusing to answer him. And for reasons he could no longer deny, that mattered more. Meanwhile, in the countryside, evening settled slowly over the small house. The sky darkened, the wind strengthened, leaves rustled through the garden. Ly Tu Tieu stood by the kitchen window watching the changing weather. Normally, storms brought him comfort. There was something peaceful about listening to rain strike the roof while the world outside slowed down. Tonight felt different. Tonight, every sound seemed to make the loneliness more noticeable. The house felt too quiet, too empty. His eyes drifted toward the chair Quan always used during breakfast, then toward the wooden table beneath the sephora tree outside. The memories returned immediately. Quan laughing while trying to carry oversized winter melons. Quan insisting he could build the table without instructions. Quan drinking tea beneath a tree. Quan smiling. The images appeared effortlessly, as if his mind refused to let go. Tu Lac closed his eyes, but that only made the memories clearer. A sudden vibration pulled him back. His phone. For a brief second, his heart raced. He already knew who it would be. Slowly, he looked at the screen. Another message. From Quan. I don't care about the articles. A second message arrived. I don't care what people are saying. Then a third. I care about talking to you. Tu Lac stared at the words. His fingers tightened around the phone. The familiar ache returned. Because part of him wanted desperately to believe those messages. Part of him wanted to answer. Wanted to hear Quan's voice. Wanted to hear him say everything was a misunderstanding. But fear remained stronger. What if he was wrong? What if this was only temporary? What if Quan eventually chose the life waiting for him in the city? The questions never stopped, and because he couldn't find the answers, he did the only thing he thought he could do. He placed the phone aside and remained silent. Back in the city, the board meeting ended. Executives left one by one. The conference room gradually emptied. Soon, only Quan remained. The rain had started. Tiny droplets struck the windows overlooking the city. The weather forecast had been correct. Another storm was arriving. Quan looked at his phone once more. No response. Nothing. Hours had passed. Still nothing. A strange frustration mixed with worry inside him. Finally, he stood. Enough. He grabbed his jacket, his car keys, his phone, then headed toward the elevator. Several employees noticed him leaving. Sir, do you have another meeting? No. Should we prepare tomorrow's schedule? Tomorrow can wait. The answer surprised everyone, because Quan was not the type of person who allowed work to wait. Yet tonight was different. The elevator doors closed. Moments later, he stepped into the underground parking garage. Rain echoed through the structure above. The storm had grown stronger. His phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the screen. His father. For several seconds, he considered ignoring it. Eventually, he answered, Dad, where are you? Leaving. To where? Quan opened the driver's door. I have something important to do. His father's tone immediately sharpened. This is about that countryside boy, isn't it? Silence. That silence was answer enough. His father sighed heavily. Quan, Dad, think carefully about what you're doing. I already have. You're risking everything. Quan looked through the windshield at the rain pouring outside. For a moment, memories flashed through his mind. The peaceful mornings, the shared meals, the laughter beneath the Sephora tree, the simple happiness he had found there. Then he answered quietly, No. His father frowned. What do you mean, no? I'm risking everything by ignoring what matters. The line went silent. Neither spoke. Finally, Quan ended the call. He placed the phone down, started the engine, and drove out into the storm. Rain hammered against the windshield. The wipers moved back and forth at full speed. Headlights blurred across wet roads. Traffic slowed. Visibility dropped. But none of it mattered, because every kilometer brought him closer to only one destination, the countryside, Tu Lac. Hours passed. The city lights eventually disappeared behind him. Skyscrapers gave way to open roads. Open roads became fields. Fields became familiar countryside landscapes. The storm followed him the entire way. Inside the small house, Tu Lac had given up trying to sleep. The rain outside had become heavy. Thunder echoed through the night. He sat beside the window staring into the darkness. The phone remained nearby. Silent. For some reason, that bothered him even more. The messages had stopped. The calls had stopped. The persistence had stopped. A strange emptiness settled over him. Maybe Quan had finally given up. The thought hurt more than he expected. Almost immediately, he hated himself for thinking it. Because because what right did he have to feel disappointed? Quan had a life, a future, responsibilities. Perhaps this distance was inevitable. Perhaps he simply needed to accept it. A bright flash of lightning illuminated the yard. For a brief second, the entire property became visible. Then darkness returned. Several minutes later, another flash appeared. This time, something else caught his attention. Headlights, far away, approaching. Tu Lac frowned. Who would be driving here this late during a storm? The lights grew closer, slowly, steadily. His heartbeat began to accelerate. The vehicle turned onto the familiar road leading toward the house. Closer, closer. Then finally stopped outside the gate. The engine shut off. Rain continued pouring from the sky. For a moment, nothing happened. Neither did Tu Lac. He remained frozen beside the window, unable to look away. Then the driver's door opened. A figure stepped out into the storm. Even through the rain, he recognized him immediately. Quan. Tu Lac's breath caught. His heart pounded against his chest. What was he doing here? The rain soaked Quan within seconds, but he didn't seem to care. He closed the car door, looked toward the house, then began walking toward the gate. Inside, Tu Lac instinctively took a step backward. His emotions collided all at once. Relief, shock, confusion, fear, hope, all tangled together. Outside, Quan finally reached the front entrance. Rainwater dripped from his hair and clothing. His breathing was uneven from the long drive. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the house, fixed on the place where Tu Lac was waiting. For several seconds, neither moved. The storm raged around them. Thunder rolled overhead. Rain struck the roof relentlessly. Then Quan slowly raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound echoed through the silent house. Once, twice, 3 times. Tu Lac, his voice carried through the storm, soft, exhausted, determined. I know you're inside. Inside the house, Tu Lac stood frozen, his hand trembling slightly at his side. The distance between them had become only a single door, yet somehow it felt like the most difficult distance either of them had ever faced. And as the rain continued pouring outside, neither knew what would happen next. After returning to the city under pressure from his father, Quan is forced to attend a dinner with Trin's family, where a simple group photo quickly sparks rumors of an upcoming engagement. When the media spreads the story, Tu Lac is devastated after seeing headlines that seem to confirm his worst fears. Believing Quan may be choosing his family's expectations over his own feelings, he withdraws and refuses to answer any calls or messages. Desperate to clear up the misunderstanding, Quan repeatedly reaches out, insisting that the rumors are false. As silence grows between them, the distance becomes more painful than either expected. Realizing he cannot lose Tu Lac without a fight, Quan makes a bold decision. Through a violent storm and endless rain, he drives back to the countryside, arriving at Tu Lac's door with only one goal: to tell him the truth. What would you do if the man you risked everything to save suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" After a desperate search, a near-fatal accident, and days spent by his bedside, Tu Lac finally gets Quan back, only to discover he has lost all memory of her. But when a forgotten keepsake sparks a mysterious flash of the past, hope begins to rise from heartbreak. Stay with us until the end, and don't forget to subscribe for more unforgettable drama stories. The rain that night was unlike anything anyone had seen in weeks. It poured from the sky in endless sheets, turning roads into rivers and washing away every trace of warmth from the city. Thunder rolled across the dark clouds overhead, shaking windows and rattling rooftops. Streetlights flickered beneath the storm, their weak glow swallowed by the curtain of rain. Inside a small apartment tucked away at the end of a quiet street, Tu Lac sat alone. The room was completely dark. She hadn't bothered to turn on the lights. The darkness somehow felt more comforting than facing reality. Curled up on the floor beside her bed, she wrapped both arms tightly around her knees and stared blankly at the wall. Her phone lay discarded several feet away, its screen black after hours of unanswered calls and unread messages. She knew exactly what everyone was talking about. There was no escaping it. No matter how many times she tried to avoid social media, no matter how many group chats she muted, no matter how many calls she ignored, the news had spread everywhere. CEO Quan and Trine were engaged. The story had exploded across every platform within a matter of hours. Some people called them the perfect couple. Others praised the powerful alliance between two influential families. Many congratulated them and talked excitedly about an upcoming wedding. To outsiders, it looked like a fairy tale. A successful CEO, a wealthy heiress, a future already planned, a relationship everyone approved of. But for Tu Lac, every headline felt like another knife being driven into her heart. A fresh tear rolled down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away. Then another followed, and another. Soon she stopped trying. The tears kept coming, because no matter how hard she tried to convince herself otherwise, the truth remained painfully clear. She cared far more than she should, far more than she ever intended to. She remembered the first time she met Quan. At the time, he had simply seemed intimidating, cold, distant, unreachable, the kind of man who lived in a completely different world. Yet somehow, over time, that image had slowly changed. She remembered countless small moments, moments that seemed insignificant to everyone else, but meant everything to her. The way he quietly handed her an umbrella during a sudden rainstorm. The way he noticed when she skipped lunch because she was too busy. The way he defended her when others unfairly criticized her work. The way his eyes softened whenever he looked at her. At least, she thought they softened. Maybe she had imagined it. Maybe she had simply wanted to believe it. That possibility hurt even more. Another crack of thunder exploded outside. The sound jolted her back to reality. Tu Lac buried her face against her knees. "What was I even expecting?" she whispered to herself. Her voice sounded broken, pathetic, embarrassing. She laughed bitterly through her tears. A man like Quan belonged in a world she could never enter. Everyone knew that. His family knew it. Trine knew it. Even she knew it. So why did it hurt so much? Why couldn't she simply let go? Why did every memory feel impossible to forget? The storm outside intensified. Rain battered the windows. Wind howled through the narrow streets. Then suddenly, bang! A loud knock echoed through the apartment. Tu Lac lifted her head. For a moment, she thought she had imagined it. Bang! The sound came again, louder, more urgent. Her heartbeat instantly accelerated. She remained frozen, listening, waiting. Bang! 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 The knocking grew more forceful, almost desperate. A knot formed in her stomach. Nobody should have been visiting at this hour, especially during weather like this. Slowly, she stood up. Her legs felt weak after sitting so long. She took a cautious step toward the entrance. Then another. The knocking continued. Who could it be? A neighbor? A friend? Someone from work? Then she heard it. A voice. A voice she recognized immediately. Tu Lac! Everything inside her stopped. Her breath caught. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Quan. Outside, in the middle of the storm, another knock rattled the door. Tu Lac, open the door! She stared at the entrance, unable to move, unable to think. Why was he here? Shouldn't he be celebrating his engagement? Shouldn't he be with Trine? Shouldn't he be anywhere except standing outside her apartment in the pouring rain? The questions came too quickly. None of them had answers. Tu Lac! His voice sounded strained, like someone who had already been calling for a long time. Please. The single word carried a weight she couldn't ignore. She felt tears gathering once again. No, She couldn't do this. She couldn't face him. Not tonight. Not after everything. Not when her heart was already shattered. She backed away from the door. One step, then another. Outside, Quan continued knocking. The sound echoed through the apartment. Persistent, relentless, almost painful. "Just talk to me." His voice cracked slightly. "Please, Tulak." She covered her mouth. Her entire body trembled. Every instinct urged her to run to the door, to open it, to look him in the eyes, to ask him what was happening, to ask if the engagement was real, to ask if any of the moments they shared had meant anything. But fear held her in place, because she already knew what would happen if she opened that door. The fragile wall protecting her heart would collapse instantly, and she wasn't sure she could survive that. Minutes passed. The storm continued. Quan remained outside, calling her name again and again and again. At one point, she leaned against the wall near the entrance, close enough to hear every word, far enough to avoid opening it. The situation felt unbearable. "Tulak." His voice sounded exhausted now. "I know you're inside." Silence. He waited. No response came. She squeezed her eyes shut. Fresh tears slipped down her face. Outside, rainwater dripped from the edge of the roof. Thunder rumbled overhead. The entire world seemed suspended between heartbreak and hope. Then Quan spoke again, this time more quietly. "I just need 5 minutes." 5 minutes. Such a small request, yet it felt impossible. Tulak pressed both hands against her chest, trying desperately to calm her racing heartbeat. If she opened the door, everything would change. If she kept it closed, everything might end. She didn't know which possibility frightened her more. The knocking eventually slowed. The force behind it weakened. His voice became increasingly hoarse, as though the cold rain was slowly stealing away his strength. Still, he refused to leave. That stubbornness was exactly like him. Always determined, always persistent, always willing to endure more than anyone expected. Normally, that quality made her smile. Tonight, it only made her cry harder. The minutes stretched endlessly. 30 minutes, then 40, then nearly an hour. Neither of them moved. One remained outside in the storm. The other remained trapped behind a closed door, separated by only a few feet, separated by an impossible distance. Finally, Quan called her name one last time. The sound was barely above a whisper. "Tulak." Silence followed. Long, heavy, uncomfortable silence. No more knocking, no more pleading, no more footsteps, nothing. Only rain, only thunder, only darkness. Tulak lowered her head. Something inside her shattered, because deep down she knew what that silence meant. He had given up. He had finally left. And somehow, that hurt even more than hearing him outside. For a long time she remained motionless, listening, waiting, hoping she would hear his voice again, but it never came. The apartment felt emptier than ever before, and for the first time that night, regret began slowly creeping into her heart. Had she made a mistake? Had she just thrown away her last chance to hear what he wanted to say? The questions refused to leave her mind, growing louder with every passing minute, growing heavier with every passing second. Eventually, the weight became impossible to bear. Slowly, she stood. Then she walked toward the door. Her hand trembled as she reached for the handle. She hesitated, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and finally opened it. The moment the door opened, a powerful gust of wind rushed into the apartment. Cold rain sprayed across the floor. The sudden chill made Tulak shiver. For a few seconds, she simply stood there, frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. Her eyes searched the darkness beyond the doorway. The small courtyard outside was completely empty. No figure, no movement, no sign of Quan. Only rain. Endless rain. Water poured from the sky and splashed against the concrete ground below. Streetlights in the distance flickered weakly through the storm, casting blurry reflections across puddles that had merged into shallow streams. Tu Lac stared at the empty space where she expected him to be standing. A strange ache spread through her chest. He was really gone. After everything. After standing outside in the rain for so long. After calling her name over and over. After begging for just 5 minutes. He had finally left, and she had let him. The realization struck harder than she expected. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the door. For nearly an hour, she had convinced herself that ignoring him was the right thing to do. She had told herself it would help her move on, help her forget, help her accept reality. But now that he was gone, none of those excuses brought comfort. Instead, they only left behind regret, a painful, crushing regret that settled heavily over her heart. She slowly stepped outside. Rain immediately soaked her hair and clothes. Within seconds, she was drenched, yet she barely noticed. Her attention remained fixed on the empty courtyard. The place felt strangely lonely, as though something important had vanished, as though she had arrived moments too late. Thunder rumbled overhead. Tu Lac wrapped her arms around herself, not because she was cold, but because she suddenly felt incredibly alone. The image of Quan standing outside replayed endlessly in her mind. His voice, his persistence, his desperation. Most of all, the final way he spoke her name, that last whisper. Now it echoed inside her head like a haunting memory. Her vision blurred. Fresh tears filled her eyes. Slowly, she lowered herself onto the front steps. Rain continued pouring over her shoulders. She didn't care. At that moment, the storm outside felt insignificant compared to the storm raging inside her heart. The tears she had been holding back all night finally overwhelmed her. Her shoulders shook violently. She buried her face in her hands and cried, not quietly, not elegantly, but with the raw heartbreak of someone who had lost something precious before fully realizing how much it meant. The rain masked the sound of her sobbing. Perhaps that was a blessing. No one could hear her. No one could see how completely broken she felt. Minutes passed, maybe 5, maybe 10. She lost track. Time seemed meaningless. Then through the curtain of rain, something unusual caught her attention. At first, she didn't think much of it. Just a dark shape lying near the edge of the courtyard, partially submerged beneath flowing water. Her gaze lingered on it. Something about it felt strange. Slowly, she wiped away her tears and squinted through the storm. Lightning flashed. For a brief second, the entire courtyard lit up, and she saw it clearly. A man's leather shoe. Just one, lying alone in the rain. Tu Lac's heart stopped. Her breathing caught instantly. The tears vanished from her mind. A cold chill crawled up her spine. No! The word escaped her lips almost automatically. She stood up. Her legs felt weak, unsteady. Yet she forced herself forward, step by step, closer, closer. The rainwater splashed around her ankles. Thunder cracked overhead, but all she could see was the shoe. The closer she got, the more familiar it looked. A terrifying sense of recognition began forming inside her chest. Her heartbeat accelerated. No, it couldn't be. Please don't let it be. Another flash of lightning illuminated the courtyard, and in that instant, her worst fear was confirmed. She knew that shoe. She had seen it countless times. Quan had been wearing that exact pair earlier. The world seemed to spin around her. For several seconds, she simply stood there staring, unable to process what she was seeing, unable to think clearly. Questions flooded her mind. Why would his shoe be here? Where was he? What happened after he left? Why would someone leave behind a shoe? Unless a horrifying possibility suddenly appeared. Her stomach dropped. Fear exploded through every part of her body. Quan! She shouted into the storm. No response. Only thunder. Only rain. Her pulse hammered inside her ears. Quan! This time she screamed. The sound echoed down the street, then disappeared into the darkness. Still nothing. A growing panic began consuming her. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. She could feel it. Every instinct in her body screamed the same warning. Without thinking, she ran, barefoot, straight into the storm. The cold pavement cut into her feet. Rain blinded her vision. Wind pushed against her. None of it mattered. Quan! She ran down the street, turning corners, searching every direction, calling his name repeatedly, each time louder than before, each time more desperate. The city felt eerily empty. Most people had taken shelter hours ago. The roads were nearly deserted. Only the storm remained. Water streamed down her face. She could barely tell rain from tears anymore. Her lungs burned. Her legs ached. Still, she kept running. Because the image of that abandoned shoe refused to leave her mind. Something terrible had happened. She was certain of it. For nearly an hour, she searched every nearby street, every alley, every place she could think of. Nothing. No sign of Quan, no clues, no answers. The fear continued growing. By the time she finally stopped running, she was trembling uncontrollably. Not from the cold, from panic. She forced herself to think clearly, think logically. Who could help? Who had the resources to find someone quickly? Then a single answer appeared. Quan's father, the most influential person she knew, a man whose connections extended across the city, a man capable of mobilizing hundreds of people within hours if necessary. If anyone could find Quan, it was him. Without hesitation, Tu Lac rushed toward the family estate. The journey felt endless. Rain continued pounding against her. Her soaked clothes clung to her skin. Mud stained her feet, yet she pushed forward, fueled entirely by fear, fueled entirely by desperation. When she finally arrived, the estate was brightly lit despite the late hour. Several luxury vehicles stood parked outside. Security personnel moved hurriedly across the property. Something felt wrong immediately. Very wrong. The atmosphere was tense, uneasy, as though everyone already sensed a coming disaster. Tu Lac hurried toward the entrance. Before she could explain herself, another car suddenly pulled into the driveway. The door flew open. A woman stepped out. Trin. Her expensive clothes were soaked from the rain. Her makeup had partially run. Yet the anger on her face remained unmistakable. The moment she saw Tu Lac, her expression darkened further. For a brief second, neither woman spoke. Then Trin stormed forward. Her heels splashed through puddles. Her eyes burned with fury. Before Tu Lac could react, slap! The sound echoed across the driveway. A sharp pain exploded across her cheek. The force nearly knocked her off balance. Everyone nearby froze. Tu Lac lifted a trembling hand to her face, too shocked to respond, too stunned to speak. Trin pointed directly at her. Her voice was shrill with rage. "This is all your fault!" Tu Lac stared at her silently. Rain streamed down both their faces. "What are you talking about?" Her voice barely emerged. But Trin wasn't interested in explanations. She had already chosen someone to blame. "Ever since Quan met you, nothing good has happened." Her words came like bullets, one after another. "He keeps getting hurt. He keeps getting into trouble. He keeps making reckless decisions. And now he's missing." The accusation struck harder than the slap itself. Tu Lac felt tears returning, not because of the insult, but because hearing the word missing made the situation suddenly feel even more real, more terrifying, more dangerous. Quan was gone. Nobody knew where he was. Nobody knew if he was safe. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in Trin's eyes as well. Despite her anger, despite her jealousy, she was worried too, desperately worried. But Tu Lac didn't have the energy to argue, didn't have the strength to defend herself. She simply lowered her head. Then, to everyone's surprise, she dropped to her knees. The cold ground splashed beneath her. Her hands trembled violently, tears mixed with rainwater. "Please," her voice cracked. "Please find him." No pride remained, no dignity, no defenses, only desperation, only fear, only love. She looked toward Quan's father, a powerful man who rarely showed emotion. Even his expression had grown grim. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The rain continued falling around them. Finally, Quan's father nodded. A single command was all it took. Immediately, phones began ringing. Orders were given. Vehicles started moving. Search teams were assembled. Connections were activated. Resources were mobilized. The search had begun. And as the storm raged on through the night, one terrifying question haunted everyone involved. Where was Quan? And would they find him before it was too late? The search continued throughout the entire night, and then through the next morning, and then into the afternoon. As hour after hour slipped by without any news, the atmosphere surrounding Quan's disappearance grew heavier and more frightening. What had begun as concern was slowly turning into fear. Real fear, the kind that settles deep in a person's chest and refuses to leave. By sunrise, dozens of people had joined the search. Security teams, private investigators, drivers, employees, friends. Even people who barely knew Quan volunteered to help. His father's influence reached far beyond what most people imagined. Calls were made, road cameras were reviewed, hospitals were contacted, police connections were activated, search teams spread across the neighboring districts. Every possible lead was investigated, yet despite all the resources being poured into the effort, nobody could find him. It was as though Quan had vanished into thin air. Inside the family estate, tension hung over every room. Phones rang constantly. Footsteps echoed through hallways. Conversations were whispered behind closed doors. Nobody laughed. Nobody smiled. Nobody relaxed. The entire household seemed trapped in a state of anxious waiting. And among everyone gathered there, no one appeared more exhausted than Tu Lac. She had not slept, not even for a minute. The moment the search began, she refused to leave, even when people encouraged her to rest, even when staff offered food, even when her body was visibly shaking from fatigue. She stayed, because every second felt important, because leaving felt impossible, because the thought of Quan being alone somewhere frightened her more than anything else. She sat in one corner of the main living room, staring at the floor while countless scenarios played through her mind. What if he was injured? What if he was trapped somewhere? What if he was unconscious? What if he was calling for help right now? Each possibility felt worse than the last. The uncertainty was unbearable. Around noon, another search team returned. Everyone immediately gathered around them. Hope briefly flickered across the room, only to disappear moments later. Nothing. No new information. No sightings. No clues. Just another dead end. The disappointment was crushing. Tu Lac lowered her eyes. Her hands clenched tightly together. The feeling of guilt inside her continued growing. She couldn't stop replaying the previous night, over and over again. Like a movie she was being forced to watch endlessly. She remembered Quan standing outside her apartment, calling her name, begging for 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, and she hadn't opened the door. The memory hurt more each time it returned. What if everything could have been prevented? What if she had simply talked to him? What if she had opened the door when he first arrived? Would he still be missing? Would he still be in danger? The questions tortured her relentlessly. Across the room, Trin sat beside one of the large windows. Unlike Tu Lac, she appeared calm on the surface, but anyone paying attention could see the cracks beneath her composure. Her fingers continuously tapped against her armrest. Her eyes remained fixed on her phone. Every time it rang, she jumped. Every time a message arrived, she immediately checked it. And every time it turned out to be meaningless, her disappointment became more obvious. For the first time, the rivalry between the two women seemed insignificant, because regardless of their feelings toward one another, they shared the same fear. Neither knew where Quan was. Neither knew if he was safe. Neither knew whether they would ever see him again. As the afternoon progressed, the weather finally began to clear. The rain slowed. The clouds started breaking apart. Sunlight cautiously emerged from behind the storm. Yet the brighter sky brought no comfort. If anything, it made the lack of progress feel worse. Hours had passed, still nothing. Then shortly after 3 o'clock, everything changed. One of Quan's father's phones rang. The room instantly fell silent. Every conversation stopped. Every eye turned toward him. The older man answered immediately. Nobody could hear the voice on the other end, but they could see his expression. At first, confusion, then surprise, then shock. Finally, something resembling hope. He stood up so suddenly that his chair nearly toppled backward. "Where?" His voice was sharp, demanding. The room held its breath. A pause followed, then another. When the call finally ended, everyone rose to their feet. "What happened? Did they find him? Where is he?" Questions erupted from every direction. Quan's father took a deep breath. For the first time in nearly 24 hours, emotion appeared openly on his face. "They found him." The words hit the room like thunder. Relief swept through everyone instantly. Several people visibly sagged with exhaustion. Others covered their mouths. Some even began crying. Tu Lac felt her knees weaken. Found. They found him. The words echoed repeatedly inside her mind. Found. 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 Her eyes immediately filled with tears. But before relief could fully settle in, another detail followed. He was discovered near the northern mountain road. The room became quiet again. The older man's expression remained grave. He was unconscious. The relief instantly froze. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. A terrible feeling returned. Unconscious. The word carried endless possibilities. Some good, some horrifying. Tu Lac's heart began racing. "Is he alive?" The question escaped before she realized she had spoken. Every head turned toward her. Quan's father nodded. "Yes." The answer brought a collective sigh, but his next sentence prevented anyone from celebrating. "He's badly injured." Silence filled the room once more. Tu Lac felt the blood drain from her face. Badly injured. Her breathing became uneven. 1,000 terrible images flashed through her mind. What had happened to him? How long had he been lying there? Had he been conscious at any point? Was he suffering while everyone searched? The questions were endless. Within minutes, vehicles were prepared. Several people headed directly toward the hospital. Tu Lac barely remembered getting into the car. Her thoughts were too chaotic. The drive felt both impossibly long and impossibly short. Every traffic light seemed unbearable. Every delay felt cruel. She stared out the window the entire time, watching buildings blur past, watching her reflection tremble against the glass, praying silently, over and over. "Please be okay. Please wake up. Please survive. Please." The hospital came into view at last. Several black vehicles were already parked outside. Doctors and nurses moved quickly through the entrance. The atmosphere was tense, urgent. The moment Tu Lac stepped inside, the smell of disinfectant hit her immediately. Bright white lights illuminated every hallway. Medical staff hurried between departments. Monitors beeped somewhere in the distance. Everything felt cold, clinical, unforgiving. A doctor approached Quan's father shortly after their arrival. Everyone gathered around, waiting, listening. The doctor removed his glasses and sighed. The patient suffered multiple injuries. Tu Lac's stomach tightened. "He appears to have fallen down part of the mountainside." Several people gasped quietly. The doctor continued. "There are fractures, severe bruising, and signs of prolonged exposure to the storm." Tu Lac lowered her gaze. Her hands shook uncontrollably. The image of Quan standing outside in the rain returned once again. Only now it was far worse, because after leaving her apartment, he hadn't gone home. He hadn't gone somewhere safe. He had somehow ended up injured and alone in the mountains. The guilt nearly crushed her. "Will he recover?" Quan's father asked. The doctor hesitated, a hesitation nobody wanted to see. "We've stabilized him." The answer wasn't reassuring enough. "But he remains unconscious." The room became silent. "Right now, all we can do is wait." Wait, another painful word. Everyone had been waiting for nearly a day already, and now they had no choice but to continue. As evening approached, family members and close associates gathered outside Quan's hospital room. Some sat quietly, others prayed. Nobody wanted to leave. Behind the closed door, machines monitored every heartbeat, every breath, every sign of life. Tu Lac stood near the end of the hallway, watching, waiting, hoping. She felt exhausted beyond words, yet sleep remained impossible. Because after everything that had happened, one fear continued haunting her above all others. What if Quan never woke up? The possibility terrified her, not because she loved him, at least not only because of that, but because there were still so many things left unsaid. Questions left unanswered, feelings left unspoken. And if he never opened his eyes again, those answers would disappear forever. Late that evening, after hours of waiting, a nurse finally emerged from the room. Everyone immediately stood. The nurse glanced around before speaking. "The patient is stable." A small wave of relief spread through the group. Then she continued, "One person may enter briefly." The hallway fell silent. Every eye shifted toward the door, toward the room where Quan lay unconscious, toward the moment everyone had been waiting for. And without realizing it, Tu Lac found herself taking a step forward. The moment the nurse finished speaking, silence settled over the hallway. One person, only one person could enter. Such a simple statement should have made the decision easy. Instead, it created a new wave of tension. Everyone looked toward the hospital room, then toward one another. Nobody spoke immediately. The soft hum of medical equipment drifted through the closed door. Footsteps echoed faintly from distant corridors. Somewhere nearby, an announcement came over the hospital intercom. Yet inside that hallway, all attention remained focused on a single question. Who should go in? Trin instinctively stepped forward. After all, she was Quan's fiancée, at least publicly. Most people would naturally assume she should be the first person allowed at his bedside. But before she could say anything, Quan's father slowly turned his gaze toward Tu Lac. The older man's expression remained unreadable. For a few seconds, nobody understood what he was thinking. Then he spoke. "Let her go." The words stunned everyone, including Tu Lac. She blinked in disbelief. "Me?" Her voice barely emerged. Quan's father nodded. "He came looking for you that night." The hallway grew even quieter. Nobody interrupted. Nobody argued. Even Trin remained silent. "He spent hours trying to see you." The older man's eyes carried an unusual mixture of exhaustion and sadness. "If there's anyone he would want to see when he wakes up," he paused, "it's probably you." Tu Lac's heart tightened painfully. The statement felt both comforting and devastating, because deep down she wasn't sure she deserved it. Not after what happened, not after she ignored him, not after she left him standing alone in the storm. Yet before she could protest, the nurse gently gestured toward the door. "You may go in now." Her legs suddenly felt weak. Every step toward the room seemed heavier than the last. The closer she got, the louder her heartbeat became. Fear, hope, regret. All three emotions battled inside her chest. Finally, she reached the door. Her trembling hand touched the handle. Then she slowly pushed it open. The room was quiet, much quieter than she expected. Dim lighting filled the space. Several monitors emitted soft beeping sounds. Medical equipment surrounded the bed. And there, lying motionless beneath white hospital sheets, was Quan. Tieu Lac froze. For a moment, she barely recognized him. His face was pale. Several bandages covered visible injuries. Bruises darkened portions of his skin. One arm was wrapped heavily. There were scratches along his forehead. The confident, composed CEO she knew seemed completely gone. In his place was a man who looked fragile, vulnerable, human. The sight shattered something inside her. Tears immediately filled her eyes. Slowly, she approached the bed. Each step felt unreal, as though she were moving through a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. When she finally reached his side, she stopped. For several seconds, she simply stared, unable to speak, unable to look away. The steady rhythm of the heart monitor echoed throughout the room. Beep, beep, beep. The sound should have been reassuring. It meant he was alive. It meant he was still here. Yet seeing him in such a condition only made her heart ache more. Her fingers trembled. Carefully, she reached toward his hand. His skin felt cool, not cold, just unusually weak. The realization brought fresh tears. She lowered her head. "I'm sorry." The words escaped almost immediately, a whisper, barely audible. Yet they carried everything she had been holding inside. "I'm so sorry, Quan." Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't bother wiping them away. There was no reason to pretend anymore. No reason to hide. No reason to suppress what she felt. Not here, not now, not when he couldn't even hear her, or so she thought. For a long time, she sat beside him, talking quietly, sometimes apologizing, sometimes sharing memories, sometimes simply sitting in silence. The hours blurred together. Night gradually deepened outside the hospital windows. Staff members changed shifts. Visitors came and went. But Tieu Lac remained exactly where she was. Every now and then, a nurse would enter to check his condition. Each time they encouraged her to rest. Each time she refused. Because leaving felt impossible. Because after almost losing him, every second suddenly felt precious. Near midnight, the hospital became noticeably quieter. The hallways emptied. The building settled into a strange stillness. Tieu Lac rested her head lightly against the side of the bed. Exhaustion finally began catching up to her. Her eyes burned. Her body ached. Yet she continued holding Quan's hand, as though letting go might somehow cause him to disappear again. Minutes passed, then an hour. Eventually, fatigue forced her eyes closed. Not fully asleep, just drifting. Caught somewhere between consciousness and exhaustion. Then, a sound, very faint, almost imperceptible. At first, she thought she imagined it. Slowly, she lifted her head. The room remained unchanged. The monitors continued their steady rhythm. Everything appeared normal. Then she noticed something, a slight movement. Quan's fingers. Tieu Lac immediately straightened. Her heart skipped a beat. She stared intensely, waiting, watching. Several seconds passed. Then it happened again, this time unmistakably. His fingers moved, a tiny movement, but enough, more than enough. "Quan?" Her voice trembled. No response. Yet excitement exploded inside her chest. She quickly stood, leaning closer. "Quan!" The movement continued, slowly, weakly. His eyelids twitched. Then again. The sight nearly brought her to tears. After everything, after all the fear, after all the uncertainty, he was waking up. "Doctor!" She rushed toward the door, then stopped, unable to pull herself away. Her attention immediately returned to him. His eyelids slowly opened. Only slightly at first, then a little more. The bright hospital light seemed to bother him. His gaze struggled to focus. Everything appeared blurry, confused, disoriented. Tieu Lac hurried back to his side. Tears streamed freely down her face. A smile appeared despite everything, a genuine smile. The first one she had managed since his disappearance. You're awake." Her voice cracked from emotion. "Quan." For several seconds, he simply stared upward, trying to understand where he was, trying to process reality. Then his eyes slowly shifted, eventually settling on her face. Their gazes met. The moment felt frozen in time. Everything else disappeared. The machines, the room, the hospital, the fear, the pain. Only that single moment remained. Tieu couldn't stop crying. Relief overwhelmed her completely. He was alive. He was awake. He had survived. Nothing else mattered. "Thank goodness." She laughed softly through her tears. "You scared everyone." Quan continued looking at her, his expression strangely blank. At first, she assumed it was because of the medication, or confusion, or exhaustion. After all, he had just regained consciousness. But as the seconds passed, something felt off, very off. His eyes showed no recognition, no familiarity, no reaction, just confusion, deep confusion. The smile on Tieu face gradually faded. "Quan?" He blinked slowly, still staring. The silence became uncomfortable, then concerning, then frightening. A strange feeling formed inside her chest, the kind of feeling that appears before bad news arrives, before disaster strikes, before everything changes. "Quan?" She forced a smile. "It's me." Nothing. His gaze remained uncertain, lost, searching, as though he were trying desperately to identify a complete stranger. The fear inside her intensified. A nurse entered the room at that moment, followed by a doctor. Several monitors were checked. Questions were asked. Basic evaluations began. Quan answered slowly, his voice weak, his movements limited. But he responded, which should have been good news. Yet something continued feeling terribly wrong. The doctor eventually looked satisfied. Vital signs appeared stable. Everything seemed positive, until Quan's eyes returned to Tieu. He stared for several long seconds, his brow furrowed slightly. Then in a quiet and genuinely puzzled voice, he asked a question, a simple question. Just 3 words. 3 words that instantly shattered Tieu world. "Kola ai? Who are you?" The room fell silent, completely silent. The words echoed endlessly inside her head. "Who are you?" For a moment she thought she misheard. Surely he was joking. Surely this was confusion from medication. Surely there had been some mistake. But the expression on his face said otherwise. There was no joke, no recognition, no memory, nothing. Only honest confusion, as though he had never seen her before in his life. Tieu felt the blood drain from her face. Her smile disappeared completely. Her breathing stopped. The tears that moments earlier had been filled with relief now became something else entirely. Pain, pure pain. She stared at him, unable to speak, unable to move, unable to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, Quan continued waiting for an answer, looking at her exactly the way someone might look at a stranger. And in that moment, Tieu realized that although Quan had finally opened his eyes, the nightmare was far from over. In many ways, it was only beginning. The room fell into complete silence, a silence so heavy that it felt impossible to breathe. "Who are you?" Quan's question echoed endlessly inside Tieu mind. Again, and again, and again. For a moment, she thought she had misheard him. Maybe the medication was affecting him. Maybe he was confused. Maybe he simply hadn't fully woken up yet. But the expression in his eyes told a different story. He wasn't joking. He wasn't pretending. He genuinely didn't recognize her. The man she had spent countless days thinking about. The man she had cried for. The man she had nearly lost forever. Was looking at her exactly the way someone would look at a complete stranger. Tieu felt the color drain from her face. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. The tears that moments ago had been tears of relief suddenly became tears of heartbreak. Across the room, the doctor immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Quan, do you know where you are?" Quan slowly turned his head. His movements were weak and sluggish. "A hospital," the doctor nodded. "Do you know your full name?" "Yes." "Can you tell me what it is?" "Quan." Another nod. The doctor continued. "Do you know who your father is?" "Yes." "Do you remember your company?" "Yes." The answers came slowly, but they were correct. At first, that seemed like a good sign. But then the doctor pointed toward Tu Lac. "Do you know this young woman?" Quan looked at her again, longer this time. His eyes carefully examined her face, as though he was searching through thousands of memories, trying to find something familiar, trying to recognize her, trying to remember. Tu Lac held her breath. For one brief second, hope flickered inside her chest. Maybe he remembered. Maybe he just needed time. Maybe... No! The word hit her like a punch. Her heart sank instantly. The tiny spark of hope vanished. Quan slowly shook his head. "I've never seen her before." The room became painfully quiet. The doctor exchanged a glance with the nurse. Neither looked surprised, which somehow made everything worse. After another series of examinations and memory tests, the doctor finally stepped outside with the family. Tu Lac followed. She felt numb, like she was walking through a dream she couldn't wake up from. Outside the room, Quan's father immediately asked the question everyone feared. "What happened?" The doctor removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. The head trauma appears to have affected portions of his memory. Nobody spoke. The hallway became completely silent. "Will he recover?" The older man's voice was tense. The doctor hesitated, a hesitation that frightened everyone. "It's difficult to say." The answer wasn't what anyone wanted to hear. "Some patients recover within days." He paused. "Others need months." Another pause. "And in some cases, certain memories never return." Those words settled over the group like a dark cloud. Never return. Tu Lac felt her chest tighten. She lowered her eyes toward the floor, trying to stop herself from crying again. But it was impossible, because deep down, one terrifying possibility had already begun taking shape. What if she was one of the memories he never got back? What if everything they had shared simply disappeared forever? The thought alone was enough to break her heart. Over the following days, Quan's physical condition improved steadily. His injuries began healing. The swelling decreased. His strength slowly returned. Doctors seemed optimistic about his overall recovery. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about his memory. Every day brought more tests, more questions, more evaluations, and every day produced the same result. Quan remembered most of his childhood. He remembered his family, his education, his business career, important events, important people. Yet large portions of the recent past remained missing, especially memories connected to Tu Lac. At first, she tried convincing herself that it didn't matter. The important thing was that he was alive. That should have been enough. And logically, she knew it was true. But emotions rarely listen to logic. Every time she entered his hospital room, he greeted her politely, the same way he would greet any visitor. "Good morning. Thank you for coming. How are you today?" Always kind, always respectful, always distant. The familiarity that once existed between them was gone, completely gone. One afternoon, Tu Lac arrived carrying a small bouquet of fresh flowers. When she entered, Quan looked up from the bed and smiled politely. "Hello." That single word hurt more than she expected, because once upon a time, he never needed formal greetings. Their conversations flowed naturally, comfortably, effortlessly. Now everything felt unfamiliar, like starting over with someone she already loved. She placed the flowers beside the window. "How are you feeling today?" "A little better." Quan glanced outside. "The doctor says I'll probably leave the hospital soon." "That's great." A brief silence followed. Then Quan looked at her thoughtfully. "Can I ask you something?" Tulak nodded. Of course. He hesitated, as though carefully choosing his words. You've been visiting every day. Her heartbeat instantly quickened. And every time you look at me, he paused. You seem sad. The observation caught her completely off guard. She quickly looked away, afraid he might see too much in her eyes, afraid her emotions would betray her. Quan continued quietly. Were we close before the accident? The question nearly shattered her, because the answer wasn't simple. Yes, no, maybe. They had never officially been together, yet they had never been just friends either. They lived somewhere in between, a place filled with unspoken feelings, unfinished conversations, missed opportunities, and now forgotten memories. Tulak forced a small smile. We knew each other. The answer sounded painfully incomplete, but it was all she could manage. Quan studied her expression, as though sensing there was more she wasn't saying, but eventually he nodded and let the subject go. Days continued passing. Meanwhile, Trin became increasingly involved in Quan's recovery. She visited often, spoke confidently about their engagement, reminded him of family plans, talked about their future, and because Quan couldn't remember everything, he listened, sometimes attentively, sometimes curiously, sometimes with visible uncertainty. Watching those interactions became increasingly difficult for Tulak, not because she hated Trin, at least not anymore, but because every conversation reminded her how vulnerable Quan was. His missing memories left gaps, and those gaps could easily be filled by whatever version of the past others chose to present. One evening, after another emotionally exhausting visit, Tulak sat alone outside the hospital. The sun was beginning to set. Golden light stretched across the city skyline. Cars moved quietly through the streets below. For the first time in days, she allowed herself to stop pretending. The tears came again, slowly at first, then uncontrollably, because she finally realized something painful. Losing someone isn't always about death. Sometimes they remain right in front of you, breathing, smiling, talking, living, and yet they're still gone, because the version of them you loved no longer remembers you. That realization hurt in a way she never imagined possible. She sat there for nearly an hour, watching the sunset disappear, watching darkness gradually return, trying to gather enough strength to continue. Then suddenly her phone vibrated. The sound startled her. She immediately checked the screen. A message from the hospital. Her heart instantly began racing. Had something happened? She opened it. The message was short, only a few words, yet those few words changed everything. Mr. Quan is asking to see you. Tulak stared at the screen, confused. Why would he ask for her, especially at this hour? Without wasting another second, she stood and hurried back inside. The hospital corridors were nearly empty. Most visitors had already gone home. The night shift had begun. Everything felt unusually quiet. As she approached Quan's room, nervousness returned. Her heartbeat grew louder with every step. What did he want? Had something happened? Did he remember something? The possibility seemed impossible. Yet hope refused to disappear. She reached the door, took a deep breath, then stepped inside. Quan was sitting upright in bed. His expression looked different, more serious, more focused. Most importantly, he wasn't alone with his thoughts. In his hands was a small object, a familiar object. The moment Tulak saw it, her eyes widened. It was a keychain, a simple handmade keychain she had given him months ago. A small gift she never expected him to keep. She thought it had been lost long ago, yet somehow it remained among his belongings. Quan slowly turned it over in his hands, studying it carefully. When he finally looked up, his expression was filled with uncertainty. I found this today. His voice was quiet. The room suddenly felt very small, very still. I don't remember where it came from. Tu Loc's heart pounded violently. Every nerve in her body seemed focused on his next words. Quan lowered his eyes back toward the keychain. Then he spoke again. But something strange happened. A pause followed. The silence felt endless. When I held it, his brow furrowed. I saw something. Tu Loc's breath caught. A memory, a flash, a fragment, anything. Even the smallest fragment felt miraculous. Quan continued staring at the object, trying to understand what he had experienced. I saw rain, he spoke slowly, as if I was standing somewhere during a storm. Tu Loc's heart nearly stopped. The storm. The night he came to see her. The night everything changed. Quan looked confused, frustrated, yet determined. There was someone there. His eyes slowly lifted toward hers. I couldn't see the face clearly. The room became silent again. But for some reason, he swallowed. It felt important. Tu Loc felt tears gathering in her eyes. Not tears of sadness. Not this time. For the first time since the accident, they were tears of hope. Because buried beneath the fog, beneath the missing memories, beneath the injury, something was still there. Something was fighting to return. And as Quan continued looking at her, there was a subtle change in his gaze. Not recognition, not yet, but something close, something familiar, something that hadn't been there before. And in that moment, Tu Loc realized that maybe their story wasn't over after all. Maybe fate was giving them one more chance. Maybe somewhere deep inside Quan's mind, the path back to her had already begun. After surviving a devastating accident that nearly claimed his life, CEO Quan finally wakes up in the hospital, bringing immense relief to everyone who searched tirelessly for him. But that relief quickly turns into heartbreak when he looks at Tu Loc, the woman who never left his side, and asks a shocking question. Who are you? Suffering from partial memory loss, Quan remembers his family, his career, and much of his past. But all memories connected to Tu Loc seem to have vanished. Despite the pain, she continues visiting him every day, hiding her feelings behind a brave smile. As Trin grows closer to Quan during his recovery, Tu Loc fears she may lose him forever. Yet when an old keychain unexpectedly triggers a mysterious flash of memory, a small spark of hope emerges, suggesting their story may not be over after all. No one expected CEO Quan to survive such a devastating accident. For days, the intensive care unit remained silent except for the steady rhythm of medical equipment. Doctors came and went, nurses carefully monitored every change, and countless people waited anxiously outside the room. Yet among them all, no one spent more time there than Tu Loc. She barely slept. She barely ate. Every morning she arrived before sunrise, and every night she refused to leave until the hospital staff practically forced her to go home. She had only one wish, to see Quan open his eyes again. Nothing else mattered. Not work, not the rumors spreading outside, not even her own health. As long as he woke up, she believed every hardship would be worth enduring. Then one quiet morning, the miracle finally happened. Quan slowly regained consciousness. Doctors immediately rushed into the room, while nurses called his family and close associates. Everyone outside sighed with relief. Tu Loc stood at the end of the hallway, tears streaming down her face. He woke up. The words escaped her lips almost like a prayer. For a moment, she thought everything was finally going to be okay. But fate had prepared something far crueler than she could ever imagine. After completing several neurological examinations, the doctor stepped outside with a serious expression. The surgery was successful. Everyone smiled. But that single word caused every heart to sink. He has suffered memory loss. The hallway instantly fell silent. We still don't know whether the memories will return naturally. It may take weeks, months, or perhaps much longer. Tu Loc felt the strength leave her legs. Memory loss? Her mind refused to accept those two words. She hurriedly asked the doctor, "Does that mean he won't remember us?" The doctor answered honestly, "He may remember certain things. He may remember nothing. Every patient is different." Those sentences echoed endlessly inside Tu Lac's head. She had prayed for Quan to survive. She had never imagined she would have to pray for him to remember her as well. Inside the room, Quan slowly looked around. Everything felt unfamiliar. The white ceiling, the medical machines, the faces surrounding him. Even his own reflection in the nearby window looked strangely distant. He frowned slightly. "Where am I?" His voice was weak. The doctor patiently explained that he had been involved in a serious accident and had only recently regained consciousness. Quan listened carefully before asking the question that shocked everyone. "Who am I?" The room instantly became silent. He remembered his own name after a few moments. He remembered he was the CEO of a large company. He recognized basic information about himself. But when the doctor began mentioning the important people in his life, nothing. There was only emptiness. Every relationship had disappeared from his memory. Outside the room, Tu Lac quietly leaned against the wall. She wanted nothing more than to rush inside, to hug him, to tell him everything, to remind him of every promise they had ever made together. But the doctor advised everyone to avoid overwhelming him. His brain needed time. Any emotional shock might only complicate his recovery. Tu Lac nodded silently. If staying away was what gave Quan the best chance to heal, she would endure it, even if it broke her heart. That afternoon, she returned home for the first time in several days. The apartment felt painfully empty without Quan. Every corner reminded her of him. The sofa where they used to watch movies, the dining table where they shared late-night meals, the bookshelf he always organized perfectly. Her eyes eventually stopped on the kitchen. Without thinking, she walked inside. She opened the refrigerator. There were still ingredients Quan had bought before the accident. Fresh vegetables, chicken, several herbs. Her fingers gently touched each item. Suddenly, tears began falling again. She remembered one particular evening. Quan had come home exhausted after an important business meeting. Without saying a word, she prepared his favorite soup. The moment he tasted it, the stress on his face disappeared. He smiled. "I don't care how expensive the restaurants are. No chef makes soup better than you," she laughed. "You say that every time." "Because it's true." I could recognize this flavor anywhere. That memory replayed inside her mind over and over. Perhaps, just perhaps, if memories could disappear, maybe familiar feelings couldn't. Maybe a familiar taste could awaken something buried deep inside his heart. With renewed determination, Tu Lac carefully began cooking. She washed every ingredient slowly. She measured every seasoning exactly as she always had. She allowed the soup to simmer gently until the rich aroma filled the entire apartment. It wasn't simply food. It carried years of shared memories. It carried countless evenings spent together. It carried every silent expression of love she had never needed to put into words. When the soup was finally ready, she poured it into an insulated container. She looked at it for a long time. "I hope you still remember, even if only your heart remembers." Arriving at the hospital, Tu Lac waited patiently outside Quan's room. Visitors came and went. Doctors continued examining him. She never interrupted. Finally, the hallway became quiet. She gently knocked on the door. Receiving no response, she slowly stepped inside. Quan happened to be resting with his eyes closed. She didn't know whether he was asleep or simply exhausted. Her footsteps were almost silent. She carefully placed the insulated container beside the bed. For several seconds, she simply looked at him. His face looked pale after the accident. There were small bandages near his forehead. Yet despite everything, he was still the man she loved. She wanted to touch his hand. She wanted to whisper that she had been waiting for him every single day. Instead, she quietly stepped backward. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the food container before she finally let go. She had originally planned to leave a handwritten note. She even carried it inside her pocket. It read, I hope you recover soon. No matter what happens, someone is always praying for your happiness. Simple words, nothing more. But as she looked at Quan lying peacefully on the hospital bed, she hesitated. Would reading those words pressure him? Would they confuse him? After thinking for a moment, she decided not to leave the note. The soup alone was enough. She quietly walked out of the room without making a sound. A few minutes later, Quan slowly opened his eyes. He noticed the insulated container sitting beside him. Curious, he removed the lid. A wave of warm aroma instantly filled the room. He blinked. Why did this smell feel so familiar? He couldn't explain it. His stomach suddenly growled. He picked up the spoon and took a cautious sip. The moment the soup touched his tongue, something inside him froze. His breathing slowed. An indescribable warmth spread throughout his chest. He had absolutely no memory of eating this soup before. Yet every bite felt as though it belonged to another lifetime. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the spoon. Images, tiny fragments, a bright kitchen, soft laughter, someone placing a bowl in front of him, a gentle voice asking, "Is it too salty today?" The images vanished before he could see the person's face. Quan closed his eyes. A dull ache formed inside his head. He tried harder. Nothing. The memories disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Still, he couldn't stop eating. Every spoonful made him feel strangely comforted. By the time he finished the entire bowl, he realized something unexpected. He felt calmer, safer, almost at home. He looked at the empty container with genuine curiosity. Who made this? The question slipped from his lips naturally. He looked toward the doorway, expecting someone to answer. At that exact moment, footsteps approached from outside. The door slowly opened. Standing there was Trin, elegantly dressed, carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers and wearing a warm smile. Her eyes immediately noticed the empty bowl on the bedside table. Then she noticed Quan staring directly at her. "You're awake," she said softly. Quan nodded. His gaze shifted briefly toward the soup before returning to her face. "I was just wondering, did you make this soup?" For the briefest moment, Trin's smile froze. She instantly understood exactly what had happened. Someone else had prepared the meal. Someone had unknowingly given her the perfect opportunity. Quan, with no memories left, waited patiently for her answer. He had no reason to doubt the woman standing before him, and Trin knew it. Very slowly, she smiled once again. Then she gave a gentle nod. "Yes, I made it especially for you." The lie left her lips effortlessly. Quan looked back at the empty container. A sincere smile finally appeared on his face. "It's wonderful. I don't know why, but it feels incredibly familiar. I can't explain it." Hearing those words, Trin's heartbeat quickened. She realized this bowl of soup had awakened emotions she hadn't expected. Even without memories, Quan's heart seemed to recognize something. She immediately decided she couldn't allow him to keep searching for the truth. Instead, she would become the answer he believed. She stepped closer to his bedside. "I'm happy you liked it. I was worried you wouldn't have much of an appetite after waking up." Quan looked at her gratefully. "Thank you. I really appreciate everything you've done." Outside the room, completely unaware of the conversation that had just taken place, Tu Tieu suddenly stopped halfway down the hallway. Her eyes widened. The note. She reached into her pocket. The folded piece of paper was still there. She had forgotten to leave it behind. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly turned around and began walking back toward Quan's room, never imagining that the next few minutes would completely change everything. Tu Tieu stood frozen outside the hospital room, her fingers tightening around the folded note she still held in her hand. She had only come back because she wanted to leave those few simple words beside the soup. It wasn't a love confession. It wasn't an attempt to remind Quan of the past. She simply wanted him to know that someone, somewhere, was praying for his recovery every single day. As she approached the half-open door, Quan's voice drifted into the hallway. It was amazing. I don't know why, but that soup felt incredibly familiar. The moment she heard those words, hope ignited inside her heart. He remembered, maybe not with his mind, but somewhere deep inside, his heart still recognized the taste she had spent years perfecting just for him. A faint smile appeared on her face as tears gathered in her eyes. Maybe this wasn't the end after all. Maybe all they needed was time. She slowly reached for the door. Then another voice interrupted her thoughts. I'm so happy you liked it. It was Trinh. Tu Lac instinctively stopped moving. Through the narrow opening, she could clearly see Trinh standing beside Quan's hospital bed, wearing a gentle smile. Quan looked up at her with genuine gratitude. So, you made the soup? For a brief moment, everything seemed to stand still. Tu Lac silently waited. She expected Trinh to tell the truth. Just one sentence. Just one honest answer. Instead, Trinh smiled and nodded without the slightest hesitation. Yes. I woke up early this morning because I wanted to make something comforting for you. The lie came so naturally that it sounded completely believable. Tu Lac felt her heart sink. Every ingredient, every minute spent in the kitchen, every bit of love she had poured into that soup had just been stolen with a single sentence. Yet the greatest pain wasn't Trinh's lie. It was Quan's reaction. A warm smile slowly spread across his face. Thank you. I really mean it. I haven't been able to remember much since I woke up. But somehow, this soup made me feel safe. I can't explain why. Trinh gently lowered her eyes. Maybe because I used to make it for you all the time. Another lie. Another piece of Tu Lac's past quietly claimed by someone else. Quan nodded thoughtfully. Maybe you're right. I suppose there are still feelings my memories haven't caught up with yet. Trinh carefully reached for his hand. Don't worry. You don't have to force yourself. I'll stay by your side until everything comes back. Quan looked down at their hands. Instead of pulling away, he slowly tightened his grip. Thank you for waiting for me. Outside the room, Tu Lac felt as though someone had squeezed every bit of air from her lungs. Only hours ago, she had imagined Quan smiling at her again. Now she was watching him smile at another woman. Not because he had stopped loving her, but because he no longer remembered she had ever existed. She lowered her head, desperately trying to stop the tears from falling. Inside the room, Trinh reached into her handbag and pulled out her phone. There are probably things you're wondering about. I think this might help. She unlocked the screen and opened an old news article. The headline immediately caught Quan's attention. CEO Quan announces engagement to Trinh, wedding expected soon. Several elegant photographs filled the article. One showed them attending a charity gala together. Another captured them standing side by side during a business interview. From the outside, they looked every bit like the perfect couple. Quan carefully studied each image. He searched his mind for even the smallest fragment of recognition. Nothing. No memories surfaced. Still, the article looked completely authentic. He looked back at Trinh. So, you're my fiancé? She smiled softly. Yes. We were planning our wedding before the accident. I've been waiting for you to wake up. I was terrified I'd lose you. Her voice trembled just enough to sound sincere. Quan felt guilty. I'm sorry. I wish I could remember. It's frustrating knowing everyone expects me to know these things, but I can't. Trinh gently squeezed his hand. You don't have to apologize. I don't care whether you remember tomorrow or next year. As long as you're alive, that's enough for me. Hearing those words, Quan couldn't help smiling. You've been through a lot because of me. I'll do my best. I hope my memories return someday. Outside the room, Tu Lac finally understood. Trinh wasn't simply lying about the soup. She was replacing her, piece by piece, memory by memory. She had turned herself into the woman Quan believed had always stood beside him. Tu Lac quietly stepped backward, Before either of them noticed her presence, the folded note slipped from her trembling fingers. She quickly picked it up. For several long seconds, she stared at the handwriting. "I hope you recover soon. Someone is always wishing for your happiness." Slowly, she folded the paper again and slipped it back into her pocket. There was no point leaving it now, not anymore. She turned around and walked away. Every step felt unbearably heavy. The bright hospital corridor blurred before her tear-filled eyes. She kept reminding herself of one simple truth. Quan hadn't betrayed her. He hadn't chosen another woman. He simply didn't remember. He had forgotten every promise they had ever made, every late-night conversation, every meal they had shared, every dream they had built together. Most painfully of all, he had forgotten her. 3 days later, Trinh contacted Tu Lac. "We need to talk." Although Tu Lac already knew what the conversation would be about, she agreed. They met at a quiet cafe not far from the hospital. Neither woman touched the drinks placed in front of them. For a long moment, silence filled the space between them. Finally, Trinh spoke first. "I think you've seen enough." Tu Lac looked directly into her eyes. "You lied to him." "I did," Trinh answered without denying it. "You stole something that belongs to me." Trinh calmly leaned back in her chair. "No. I accepted the opportunity fate gave me." Tu Lac couldn't believe what she was hearing. "How can you say that? You know he doesn't remember. You know the soup wasn't yours. You know I'm the one he—" Before she could finish, Trinh interrupted. "He doesn't remember loving you." Those words struck like a knife. Trinh continued speaking in an unusually calm voice. "The Quan you knew is gone. The man lying in that hospital bed believes I'm his fiancée. He trusts me, and the doctors have already warned everyone not to overwhelm him emotionally. If you suddenly force your way into his life, what happens if his condition gets worse?" Tu Lac lowered her eyes. She hated admitting it, but Trinh had chosen the one argument that hurt the most: Quan's recovery. She would never do anything that might endanger him. Seeing her hesitate, Trinh pressed even further. "Everything is finally returning to where it belongs. When Quan leaves the hospital, we'll continue preparing for our wedding. We'll get married. We'll build the future that everyone already expects." She looked directly at Tu Lac. "So please, stop disturbing our lives. Leave him alone." The cafe became painfully quiet. Tu Lac stared at the untouched cup in front of her. She wanted to argue. She wanted to reveal every lie. She wanted to fight for the man she loved. But if doing so hurt Quan, could she really bring herself to do it? After several long seconds, she slowly stood. Without saying another word, she turned and walked away. Behind her, Trinh watched silently. For the first time since Quan's accident, she finally believed she had won. She had Quan's trust, his gratitude, his hand, and now she believed she had succeeded in pushing the only woman who truly loved him completely out of his life. What neither of them realized was that, back inside the hospital, Quan sat quietly by the window with an uneasy expression. Everything around him seemed to make perfect sense. The engagement article, Trin's constant care, the story she had told him. Yet every so often, an inexplicable emptiness settled deep inside his chest. It felt as though someone important was missing, someone his heart refused to forget, even if his mind no longer remembered their name. The days that followed felt strangely peaceful on the surface, yet unbearably painful beneath it. Every morning, Trinh arrived at the hospital carrying fresh flowers, expensive fruit baskets, and a warm smile that never seemed to fade. To everyone around them, she looked like the devoted fiancée who had never left Quan's side. The nurses admired her dedication, the doctors appreciated her cooperation, and Quan gradually became accustomed to seeing her every day. From his perspective, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. The newspaper articles confirmed their engagement. The people around him treated Trinh as someone important, Most importantly, she acted as though she knew every detail about his life. Whenever he asked a question about the past, Trin always had an answer ready. Some answers were true. Many others were carefully crafted lies. Little by little, Quan began accepting the version of his life she presented to him. Still, something never felt completely right. Every evening after Trin left the hospital, Quan would sit quietly beside the window and stare at the city lights outside. An uncomfortable feeling lingered in his chest. It wasn't fear. It wasn't sadness. It was more like an empty space that refused to disappear. Sometimes he closed his eyes, hoping fragments of his memories would return. Instead, he only caught brief flashes that vanished before he could understand them. A pair of gentle hands placing a warm bowl on the dining table. Soft laughter echoing through a quiet apartment. Someone looking at him with eyes full of warmth. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never see the woman's face. Each time the images appeared, a sharp headache followed. Eventually, Quan stopped forcing himself. Perhaps the doctors were right. Perhaps his memory simply needed more time. Across the city, Tu Lac struggled with a different battle. She had promised herself she would stay away. She had accepted that Quan's recovery mattered more than her own heartbreak. But every night she found herself worrying about him. Had he eaten? Was he sleeping well? Was he taking his medication on time? Questions like these filled her thoughts from morning until night. No matter how many times she tried to focus on work, her heart remained at the hospital. One rainy afternoon, she finally gave in. "I'll just see him from a distance," she whispered to herself. "I won't let him see me." She bought a small bouquet of white lilies on the way to the hospital. They were Quan's favorite flowers. He used to say they made even the coldest room feel peaceful. Standing outside his hospital room once again, Tu Lac's heart pounded so loudly she could hear it herself. She carefully looked through the small window on the door. Quan was alone. He was reading a magazine while absent-mindedly looking out the window every few minutes. There was a loneliness in his eyes that broke her heart. For several minutes, she simply stood there watching him. She smiled faintly. At least, he looked healthier. His complexion had improved. The bandages had been removed. The doctors had been right. His body was recovering quickly. She quietly placed the bouquet on a nearby table outside the room, intending to leave before anyone noticed. Just then, a nurse walked by. "Oh, Miss Tu Lac, the flowers are beautiful. Why don't you take them inside yourself?" Tu Lac hesitated. Before she could answer, the nurse had already opened the door. "Mr. Quan, someone came to visit you." Quan looked up. His eyes met Tu Lac's for the very first time. The world seemed to stop. Tu Lac felt tears threaten to escape immediately. She had imagined this moment countless times. She imagined he would remember something. Perhaps her name, perhaps her smile, perhaps nothing more than a familiar feeling. Instead, Quan simply looked confused. He politely asked, "I'm sorry, do I know you?" Those 6 words shattered every fragile hope she had been holding on to. Tu Lac forced herself to smile. I'm just..." Her voice trembled. She couldn't finish the sentence. At that exact moment, Trin entered the room carrying a stack of documents. The moment she saw Tu Lac standing there, her expression changed almost imperceptibly. She quickly recovered her smile before turning toward Quan. "Oh, it's her." Quan glanced between the 2 women. "You know each other?" Trin sighed softly, pretending to struggle with what to say. "I wasn't planning to tell you this, but since she's here, I think you deserve to know." Quan frowned. "What do you mean?" Trin walked closer and lowered her voice just enough to sound concerned. "Ever since your accident, she's been trying to interfere with our relationship." Quan blinked. "What?" "I don't know why. I've tried to be understanding, but she refuses to give up. She keeps finding reasons to get close to you." Tu Lac stared at Trin in disbelief. "That's not true." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Trin ignored her completely. "I didn't want to burden you with unnecessary stress while you were recovering, but I also can't allow anyone to take advantage of your condition." Quan slowly looked back at Tu Tieu. There was no anger in his eyes, only caution. The kind of caution someone shows a complete stranger. "I'm sorry," he said politely. "If what Trin said is true, I think it's better if you don't visit me anymore." Tu Tieu shook her head immediately. "Quan, you don't understand." His expression became noticeably colder. "I don't remember you, and I trust my fiancé. So please, respect our relationship." Each word struck her like another blade to the heart. She desperately wanted to tell him everything. She wanted to remind him of every memory they had shared. But the doctor's warning echoed inside her mind. No emotional shock, no pressure, no forcing his memories. She bit her lip until she tasted blood. Then she quietly nodded. "I'm sorry." Turning away before her tears could fall in front of him, Tu Tieu hurried out of the room. She didn't look back. She couldn't. Inside the room, silence lingered after the door closed. Quan watched it for several long seconds. An unexpected pain suddenly spread through his chest. It was sharp, almost unbearable. He instinctively placed a hand over his heart. Why did watching that woman cry hurt so much? Why did it feel as though he had just pushed away someone incredibly precious? He couldn't understand it. He didn't even know her name. Yet for reasons he couldn't explain, seeing her leave felt far more painful than it should have. Across the hallway, Tu Tieu finally broke down. Unable to hold back any longer, she leaned against the wall as tears streamed silently down her face. She had prepared herself for many possibilities. She had imagined Quan forgetting her. She had imagined him looking at her with confusion. But she had never imagined hearing him ask her to leave, because he believed she was trying to destroy the relationship he thought he had with someone else. It was a pain unlike anything she had ever experienced, and neither of them realized that this heartbreaking encounter had planted the very first seed of doubt deep inside Quan's heart. The hallway gradually fell silent after Tu Tieu disappeared from sight. Inside the hospital room, Quan remained standing exactly where he was, his eyes fixed on the closed door. He couldn't explain why he couldn't look away. It was as if something inside him wanted to run after the woman who had just left. The strange ache in his chest refused to fade. Instead, it grew stronger. He slowly sat back down on the edge of the bed and pressed a hand against his heart. Why did it hurt so much? He had no memory of that woman. He didn't know her name. He had only spoken a few sentences to her. Then why did watching her cry leave him feeling as though he had lost something irreplaceable? Trin noticed the change in his expression immediately. She quickly walked over and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Are you all right?" Quan forced himself to nod. "I think so." "You don't look all right." He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "When she left, I felt terrible. It was almost like..." He searched for the right words. "Like I had hurt someone who meant a great deal to me." A flicker of panic crossed Trin's face, but it disappeared almost instantly. She smiled reassuringly. "That's because you're kind. You've always hated making people cry. You probably just feel guilty because you rejected her." Quan looked thoughtful. Maybe. Even as he said the word, he wasn't convinced. The feeling inside him was far deeper than simple guilt. It felt personal. It felt familiar. It felt as though his heart recognized someone his mind refused to remember. That evening, after Trin left the hospital, Quan couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, the image of Tu Tieu standing quietly by the door appeared again. He could still see the tears she had tried so desperately to hide. He could still hear her trembling voice. "You don't understand." Those words echoed endlessly inside his head. Understand what? What had she wanted to tell him? If she truly intended to interfere with his relationship, why had she looked more heartbroken than angry? Nothing about the encounter made sense. He sighed heavily and stared out the window. The city lights sparkled beneath the night sky. But instead of calming him, they only made him feel lonelier. It was as though someone important was missing from his life, someone whose absence left an invisible void that nothing else could fill. The following morning, Quan's attending physician arrived for his routine examination. After checking his progress, the doctor smiled. "Your physical recovery is excellent." "That's good to hear." The doctor paused before asking another question. "Have you experienced any new memories?" Quan shook his head. "No, but," he frowned, "I keep having strange feelings." "What kind of feelings?" "I meet someone I don't recognize, but my heart reacts before my mind." The doctor listened carefully. "That's actually not uncommon." Quan looked surprised. "It isn't. Memory recovery doesn't always happen all at once. Sometimes emotional memories remain even when factual memories disappear." "What does that mean?" The doctor smiled gently. "It means your heart may recognize someone long before your mind does." Those words lingered in Quan's thoughts long after the doctor had left. His heart recognized someone? Without realizing it, the first face that appeared in his mind was Tu Lac's. He immediately shook his head. No, that couldn't be right. According to Trine, Tu Lac was only someone trying to come between them. Then why? Why had his heart reacted so strongly? Meanwhile, Tu Lac had made up her mind not to visit the hospital again. She couldn't bear another encounter like the previous one. The memory of Quan asking her to leave replayed constantly in her mind. She knew he hadn't meant to hurt her. He simply believed what he had been told. Even so, the pain remained. She buried herself in work, hoping it would distract her, but every quiet moment brought her thoughts back to him. She wondered whether he was recovering well, whether he was eating properly, whether his headaches had become any better. No matter how hard she tried to move forward, her heart refused to let go. Several days later, Quan was finally discharged from the hospital. Doctors confirmed that he could continue recovering at home with regular follow-up appointments. Trine happily accompanied him back to the house. As they stepped inside, Quan looked around slowly. Everything felt strangely familiar. The furniture, the decorations, the scent lingering in the air. It all seemed to awaken tiny fragments of something just beyond his reach. He touched the back of a chair absent-mindedly. "I've definitely been here before," Trine smiled. "Of course. This is your home." He nodded, yet something still felt incomplete. His eyes wandered toward the kitchen. Without thinking, he spoke. "Can you make that soup again?" Trine blinked. "The soup? The one you brought to the hospital. I've been thinking about it ever since. I want to taste it again." For the first time in days, genuine panic flashed across Trine's face. She had never made that soup. She didn't even know what ingredients it contained. Still, she quickly composed herself. "Of course. It might take a little while." Quan smiled. "I don't mind waiting." As soon as he left the kitchen, Trine hurriedly searched through cookbooks and recipes online, trying to find something similar. After nearly an hour, she finally served a bowl of soup. "It isn't exactly the same, but I hope you'll like it." Quan thanked her and lifted the spoon. The first sip immediately made him pause. He tasted another, then another. Finally, he quietly set the spoon down. Trine watched him nervously. "Is something wrong?" Quan looked at the bowl. "It tastes fine, but it isn't the same." "What do you mean?" "The soup I had in the hospital. It made me feel," he struggled to explain, "comforted. This one doesn't." Trine forced a laugh. "You probably just remembered it differently." "Maybe." But deep inside, Quan knew that wasn't the reason. The flavor was completely different. The warmth he had felt before was gone. That comforting sense of familiarity had disappeared. For the first time since waking up, he began questioning something Trine had told him. If she had really cooked the soup, why couldn't she make it again? He didn't voice the question aloud. Not yet, but the doubt quietly settled in the back of his mind. It was small, almost insignificant. Yet once a seed of doubt is planted, it has a way of growing. Later that evening, Quan retreated to his study, hoping a good book might distract him from the strange thoughts swirling in his head. The room was quiet. Dust particles drifted lazily through the golden light pouring in from the window. He reached for one of his favorite books from the shelf. As he opened it, something slipped from between the pages. A photograph fluttered gently to the floor. Quan bent down to pick it up. The moment he turned it over, his entire body froze. It was a picture of himself. Standing beside him was a young woman with a radiant smile. The two of them looked genuinely happy, their shoulders touching naturally as though they belonged together. Across the bottom of the photograph, written in familiar handwriting, were just a few simple words. My love, Tu Lac. Quan's breathing stopped. His eyes widened. His fingers trembled slightly as he stared at the photograph again and again. Tu Lac, the same woman who had stood silently in his hospital room. The same woman who had cried after he told her to leave. Thousands of questions rushed into his mind all at once. Who was she? Why did they look so close? Who had written those words? And if Tu Lac truly meant nothing to him, why had someone hidden this photograph inside one of his most treasured books? Quan remained frozen in the middle of his study, unable to take his eyes off the photograph in his hands. The room was completely silent. Only the sound of his own breathing filled the space. He slowly traced his fingertips across the image. The woman standing beside him was smiling so naturally that it was impossible to mistake the happiness in her eyes. More importantly, he was smiling too. Not the polite smile he had been wearing ever since waking up. Not the smile he forced whenever someone asked how he was feeling. This smile was different. It was relaxed, peaceful, the kind of smile that only appeared when someone was truly happy. His gaze dropped to the handwritten words again. My love, Tu Lac. His heartbeat began racing. Who are you? He whispered. The moment he spoke her name aloud, another sharp pain exploded inside his head. Fragments flashed through his mind. A woman standing in a bright kitchen, the aroma of freshly made soup, a pair of hands adjusting his necktie before work. Gentle laughter echoing through a living room. Then, everything disappeared again. Quan grabbed the edge of the desk to steady himself. His breathing became uneven. The memories still refused to return, but they were getting closer. He could feel it. Someone had occupied an important place in his life. Someone connected to warmth, home, and happiness. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the study. Quan quickly slipped the photograph into the book before Trin walked in. There you are, she said with a smile. Dinner is ready. Quan looked at her quietly. For the first time since leaving the hospital, he studied her expression carefully. Every smile, every movement, every word. He couldn't explain why, but something inside him had begun questioning everything. He closed the book and followed her downstairs without mentioning the photograph. Not yet. During dinner, Trin noticed Quan unusually quiet. You've barely touched your food. I'm just thinking. About what? Quan looked up. The soup. Trin's hand paused for a fraction of a second. What about it? I keep remembering how different it tasted. She forced a small laugh. You've mentioned that several times already. I know. He hesitated, but I can't stop thinking about it. It felt... He searched for the right word. Important. Trin quickly changed the subject. The doctor said you shouldn't push yourself too hard. The memories will come back naturally. You need to rest. Quan nodded. Maybe you're right, but inside he wasn't convinced anymore. That night, long after Trin had gone to bed, Quan returned to the study. He carefully removed the photograph from the book once again. This time, He examined every tiny detail. The background looked familiar. It appeared to have been taken inside a cozy apartment. On the back of the photograph was a date. It was only a few months before the accident. If the picture had been taken so recently, how could he have completely forgotten the woman standing beside him? He opened several drawers, hoping to find more clues. Most contained ordinary business documents, contracts, meeting notes, financial reports. Then, inside the lowest drawer, he discovered a small wooden box. It wasn't locked. Inside were several movie tickets, dried flower petals, and tiny handwritten notes. Each one was simple. Drive safely. Don't skip lunch. I'm waiting for you at home. None of the notes were signed, yet somehow he instinctively knew who had written them. His fingers tightened around one of the pieces of paper. Without realizing it, tears gathered in his eyes. Why did these ordinary words make his heart ache so much? The following morning, Quan couldn't concentrate on work. Every document in front of him blurred together. His thoughts kept returning to the photograph, to Tieu Lac, to the soup, to the strange emptiness that had haunted him ever since waking up. Finally, he looked toward Trin. I have a question, she smiled. Go ahead. Before the accident, were there any important people around me besides you? Trin's smile faded almost imperceptibly. What do you mean? Friends, family, someone I was especially close to. She answered almost immediately. You devoted nearly all your time to work. You didn't really let people get close. Quan frowned. Really? Yes. You always said I was the only one who truly understood you. The answer sounded smooth, almost too smooth. For some reason, Quan felt even less satisfied. If that were true, why did he own a photograph declaring another woman to be the love of his life? Meanwhile, Tieu Lac had done everything she could to move forward. She buried herself in work from morning until late at night. Whenever she returned to her apartment, however, the silence became unbearable. Every object reminded her of Quan. His favorite mug still sat on the kitchen shelf. His jacket remained hanging near the entrance. She couldn't bring herself to move any of it. One evening, while cleaning the living room, she discovered another photograph tucked inside a book. It was taken on the day they first cooked together. Quan had accidentally burned the vegetables, and they had laughed so hard that neither of them cared the meal was ruined. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She gently touched Quan's smiling face in the picture. I don't need you to remember everything, she whispered. I just want you to be happy. At the same time, Quan stood alone on the balcony outside his home. The cool night breeze brushed against his face. He closed his eyes. Again, the same scent drifted into his memory. Fresh herbs, warm soup, soft laughter, and a woman's voice saying, Come home early tonight. His eyes flew open. That voice, it wasn't Trin's. He was certain of it. It was gentle, warm, comforting, exactly like the feeling he experienced whenever he looked at Tieu Lac's photograph. His pulse quickened. For the first time since the accident, Quan made a decision. He would stop waiting for his memories to return on their own. Someone had hidden an important part of his life. Whether intentionally or not, he didn't know, but he was determined to uncover the truth himself. Holding the photograph tightly in his hand, Quan looked once more at the smiling woman beside him. Tieu Lac, if you really were the person my heart keeps searching for, I'll find the truth, no matter what it costs. For the first time since waking up in the hospital, a tiny crack had appeared in the wall surrounding his lost memories. And neither Quan nor Trin realized that the truth they had both been avoiding was beginning to force its way back into the light. What if the person you were about to marry wasn't the one your heart truly loved? Just moments before Quan's engagement, a deadly accident forces Tieu Lac to risk her own life to save him, unlocking the memories he thought were lost forever and exposing a heartbreaking truth that changes everyone's fate. If you love emotional drama stories like this, Be sure to subscribe and join us for today's unforgettable episode. Today we're continuing this emotional roller coaster story about Quan Tu Lac and the tangled web of love, lies, and lost memories. If you haven't caught the previous parts, make sure to go watch those first because this one picks up right after Quan starts uncovering the truth. Grab your tissues because things are about to get intense. Let's dive in. The decision had finally been made. Not long after Quan was discharged from the hospital, both families arranged a formal meeting and agreed to hold the engagement ceremony within the next 2 weeks. It was never a rushed decision. In fact, the engagement had already been planned long before the accident happened. Now everyone believed that moving forward with it would help Quan regain his confidence and return to his normal life. To both families, it seemed like the perfect solution. Trinh couldn't have been happier. For days, her smile never left her face. She threw herself into every detail of the celebration, carefully choosing elegant gowns, luxurious floral arrangements, and the most prestigious 5-star venue in the city. Every appointment, every fitting, every decoration became another step toward the future she had dreamed about. She imagined herself standing beside Quan in front of everyone, officially becoming the woman who would spend the rest of her life with him. Everything was finally falling into place. At least, that was what she believed. Quan, however, felt something completely different. The closer the engagement came, the heavier his heart became. He couldn't explain why. Every time Trinh sat beside him, smiling as she talked about their future together, he listened politely. She reminded him of old stories. She showed him photographs. Newspaper articles announcing their engagement lay neatly on the table, proving that everything she said was real. The evidence was there. The family supported it. The media had reported it. On paper, everything made perfect sense. Yet somewhere deep inside, something refused to accept it. A strange emptiness lingered in his chest. It felt as though an important chapter of his life had disappeared, leaving behind only blank pages that no one else could see. Whenever Trinh laughed, he smiled out of courtesy. Whenever she reached for his hand, he didn't pull away. But the warmth he expected to feel never came. Instead, there was only silence. An uncomfortable silence that grew louder every single day. Sometimes in the middle of the night, he would wake from dreams he couldn't remember. There would be fragments. A girl's laughter, the smell of homemade soup, warm yellow lights shining inside a tiny apartment, a soft voice calling his name. Every time he tried to hold on to those memories, they vanished before he could recognize the face connected to them. It left him frustrated, confused, almost afraid. Still, he couldn't bear the thought of disappointing everyone who had been waiting for this day. His parents looked relieved whenever they talked about the engagement. Trinh's parents treated him like family already. Even Trinh herself seemed genuinely excited. How could he suddenly refuse when he couldn't even explain what was bothering him? After several days of hesitation, Quan finally nodded. Maybe, he thought quietly to himself. Once this is over, everything will become clear. But even after agreeing to the engagement, he couldn't ignore the questions inside his heart. So while everyone else focused on preparing for the ceremony, Quan began investigating his own forgotten past. Without telling Trinh or either family, he contacted his trusted assistant, Min. "I need your help," Quan said over the phone one evening. "I'm listening, Mr. Quan." "I want everything you can find about Xiao Lac." There was a brief silence on the other end. "The woman who visited you at the hospital?" "Yes. I'll start immediately." "Don't leave out anything." After ending the call, Quan remained seated alone inside his study. The room was quiet except for the ticking of the clock. On his desk lay a photograph that had somehow survived the chaos following his accident. Beside it were handwritten notes, appointment records, and pieces of information Min had already begun collecting. Quan picked up the photo once again. Although the image itself didn't unlock any memories, it stirred emotions that refused to disappear. He stared at Xiao Lac's smiling face for a long time. Why did looking at her make his heart ache? Why did her smile feel so familiar? Why did seeing her tears at the hospital hurt him far more than he could explain? Night after night, he studied every document. Every new detail only strengthened one conclusion. Before the accident, Xiaolak had been incredibly important to him. There were too many connections to ignore, too many moments where their lives had overlapped, too many people who remembered seeing them together. Yet strangely, Trin had almost never mentioned Xiaolak. Whenever Quan asked about her, Trin always brushed the topic aside. She's just someone who misunderstood your kindness. She became emotionally attached. You don't need to worry about her. At first, Quan accepted those explanations. Now, they no longer sounded convincing. The more he searched, the more obvious it became that there was an entire part of his life missing, a part connected to Xiaolak. Meanwhile, Trin slowly noticed the change. Quan had become quieter, more distant. His eyes often wandered somewhere far away during conversations. Sometimes she caught him staring absent-mindedly at nothing. Sometimes she noticed him leaving the room to answer phone calls he never explained. She smiled exactly as she always had. Gentle, elegant, understanding. But behind that perfect smile, anxiety was growing stronger every day. She couldn't allow Xiaolak to become part of Quan's life again. Not now. Not after everything she had worked so hard to protect. If Quan recovered his memories completely, everything could collapse. So she decided it was time to deal with the situation herself. A few days before the engagement ceremony, Trin sent Xiaolak a message asking if they could meet. The location was familiar, the small cafe where they had spoken once before. Xiaolak hesitated after reading the invitation. Part of her wanted to refuse. She already knew another conversation with Trin would only reopen wounds she had been trying desperately to heal. Still, she agreed. Perhaps this would finally bring everything to an end. That afternoon, Xiaolak arrived first. She sat quietly near the window, wrapping both hands around a warm cup of coffee that had already begun to cool. Outside, people hurried along the sidewalk. Inside, soft music filled the silence. Several minutes later, Trin walked in. She looked graceful as always. Her makeup was flawless. Her smile was calm. Anyone watching them would think they were simply two acquaintances meeting for coffee. Trin sat down across from Xiaolak. Neither of them spoke immediately. After ordering a drink, Trin slowly reached into her handbag. She removed an elegant cream-colored envelope decorated with delicate gold lettering. Without saying a word, she placed it gently on the table. The envelope slid toward Xiaolak. Curious, Xiaolak lowered her eyes. The moment she recognized what it was, her fingers froze. An engagement invitation. Her heartbeat stopped for a split second. Trin folded her hands neatly before speaking in a soft, almost affectionate voice. Quan and I are getting engaged. She paused just long enough for the words to sink in. I thought you deserved to know. Xiaolak stared at the invitation in silence. The gold letters blurred as tears threatened to fill her eyes. She fought hard to remain composed. Trin continued speaking, her tone polite, yet carrying an unmistakable meaning beneath every word. I hope you'll come. I'm sure Quan would be happy to receive your blessing. The sentence sounded kind, but Xiaolak understood exactly what Trin intended. This wasn't simply an invitation. It was a reminder, a declaration, a final confirmation that the man Xiaolak loved was about to belong to someone else. Slowly, Xiaolak picked up the invitation. Her fingers tightened around its edges until her knuckles turned white. For several long seconds, she couldn't find her voice. She wanted to decline. She wanted to stand up and walk away. She wanted to pretend none of this mattered anymore. Instead, she lowered her eyes and gave the smallest nod. I'll come. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I just want to see him happy. Even if that happiness wasn't with her. Trin watched her quietly. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Exactly the answer she had expected. Outside the cafe window, gray clouds slowly gathered across the afternoon sky. Neither woman noticed, or perhaps neither of them cared. The engagement day was drawing closer, and with every passing hour, destiny was quietly preparing to change all of their lives forever. The morning of the engagement arrived beneath a sky washed in pale sunlight, as if the city itself had dressed for the occasion. From the entrance of the five-star hotel to the grand ballroom on the top floor, every detail reflected elegance. Crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead, towering flower arrangements lined the marble corridors, and soft classical music drifted through the air. Staff members moved gracefully from table to table, making final adjustments before the guests arrived. The ballroom quickly filled with laughter and polite conversation. Business partners exchanged handshakes. Relatives congratulated one another. Friends raised glasses, celebrating what everyone believed was the beginning of a beautiful future. To every guest present, it looked like the perfect engagement ceremony. Only the groom knew something was missing. Quan stood near the center of the ballroom, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit. His appearance was impeccable, and he greeted every guest with the calm confidence everyone expected from him. Whenever someone congratulated him, he smiled. Whenever photographers asked him to pose beside Trin, he cooperated without complaint. His expressions were flawless, yet none of those smiles ever reached his eyes. Inside, an invisible weight pressed heavily against his chest. The decorations were breathtaking. The music was beautiful. The applause was warm, but the emptiness within him refused to disappear. Every few minutes, his gaze wandered unconsciously toward the ballroom entrance. He didn't even realize he was doing it. It felt as though he were waiting for someone he couldn't remember, someone his heart recognized long before his memories did. Nearby, Trin noticed every glance. She wore an elegant white evening gown that shimmered beneath the crystal lights. Diamonds sparkled around her neck, and her makeup was flawless. She looked exactly like the bride everyone admired. Whenever photographers approached, she leaned naturally beside Quan, resting her hand lightly on his arm. Every photograph captured the image of a perfect couple. At least, that was what the cameras saw. Deep inside, Trin couldn't ignore the growing fear. Quan wasn't looking at her. He was searching for someone else. She forced herself to smile even brighter. Today had to succeed. Everything depended on it. If this ceremony ended smoothly, if the rings were exchanged, if both families officially announced the engagement, then no one could take Quan away from her. She repeated those thoughts over and over until she almost believed them herself. Across the city, Xiaolak stood quietly before a mirror inside her small apartment. The invitation rested on the table beside her. She had almost decided not to go. Several times she reached for her phone, intending to send a message saying she was ill. Several times she placed the phone back down. In the end, she made only one decision. She would attend. Not to interrupt, not to beg, not to change anyone's mind. She only wanted one last chance to see the man she loved. Perhaps after today, she would finally be able to let him go. She chose the simplest dress she owned. It was a long, light blue dress with almost no decoration, no expensive jewelry, no elaborate hairstyle, nothing that would attract attention. She didn't want anyone to notice her. She planned to arrive quietly, watch the ceremony from a distance, then disappear before anyone spoke to her. As she looked into the mirror one last time, she whispered softly to herself, "I hope you're happy, Quan. Even if your happiness isn't with me." An hour later, she stepped inside the hotel. The ballroom was already crowded. Music echoed through the enormous hall, while elegant guests filled nearly every table. No one paid attention to the young woman entering alone. Exactly as she had hoped, she quietly walked toward the farthest corner of the ballroom, choosing a place partially hidden behind one of the towering floral arrangements. From there, she could see the stage clearly. Quan stood beneath the crystal lights. Even from across the room, Xiaolak noticed something strange. He was smiling, but his eyes looked distant. There was a sadness there that no one else seemed to notice. For one brief moment, their eyes almost met. Quan's gaze drifted toward the corner where Xiao Lak stood. His heartbeat suddenly skipped. He couldn't explain why. The moment he saw the familiar blue dress, something inside him trembled. A strange warmth spread through his chest. The room around him seemed quieter. His breathing became uneven. Then another guest approached, blocking his view. By the time Quan looked back again, Xiao Lak had lowered her head. He couldn't see her clearly anymore. Perhaps he had imagined it. The master of ceremonies soon stepped onto the stage. The conversations gradually faded. "Ladies and gentlemen," the host announced warmly, "thank you all for joining us today to celebrate this wonderful occasion." Applause filled the ballroom. Both families smiled proudly. Quan's parents looked relieved. Trin's parents exchanged joyful glances. Everything had gone exactly according to plan. The ceremony continued. One speech followed another. Guests applauded. Champagne glasses were raised. Photographers captured every smiling face. Throughout it all, Quan remained composed, yet his thoughts were somewhere else entirely. He couldn't stop wondering why that woman in the blue dress felt so painfully familiar. Why had seeing her made his heart ache? Why had his chest tightened the moment she entered? The questions refused to leave him. Finally, the host smiled toward the couple. And now, the moment everyone has been waiting for. The exchange of rings. A round of applause echoed through the ballroom. Soft music changed to a gentle piano melody. The lights dimmed until a single spotlight illuminated the stage. An attendant approached carrying a velvet ring box. Trin's smile brightened. This was the moment she had dreamed about. Quan accepted the ring. The small diamond sparkled beneath the lights. He turned toward Trin. Everyone watched in anticipation. Hundreds of eyes focused entirely on the couple. The room became almost perfectly silent. Quan looked into Trin's eyes. She smiled back lovingly, patiently waiting, expecting him to place the ring on her finger. Instead, his hand hesitated. For reasons he couldn't explain, his fingers refused to move. His heartbeat accelerated. The ballroom suddenly felt suffocating. The elegant music sounded strangely distant. Then, a faint sound interrupted the silence. Crack. Barely anyone noticed it. Quan frowned slightly. Another sound followed. Crack! This time, a few guests glanced upward. High above the ballroom, the enormous crystal chandelier trembled almost imperceptibly. One tiny crystal ornament broke free and shattered against the marble floor. Several people gasped. Before anyone could react, the entire chandelier lurched violently. The massive metal frame groaned. Bolts snapped one after another. The elegant ceiling fixture that weighed hundreds of kilograms began falling directly toward the center of the stage. Someone screamed, then another. The peaceful ballroom exploded into chaos. Guests jumped from their seats. Champagne glasses crashed onto the floor. Children cried. People pushed toward the exits. Everything happened within seconds. Quan instinctively looked upward. His mind froze. The chandelier was falling straight toward him. His body refused to move. Time seemed to stop. Across the ballroom, Xiao Lak saw everything. Without thinking, without hesitation, she ran. Her heels slipped across the polished marble floor as she sprinted through the terrified crowd. People shouted around her. Someone tried to grab her arm. She pulled free. Her only thought was Quan. Nothing else mattered. She reached the stage just as the chandelier came crashing down. Quan! Her voice echoed through the ballroom. Using every ounce of strength she had, Xiao Lak slammed both hands against Quan's chest. The force sent him stumbling sideways. He crashed onto the stage floor just outside the chandelier's path. The next instant, an ear-splitting crash shook the entire ballroom. Thousands of crystal pieces exploded in every direction. Metal twisted, glass shattered. The sound was deafening. Guests screamed in terror. Quan looked up in horror. Xiao Lak had not escaped in time. The edge of the falling chandelier struck her shoulder and back with tremendous force before crashing onto the stage beside her. She collapsed instantly. Fragments of crystal scattered across her light blue dress. A deep crimson stain slowly spread through the fabric. Blood. For one endless heartbeat. Everything became silent. Quan stared at her. His breathing stopped. Then panic exploded inside him. Xiaolak! The name burst from his lips before he even realized he remembered it. He scrambled across the broken stage, ignoring the shattered glass beneath his knees. He reached her side and carefully lifted her into his arms. Her face had gone pale. Blood stained his hands. Stay with me. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Please, stay with me. Just as he held her close, a violent pain suddenly pierced through his head. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He cried out, clutching his temples. The ballroom disappeared. The screams faded. One memory after another crashed into his mind like unstoppable waves. A small apartment glowing beneath warm yellow lights. The smell of soup filling the kitchen. Xiaolak laughing as she held up a spoon. Open your mouth. He smiled and leaned forward obediently. She laughed even harder. The memory dissolved. Another appeared. They stood beneath strings of golden lights on a quiet evening. He gently cupped her face, then kissed her with all the tenderness in the world. She smiled against his lips. Another memory, rain falling outside. Xiaolak wrapped her arms around him before whispering softly beside his ear. Come home safely. I'll be waiting. Another. They lay together on a sofa, talking late into the night. Another. Holding hands while walking through crowded streets. Another. Laughing over burnt pancakes they had ruined together. Then another. And another. Hundreds of forgotten moments flooded back at once. Each one carried the same woman, the same smile, the same warmth, the same love. Xiaolak. The woman everyone had tried to convince him was unimportant, had been the center of his world. The memories crashed into Quan's mind with overwhelming force. Each image was sharper than the last. Xiaolak laughing as flour covered both of their faces while they attempted to cook dinner together. Her pretending to be angry after he secretly stole a bite from her dessert. The two of them walking hand in hand beneath a sky filled with fireworks, promising they would never let go of each other. The quiet nights they spent talking until sunrise. The countless mornings they woke up wrapped in each other's arms. The way she always waited by the window whenever he worked late. The warmth of her embrace, the tenderness in her eyes, the unconditional love she had given him every single day. None of it had disappeared. It had only been buried. Now every forgotten memory rushed back all at once, breaking through the walls that had imprisoned his mind since the accident. Quan gasped for air as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. His entire body trembled. At last, he remembered. Not every tiny detail had returned yet, but the most important truth was suddenly crystal clear. The woman lying unconscious in his arms. The woman whose blood stained his hands. The woman who had just risked her own life without a second of hesitation. She was the woman he loved. She had always been the one. His voice cracked as he gently brushed a strand of hair away from her face. Xiaolak. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The apology escaped almost like a whisper. It carried every ounce of guilt that had been building inside him over the past weeks. He had forgotten her. He had doubted her. He had watched her suffer while believing someone else's version of the truth. Yet even after enduring all of that, she still chose to save his life. A sob caught in his throat. He tightened his arms around her fragile body as though he feared she might disappear if he let go. Please don't leave me. Please! Around them, the once elegant ballroom had become a scene of complete chaos. Broken crystal covered the floor like shattered ice. Guests stood frozen in disbelief. Some whispered nervously. Others called emergency services, Hotel staff hurried to secure the damaged area while security officers guided frightened guests toward the exits. But for Quan, none of it existed anymore. His entire world had narrowed to the woman in his embrace. Several people rushed toward the stage. Among them was Trin. She had barely escaped the falling chandelier herself. Her expensive white gown was stained with dust, and several loose strands of hair framed her pale face. She stared at Quan holding Xiaolak. Then she heard him repeatedly calling Xiaolak's name. Something inside her shattered. No! She shook her head desperately. No! She hurried across the broken stage, ignoring the shattered glass beneath her heels. Quan! Her voice trembled. He didn't answer. He was still looking at Xiaolak, still gently supporting her head, still whispering her name. Trin grabbed his arm. Quan! This isn't what you think. You have to put her down. She's fine. The ambulance is coming. Quan slowly lifted his head, for the first time since regaining his memories. He looked directly into Trin's eyes. The warmth that had once existed there was gone. His gaze was calm, cold, unshakably distant. Trin instinctively released his sleeve. She had never seen him look at her that way before. Move. His voice was low, almost emotionless. She blinked. What? I said move. But Quan, you heard me. His tone became firmer. Don't touch her. The entire ballroom seemed to fall silent once again. Even the nearby guests stopped whispering. No one dared interrupt. Trin's lips trembled. You don't understand. She manipulated you. She's been lying to you this whole time. Quan stared at her for several long seconds. Then he spoke with absolute certainty. No, I was the one who forgot, but my heart never did. He glanced back at Xiaolak before continuing. I don't remember every single day yet. I don't remember every conversation, but I remember enough. I remember who stayed beside me. I remember who loved me. And I remember who I loved. Every word landed like a blade. Trin's face turned completely pale. She took another step forward. Quan, listen to me. You only remembered fragments. You don't know the whole story. Quan interrupted her before she could continue. I know one thing. His voice remained steady. The woman you're asking me to abandon just threw herself beneath a falling chandelier to save my life. He looked directly into her eyes. And the woman standing in front of me is asking me to leave her behind. The silence became unbearable. No one spoke. No one moved. Guests exchanged uneasy glances. Several family members looked completely confused. Neither family had expected the celebration to end like this. Trin desperately searched for words. Her carefully prepared future was collapsing in front of hundreds of witnesses. She reached for Quan's sleeve once more. Please, we're engaged. Our families... Quan slowly shook his head. No, we were supposed to be engaged. He took a slow breath. Then in a voice loud enough for everyone inside the ballroom to hear, he announced, the engagement ceremony is canceled. A collective gasp swept across the room. Quan turned toward the guests. I'm truly sorry. His voice was sincere. I apologize to both families and to everyone who came here today. But I cannot continue the ceremony. I won't lie to any of you. I cannot promise a future to someone I do not love. Every sentence echoed through the silent ballroom. His parents stared at him in shock. Trin's parents looked completely speechless. The photographers lowered their cameras. Nobody knew how to respond. Quan lowered his eyes toward Xiaolak again. She remained unconscious, her breathing weak but steady. Nothing else mattered. He carefully lifted her into his arms. Despite the blood soaking through his expensive suit, he didn't hesitate for even a second. Call an ambulance, someone shouted from across the ballroom. Quan immediately answered. There isn't time. He turned toward the exit. I'm taking her myself. Without waiting for permission, without looking back, He carried Xiao Lak through the crowd. Guests instinctively stepped aside, creating a clear path toward the hotel entrance. Some watched with sympathy, others watched with disbelief. Several quietly recorded the scene on their phones. None of it registered in Quan's mind. The only thing he could hear was Xiao Lak's faint breathing. Outside, rain had begun falling. Dark clouds covered the afternoon sky. Quan rushed down the hotel steps while desperately looking for transportation. A taxi had just pulled up near the entrance. He waved frantically. "Hospital!" The driver immediately recognized the emergency. He jumped out, opened the rear door, and helped Quan carefully lay Xiao Lak across the back seat. Quan climbed in beside her. "Please, the nearest hospital. As fast as you can." The taxi sped away. Rain streaked across the windows. Inside the vehicle, Quan gently supported Xiao Lak's head against his shoulder. He couldn't stop looking at her face. She looked so peaceful despite her injuries, almost as though she were simply asleep. His trembling fingers brushed lightly across her forehead. "I'm here. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm here." His voice broke again. "I remembered. I finally remembered. I'm so sorry it took this long." He leaned closer, resting his forehead gently against hers. "I should have protected you. Instead, you protected me." His tears fell silently onto her hand. For the first time since the accident, he understood the depth of her pain. She had watched him forget everything they had built together. She had endured his distance. She had accepted his confusion. She had even accepted seeing him prepare to marry someone else. Yet despite all of that, when his life was in danger, she never hesitated, not even for one heartbeat. Quan closed his eyes. His chest tightened painfully. "I'll never let you face everything alone again." The taxi finally pulled into the emergency entrance. Doctors and nurses rushed outside with a stretcher the moment they saw the blood. "What happened?" "A chandelier collapsed," Quan answered quickly. "She shielded me. Please save her." The medical team immediately began examining Xiao Lak. Blood pressure dropping. Possible shoulder fracture. "Prepare the trauma room. Move now!" The stretcher disappeared through the emergency doors. Quan instinctively tried to follow. A nurse gently stopped him. "Sir, you'll have to wait here." He looked helplessly toward the closing doors. I'm her family." The words came naturally, without hesitation, without embarrassment. The nurse gave him a sympathetic smile. "We'll do everything we can." The doors closed. Silence returned. Quan stood alone in the brightly lit hallway. His suit was soaked with rain. Blood stained both sleeves. Tiny fragments of crystal still clung to the fabric. For the first time that day, he allowed himself to breathe. Slowly, he slid down the wall until he was sitting on the cold hospital floor. He covered his face with both hands. The events of the afternoon replayed endlessly inside his mind. The engagement, the chandelier, the memories, the look in Xiao Lak's eyes just before she lost consciousness. Every second felt painfully vivid. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. He never looked away from the emergency room doors. Every time they opened, he immediately stood. Every passing doctor made his heart race. Finally, a surgeon walked out, removing his mask. Quan hurried toward him. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor offered a reassuring smile. "She's stable. The injuries look frightening, but fortunately the chandelier only struck her shoulder and upper back. There are no life-threatening internal injuries. She lost blood, but we were able to control it." Quan closed his eyes in relief. His knees nearly gave out beneath him. "Can I see her?" "In a little while. She's still waking up from the medication." Quan nodded repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you so much." The doctor placed a comforting hand on his shoulder before returning inside. Quan remained standing in the hallway, staring at the closed hospital room. For the first time since regaining his memories, hope quietly returned to his heart. Morning sunlight gradually filtered through the hospital curtains, replacing the cold glow of the night with a gentle warmth. Quan had barely slept. He remained in the chair beside Xiaolak's bed for almost the entire night, waking whenever she stirred or the nurses came in to check her condition. Several times the nurses suggested he go home and rest. Each time, he politely declined. "I'm staying." There was no hesitation in his voice, no uncertainty. He had already made up his mind. When Xiaolak slowly opened her eyes the following morning, the first thing she saw was Quan asleep beside her bed, one hand still loosely holding hers. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Carefully, trying not to wake him, she gently squeezed his fingers. Almost instantly, Quan opened his eyes. For a second, he looked confused. Then his expression softened with relief. "You're awake." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep." Xiaolak smiled weakly. "You've been here all night, haven't you?" Quan nodded without embarrassment. "I promised I wouldn't leave." "And I meant it." She looked at him quietly, still finding it difficult to believe that everything had changed so quickly. Only yesterday she had prepared herself to watch him become another woman's fiancé. Now, he was sitting beside her, refusing to leave her side. Life truly could change in a single moment. A doctor entered the room carrying her medical chart. After checking her vital signs and examining her shoulder, he smiled reassuringly. "Your condition is stable. The fracture isn't severe enough to require surgery. With proper rehabilitation, you should make a full recovery." Both of them let out a quiet sigh of relief. "There is one thing, however," the doctor continued. "You'll need several weeks of rest. No heavy lifting, no sudden movements, and absolutely no trying to be a hero again." The doctor smiled jokingly. Quan answered before Xiaolak could. "I'll make sure she follows every instruction." The doctor laughed softly. "I can see she'll be well taken care of." After finishing the examination, the medical staff quietly left the room. Silence settled once again. Quan turned toward Xiaolak. "So, what would you like to eat?" She blinked. "What? You haven't eaten since yesterday. You must be hungry." She smiled. "I'm in a hospital. They'll bring food." Quan shook his head. "Hospital food isn't very good. I'll go buy something." She laughed. "You still remember how picky you are." He smiled sheepishly. "I remember enough." Then his expression grew thoughtful. "There are still things I haven't recovered. Small memories, dates, certain conversations. But strangely, the feelings are all still there." He looked directly into her eyes. "I don't need my memories to tell me I love you. I already know." Xiaolak felt her eyes becoming moist again. Before she could answer, a knock echoed through the room. Both of them turned toward the door. Quan's parents stood outside. Behind them were Xiaolak's parents, who had rushed to the hospital after hearing about the accident. For a brief moment, the atmosphere became tense. Quan stood up first. "Dad, Mom." His mother walked toward him, her eyes already red from crying. She gently touched his face. "Are you all right?" He nodded. "I'm fine." Then she looked toward Xiaolak lying on the bed. Without saying a word, she slowly walked closer. Xiaolak immediately tried to sit up. "Auntie," Quan's mother gently stopped her. "No, don't move." To everyone's surprise, she took Xiaolak's hand into hers. Her voice trembled. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my son." She couldn't finish the sentence. Tears rolled quietly down her cheeks. Xiaolak quickly shook her head. "I only did what anyone would have done." Quan softly interrupted. "No, not everyone would. You risked your own life." His father, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Quan, is everything we heard true?" Quan understood exactly what his father meant. "The engagement," his father paused, "was canceled?" Quan nodded calmly. "Yes, I canceled it." The room became silent. His father looked at him for several long moments. Instead of becoming angry, he simply sighed. I won't ask you to explain everything today. I only want to ask you one question. Quan waited. His father looked towards Xiao Lak before returning his gaze to his son. Have you thought this through? Quan answered without hesitation. I have. I remembered. Not just my memories, but the life we built together. He gently reached for Xiao Lak's hand. I love her. I always have. I simply forgot. And now that I've remembered, I'm not letting her go again. His parents exchanged a long glance. Finally, his mother smiled through her tears. If that's your decision, we'll respect it. Xiao Lak looked at them in surprise. You aren't angry? Quan's father smiled faintly. We were confused. But after seeing what happened yesterday, there isn't much left to question. He looked warmly at Xiao Lak. A person doesn't risk their life for someone they don't truly love. The tension inside the room slowly disappeared. For the first time, both families spoke openly. There were apologies. Misunderstandings were acknowledged. Questions remained, but no one wanted to force answers while Xiao Lak was still recovering. At that very moment, outside the hospital, rain had finally stopped. Standing alone near the entrance was Trin. She hadn't slept either. Dark circles surrounded her eyes. The elegant woman who had confidently prepared for her engagement only yesterday looked completely different now. She stared silently at the hospital building. She knew Quan was inside. She knew he was sitting beside Xiao Lak. Every minute they spent together made the distance between them even greater. For a long time, she considered going inside. She wanted one final chance to explain herself. One final chance to convince Quan that things could still return to the way they had been. But deep down, she already knew the answer. Quan's eyes, when he looked at Xiao Lak, were the same eyes he had never once used to look at her. She finally understood something she had refused to accept for far too long. Love could never be forced, not with lies, not with timing, not with family expectations, and certainly not by taking advantage of someone who had lost his memories. A tear slowly rolled down her cheek. She quietly placed the engagement ring box she had been carrying onto a nearby bench. Then she turned around. Without entering the hospital, without saying goodbye, she simply walked away. Not because the pain had disappeared, but because she finally realized there was nothing left to fight for. Back upstairs, Xiao Lak was laughing softly as Quan struggled to peel an orange. You really forgot how to do that? She couldn't help teasing him. Quan frowned dramatically. I used to be good at this. You were never good, she laughed. You always ended up eating more than you peeled. Quan looked at the misshapen orange in his hand and sighed. Apparently, some memories are better left forgotten. The room filled with gentle laughter. It wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, but after everything they had endured, it sounded like the beginning of peace. Quan finally managed to separate one clean slice and proudly handed it to Xiao Lak. There, my greatest achievement today. She accepted it with a smile. I'll pretend it's perfect, he laughed, as long as you keep pretending for the rest of my life. She looked into his eyes. I don't have to pretend anymore. There was complete sincerity in her voice. Only love, only trust. Quan leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. No grand promises, no dramatic speeches, just one quiet sentence. I'm home. Xiao Lak closed her eyes. For so long, those were the words she had dreamed of hearing again. She rested her head lightly against his shoulder. Welcome back. Outside the hospital window, the clouds slowly parted. Golden sunlight spread across the city. The storm had finally passed. The road ahead would still hold challenges. There would be difficult conversations, relationships to rebuild, trust to restore, and memories still waiting to return. But none of those obstacles frightened them anymore, because this time, they would face every step together, not as strangers, not as two people separated by forgotten memories, but as two hearts that had found their way back to each other. Sometimes love isn't erased by time. Sometimes it isn't destroyed by distance. And sometimes not even lost memories are powerful enough to make two souls forget where they truly belong. For Quan and Xiaolak, the journey had never really been about remembering every single moment they had shared. It had been about finding the courage to follow what their hearts had known from the very beginning. In the end, memories returned piece by piece. But love had been waiting patiently all along. And this time, neither of them would ever let it slip away again. Quan's engagement to Trin seems destined to become reality, even as an unshakable emptiness lingers in his heart. While secretly searching for the missing pieces of his past, he discovers that Xiaolak was far more important to him than anyone admitted. On the day of the ceremony, tragedy strikes when a massive crystal chandelier crashes toward the stage. Without hesitation, Xiaolak throws herself into danger to save Quan, suffering serious injuries in his place. The shocking sacrifice unlocks Quan's lost memories, revealing the unforgettable love they once shared. In front of stunned guests in both families, he calls off the engagement, rejects Trin, and rushes Xiaolak to the hospital. As they reunite beside her hospital bed, Quan vows to recover every forgotten memory and never let the woman he truly loves face another storm alone. How far would you go if the person you love is living a double life you were never meant to discover? In today's episode, Quan's secret trips are finally exposed when his father's surveillance team uncovers his hidden life in a remote village with Xiaolak, while something unexpected begins changing her body and their entire future starts to collapse under hidden truths. Stay with the story and subscribe for more intense drama like this. How long can someone disappear from their own life before the people closest to them start questioning the truth? Because lately, Quan has been doing exactly that, vanishing without warning, leaving the company under the excuse of business trips, disappearing from the city for days at a time like he belongs somewhere else entirely. And the most unsettling part, no one really knows where he goes. In the heart of the city, Quan's company still runs smoothly on the surface. Meetings continue, reports are delivered on time, and employees still speak of him with respect. To the outside world, nothing seems wrong. But those who work closely with him have started noticing something strange. Quan is not as present as he used to be, not just physically, but mentally. There are moments in meetings when he stares at documents without really seeing them. Moments when his phone vibrates, and instead of ignoring it like before, he steps out immediately, answering in low voices no one can hear. And then he's gone. No explanation, no clear schedule, just a brief message to his assistant. Cancel my next appointments, I'll be out of town. At first, people assume it's pressure, stress, maybe even personal exhaustion. But when out of town becomes a repeated pattern, even the most patient employees begin to whisper. Where exactly is their CEO going? The first person who truly starts paying attention is his father, a man who built discipline into the family name, someone who believes control is everything. Control of business, control of reputation, control of life itself. And right now, he feels that control slipping. He doesn't confront Quan immediately. Instead, he observes, quietly, carefully. He notes the times Quan leaves the house earlier than usual. He notices how Quan avoids long conversations at dinner. And most importantly, he notices how every time the topic of marriage comes up, Quan becomes distant, detached in a way that feels intentional. It all comes to a head one evening at home. The dining room is quiet, the kind of silence that feels heavier than words. The table is set perfectly, but no one is enjoying the food. Trin's name is mentioned again, a familiar arrangement, a familiar expectation. She is everything the family wants, graceful, well-raised, from a respected background. In the eyes of tradition, she is the perfect match for Quan. His father speaks calmly, but firmly. You've delayed this long enough. It's time to settle down. Trin is still waiting. Quan doesn't look surprised, as if he has heard this sentence too many times before. He sets down his chopsticks slowly. I've already said it before, Quan replies. I'm not ready for marriage, and I won't agree to something just because it's expected of me. The words land clearly. No hesitation, no softness, just certainty. His father's expression tightens slightly, but he keeps his voice controlled. This isn't about expectations. It's about responsibility. You think you can avoid everything forever? Quan finally looks up, and for a brief moment, there is something unreadable in his eyes. I'm not avoiding anything, he says quietly. I just don't want my life decided for me. The tension in the room thickens. A silence stretches between them, long enough to feel like something has broken, even if no one admits it. His father studies him carefully now, not as a son, but as a puzzle he can no longer solve. Because this is not just rebellion. This is something deeper, something hidden, and that thought refuses to leave him. That night, after Quan leaves the table, his father remains seated alone for a long time. The house is quiet again, but his mind is not. He begins connecting the pieces he has been ignoring. The frequent business trips, the sudden absences, the refusal to discuss personal matters, the emotional distance. None of it feels random anymore. It feels coordinated. As if Quan is deliberately building a life that no one else is allowed to see. And that is what concerns him the most. Because his son has always been disciplined, strategic, careful. If Quan is hiding something now, it means it is not small. It means it is intentional. And it means someone else might be involved. The next morning, a decision is made. Not spoken out loud to the family, not discussed with advisors. A private decision made in silence. His father makes a call, short, direct. I need someone to follow him. There is a pause on the other end, then a response. Understood. No questions asked, no hesitation, just execution. Days later, the surveillance begins. At first, it seems simple. Routine tracking, watching Quan's movements from a distance, recording where he goes after leaving the office. But it doesn't stay simple for long, because Quan is careful, extremely careful. He doesn't follow predictable routes. He doesn't stay in one place too long. Sometimes he changes vehicles. Sometimes he disappears into crowded areas where tracking becomes difficult. There are moments when the team loses him completely, not once, but multiple times. Each failure increases tension. Each lost signal feels like he is intentionally slipping through their hands. One of the observers mutters under his breath, "He's done this before. He knows how to shake people off." And that realization makes everything heavier, because it suggests Quan isn't just hiding something. He is experienced at hiding it. Then after days of pursuit, something changes, a breakthrough. Quan leaves the city again, but this time the team stays closer. They adjust, they anticipate, they refuse to lose him this time. The trail leads further than expected, out of the busy urban streets, past industrial zones, beyond the noise of the city, until the environment slowly shifts into quieter roads, and then into rural landscapes. A village, remote, calm, almost untouched. This is not a place for business meetings, not a place for corporate visits. But Quan is here, and he is not alone. From a distance, the team observes. At first, they hesitate to believe what they are seeing. Quan is not wearing the expression of a CEO here. There is no suit, no formal tone, no guarded posture. Instead, he moves naturally, casually, like someone who belongs. And beside him is a young woman, Ly. They are working together in a small garden area, harvesting vegetables, carrying baskets, talking occasionally in a relaxed, familiar way. There is no distance between them that suggests formality, only familiarity, only quiet connection. They watch as Quan and Ly share a simple morning meal outside. Nothing luxurious, nothing corporate, just food, sunlight, and silence that feels peaceful. And for the first time, the people watching begin to understand. This is not a business trip. This is a second life. Photos are taken carefully, quickly, from hidden angles. Every moment is documented. And when the team finally returns, they do not speak much. They simply deliver the evidence. A folder, a set of images, and a name. Tieu Lac. That evening, in a quiet room far away from the village, Quan's father opens the folder. He looks at the photos one by one. His expression does not change immediately, but the atmosphere in the room does, because what he sees is not confusion, not uncertainty. It is clarity, slow, cold, sharp. He leans back slightly, holding one of the photos longer than the rest. Tieu Lac is smiling in it, unaware, unprotected. And in that moment, something shifts in his gaze. Not anger, not surprise. Something far more controlled, far more dangerous. He places the photo down gently on the table and speaks in a low voice. Find everything about her. A pause. Then another instruction follows, quieter than the first. Don't let him find out. The surveillance team begins moving more aggressively after receiving direct orders. No more hesitation, no more delays, just results. They understand Quan is not an ordinary target. He is intelligent, alert, and highly aware of his surroundings. Every step they take must be calculated, clean, invisible, precise. At first, they continue tracking him as before, maintaining distance and blending into traffic patterns. But Quan makes it increasingly difficult. He does not move predictably. His routes change without warning. He stops at unusual times. He disappears into crowded intersections and reappears in places that don't make sense based on his previous direction. It begins to feel less like he is simply avoiding surveillance and more like he knows exactly where they are. That thought makes the entire team uneasy. One afternoon, Quan leaves the city again. The team follows immediately. Within less than an hour, they lose him. His vehicle disappears in dense traffic near a major intersection. No clear visual confirmation, no reliable camera angle. GPS tracking becomes unstable due to interference from urban congestion. The lead observer exhales sharply. This is happening too often. They split directions, trying to recover any trace. Minutes pass, then more. Still nothing. Eventually, a fragment appears. A blurred roadside camera captures part of a vehicle matching Quan's car. The image is unclear, but enough to identify direction and approximate route. It is not perfect, but it is enough. They regroup quickly and adjust strategy, tightening their search radius. This time, they move faster and more carefully. As they continue tracking, the environment shifts. The dense city begins to fade. Tall buildings give way to open roads. Traffic becomes lighter. Noise disappears gradually, replaced by long stretches of quiet landscape. The sense of space changes everything. There are fewer places to hide, but also fewer witnesses. Every movement becomes more exposed. And yet, Quan continues forward. The road narrows further. Maintenance decreases. The surroundings become rural. Fields, scattered houses, quiet agricultural land. A small village appears ahead, simple, calm, detached from the rhythm of the city. This is not a place associated with corporate life or business activity, and yet this is exactly where Quan has arrived. The team slows down and observes from a distance. Quan steps out of the vehicle. No suit, no formal posture. Just a simple outfit, sleeves rolled up, moving naturally as if this environment is familiar to him. He does not look out of place here. He looks settled, as if this is not a visit, but a routine. Then Tieu Lac appears. She approaches him without hesitation. There is no formality in the way they interact. No visible distance, no hesitation. She hands him farming tools and baskets. He takes them naturally without question. They move together toward a small agricultural area nearby. The surveillance team watches quietly. Quan begins working in the garden area, harvesting vegetables, carrying produce, assisting with daily farm tasks. There is no trace of the corporate version of him here. No authority, no distance, only presence. And Tu Lac remains beside him throughout. They exchange a few words occasionally, but most of their communication is silent, familiar, effortless, the kind of silence that suggests routine rather than introduction. Later, they sit together for a simple breakfast. No luxury, no presentation, no formal structure, just a quiet rural meal. Quan sits across from Tu Lac. He speaks softly. She responds with a calm expression and a faint smile. Nothing exaggerated, nothing dramatic, but the stability between them is undeniable. It feels like something that has been repeated many times before. A rhythm, a life. One of the observers lowers his camera slightly. This is what he's been doing all this time? No one responds, because the footage is already the answer. Every disappearance, every excuse, every so-called business trip, it all leads here. The team begins recording everything. Photos, video, multiple angles from a safe distance. They avoid getting too close. Quan still carries a sense of awareness that makes direct approach risky. Even in this quiet environment, he feels like someone who could notice a disturbance instantly. After several hours, Quan prepares to leave. His behavior changes subtly. He becomes more focused, more contained, as if switching back into another version of himself. He speaks briefly with Tu Lac. The conversation is too quiet to hear, but the tone is calm, familiar, grounded. Then he leaves. The team follows again at a distance. This time, they do not lose him. They maintain tracking all the way back toward the city. The journey is quiet, uneventful, but heavy, because what they have just confirmed is no longer speculation. It is reality. By the time they return, night has begun to fall. The collected evidence is immediately transferred. No discussion, no delay. A folder is placed in front of Quan's father. He does not open it right away. He simply sits still for a moment, as if preparing for something he already understands will change everything. Then he opens it, slowly. Photo after photo appears. Quan in rural surroundings, Quan working in a field, Quan eating breakfast with Tu Lac, Quan smiling faintly, something extremely rare in his official life. The silence in the room deepens with each image, but his expression remains controlled, almost unnaturally so. He stops at one photo. Tu Lac, clear, close, unaware of the surveillance, living a life she believes is completely private. The atmosphere in the room shifts subtly, not through emotion, but through realization. He closes the folder slowly, then speaks. Keep watching her. A pause. Then in a lower voice, prepare everything we may need. Outside, the city continues its normal rhythm. Lights, traffic, people moving through their lives. But inside that room, a new direction has already been set in motion. Something quiet, something deliberate, something that will not remain hidden for long. Quan returns to the rural area early in the morning, as if nothing unusual is happening in his life. The city behind him feels distant now, almost irrelevant the moment he crosses back into this quieter world. His expression softens slightly as he steps out of the car, but it never fully drops its usual restraint. It's as if he is always balancing between two lives, never fully belonging to either. In the garden, Tu Lac is already there. She is tending to the plants, moving carefully between rows of vegetables, her hands slightly dirty from soil, her focus completely on the work in front of her. There is a calmness in her presence that feels almost untouched by the outside world. When she notices Quan, she doesn't rush. She simply looks up and smiles. That small smile seems enough for him to relax, even if just for a moment. They start working together without needing to discuss much. Quan picks up tools and helps harvest vegetables alongside her. There is no formality in his movements here, no corporate discipline, no distance. He bends down, carries baskets, and moves through the garden as if this has always been part of his life. Tu Lac occasionally glances at him, noticing how different he feels in this place compared to the version of him she imagines in the city. "You came earlier than usual today," she says lightly. Quan pauses for a second, then replies in a calm tone. "Work finished faster than expected." It's not a lie that can be easily challenged, but it's also not the full truth, and neither of them pushes further. As the morning continues, the atmosphere becomes more comfortable. The sound of wind through the plants, the quiet movement of tools, and the soft rhythm of rural life create a space where time feels slower. At one point, Tu Lac brings out simple breakfast food she prepared. Nothing elaborate, just basic, warm food shared between two people who seem used to this routine. They sit outside near the garden. Quan eats quietly at first, then looks at her briefly. "You've been doing all of this alone?" he asks. Tu Lac shrugs slightly. "It's not really alone. I have help sometimes, and it's peaceful here." Her answer is simple, but there is something behind it that she doesn't fully explain. A sense of choosing this life, even if it's not perfect. Quan nods slowly, as if understanding more than he says. There is a brief silence between them, not uncomfortable, just familiar. The kind of silence that grows between people who don't need to constantly fill space with words. Tu Lac breaks it first. "You don't look like someone who belongs in a place like this," she says, half joking. Quan gives a faint, almost invisible smile. "And where do I look like I belong?" She thinks for a moment, then shrugs again. "Somewhere loud, busy, full of people who are always in a hurry." He doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he looks away toward the fields, as if the question touches something he doesn't want to fully define. Later that morning, they continue working. Quan helps fix a small structure near the garden area, while Tu Lac organizes harvested produce. Their movements are coordinated now, almost naturally synchronized, as if they have done this together many times before. At certain moments, Quan pauses and checks his phone, briefly, quickly, then puts it away again. Each time, a small shift appears in his expression, like part of him is still connected to another world he cannot fully disconnect from. But he never explains, and Tu Lac never asks. By midday, the atmosphere grows warmer. The sun is stronger now, casting light over the fields, making everything feel more vivid. They sit under a shaded area to rest. Quan leans back slightly, loosening his posture. "This place is quieter than I expected," he says. Tu Lac looks at him. "That's the point." A small pause, then she continues. "Not everything needs to be fast or complicated. Sometimes, it's better when things are simple." Quan listens without interrupting. He doesn't agree or disagree, but his silence feels thoughtful, not distant. After a moment, he speaks again, more quietly this time. "Do you ever think about leaving?" Tu Lac looks surprised by the question. "Leaving where?" "This place." She hesitates, then shakes her head slightly. "Not really. I've already left a lot of things behind before coming here." There is something in her tone that closes the topic without needing further explanation. Quan doesn't push it. He simply nods once. As the afternoon approaches, Quan's phone rings. The sound breaks the stillness of the moment. He looks at the screen, expression tightening slightly. It's a reminder. Something related to the city, something he cannot ignore completely. He stands up slowly. "I have to go back," he says. Tu Lac doesn't react strongly, but her eyes follow him. "So soon?" "It's necessary." Again, no further detail. Just enough to keep distance between his two worlds. He walks with her toward the edge of the garden. For a moment, neither of them speaks. The wind moves through the plants around them, carrying a soft rustling sound that fills the silence. Then Tu stops. "Will you come back soon?" she asks. Quan looks at her for a second longer than usual. "Yes," he replies. Simple, direct, but not fully certain in tone. He leaves shortly after. The car moves slowly away from the rural area, gradually replacing fields with roads, and then roads with the distant outline of the city. Inside the vehicle, Quan sits in silence. The phone remains in his hand, but he doesn't look at it again. His mind is elsewhere, split between two lives that are becoming harder to keep separate. Meanwhile, far away from the village, the information collected by the surveillance team has already been fully delivered. And in a quiet room, Quan's father reviews everything again. This time, not just images, but patterns, timing, behavior, frequency of visits. The more he studies it, the more a structure begins to appear. This is not random. This is consistent, deliberate, a second life that has been carefully maintained. He leans back in his chair, expression unreadable, then speaks quietly to himself, almost like a conclusion forming out loud. "So this is where you've been going." And for the first time, there is no confusion left in his eyes, only calculation. After reviewing everything, Quan's father does not immediately act. Instead, he becomes quieter, more precise, more patient. Because what he is dealing with is no longer a simple suspicion. It is a pattern that has repeated itself too many times to be coincidence. He sits alone in his study late at night, the folder of photos still open in front of him. Quan in the village. Quan with Tu. Quan smiling, something he almost never does in the city. Each image adds another layer to a reality he did not expect, and yet his expression remains controlled, almost cold. Not because he feels nothing, but because he is already thinking several steps ahead. For him, emotion has never been the priority. Control has, structure has, outcome has. And now this situation involving his son has become something that needs to be understood fully before it can be handled. He closes the folder slowly, leans back, and begins to think. Not about what Quan is doing, but about what Quan is risking. Meanwhile, in the rural area, Tu continues her daily life completely unaware of anything unusual happening beyond her world. The mornings are simple. She wakes up early, tends to the garden, checks the plants, and prepares small meals. Everything follows a calm rhythm that feels stable, almost peaceful. Quan's visits have become part of that rhythm now. Not constant, but expected. Not predictable, but familiar. And that familiarity slowly builds a sense of comfort between them. But there is something subtle changing in Tulak's body. At first, she ignores it. Small signs that don't seem important on their own. A slight fatigue in the mornings. A mild discomfort after meals. Moments of dizziness that pass quickly. She assumes it is the weather or the physical effort from working outside under the sun. Nothing serious, nothing alarming. At least that is what she tells herself. One afternoon while preparing food, she pauses suddenly. A wave of nausea hits her without warning. She grips the edge of the table for a moment, breathing slowly until it passes. It doesn't last long, but it feels unusual enough to make her stop and think. She looks down at the food, then shakes her head lightly. "It's probably just the heat," she whispers to herself, and continues working. Days pass. The symptoms do not disappear. They become slightly more noticeable, though still inconsistent. Some mornings she feels completely fine. Other days, she feels strangely weak without reason. But she still doesn't connect it to anything serious. Because in her mind, there is no reason to. Her life here is simple, predictable, safe. Meanwhile, Quan continues moving between the city and the village. Each time he returns, he brings a slightly different energy with him. In the city, he is controlled, focused, distant. In the village, he becomes quieter in a different way. Not cold, but more present. as if this place allows him to breathe differently. But every time he leaves, the distance between those two versions of himself grows harder to ignore. One evening after Quan leaves again for the city, Tu Lac stands alone in the garden. The sun is setting slowly, painting the fields in soft orange light. She places a hand lightly on her stomach for a moment, not because of certainty, but because of a feeling she cannot explain. Something subtle, something unfamiliar, something that makes her pause longer than usual. Then she lowers her hand and shakes her head slightly. "No, it can't be that," she says softly, almost dismissing her own thought before it fully forms. Back in the city, Quan's father receives another update. More observations, more confirmation, more evidence that Quan's movements are not random, but structured around a single location: the village. The name Tu Lac appears again in the report, this time with more detail. Her routines, her location, her daily activities, everything carefully documented. He read silently, line by line, without interruption, without visible reaction. But something inside his decision-making process becomes sharper, more defined, because now he understands something important. This is not a temporary escape for Quan. This is a sustained attachment, a second life that is not fading away, it is stabilizing. He places the report down, stands up slowly, walks toward the window. The city outside continues as usual. Lights, movement, noise, life. But his attention is elsewhere. Far from the city, far from business, far from expectations. This cannot continue indefinitely, he says quietly to himself. Not angry, not emotional, just final. And in that moment, a decision begins forming. Not yet spoken, not yet executed, but fully shaped in his mind. Because for him, uncertainty is something that must eventually be resolved, one way or another. Meanwhile, in the village, Tu Lac sits alone again that night. The symptoms return briefly. She presses her hand to her forehead, breathing slowly, then looks out toward the dark fields. Quiet, still, unchanging. But inside her, something is beginning to feel different. Something she cannot yet name, and far away without her knowing. Someone else is already watching her life unfold on paper, line by line, detail by detail, as if her existence has already been placed into a system she never agreed to be part of. Everything in Tu Lac's world feels normal on the surface, but her body is no longer following the same calm rhythm as before. The small signs that she once ignored are now becoming harder to dismiss. Mornings begin with a strange heaviness that wasn't there before. Simple tasks in the garden feel slightly more exhausting than usual. Even the smell of certain foods makes her pause for a moment longer than she used to. She still tells herself it's nothing, just weather, just fatigue, just a passing phase. But deep down, there is a quiet uncertainty growing inside her that she doesn't fully admit yet. That morning, she prepares a simple meal like always. The kitchen is quiet, filled only with soft natural light and the sound of boiling water. She stirs the food slowly, lost in thought, until suddenly, a sharp wave of nausea rises without warning. She freezes. Her hand grips the edge of the counter instinctively, trying to steady herself. For a few seconds, she doesn't move at all. Then it passes, just as quickly as it came. But this time, it feels different, stronger, more real. Tu Lac exhales slowly and leans back slightly. She looks at the food again, her expression uncertain now. "This is getting strange," she murmurs softly to herself. But even then, she still tries to rationalize it. Maybe she didn't rest enough. Maybe she worked too hard yesterday. Maybe it's just the heat affecting her body. She chooses the simplest explanation because it's the easiest one to accept. Later that day, she continues working in the garden. The sunlight is bright, and the wind moves gently through the plants, creating a peaceful atmosphere that contrasts sharply with what she is feeling inside. She bends down to collect vegetables, but pauses halfway when a sudden wave of dizziness washes over her. It only lasts a few seconds, but it forces her to stop completely. She closes her eyes briefly, waiting for it to pass. When she opens them again, everything looks normal, too normal, that almost makes it more unsettling. At the same time, Quan arrives at the village again. His car slows as it enters the familiar rural path. From the outside, nothing seems different, but inside, he is quieter than usual, more distracted. His mind is still partly in the city, where unfinished matters wait for him. But as soon as he steps out of the car and sees the fields ahead, something in his expression softens slightly again. This place still has that effect on him, even if only for a moment. Tu Lac notices him approaching and tries to hide how she feels. She straightens her posture, takes a slow breath, and forces a small smile. Quan walks toward her. He doesn't say anything immediately. He just looks at her for a second longer than usual. "You look tired," he says finally. Tu Lac shakes her head lightly. "It's nothing, just a long morning." Her voice is calm, but not fully convincing. Quan doesn't push further. He simply nods and steps inside the garden area with her. They begin working together as usual, but the atmosphere feels slightly different this time. Quan notices that she is slower than before, less energetic, more absent-minded at certain moments. He watches her carefully while pretending not to. At one point, she almost drops a basket, but catches it just in time. He sees it, but says nothing. Instead, he asks casually, "You've been eating properly?" Tu Lac pauses for a second, then nods. "Of course." But there is a brief hesitation in her voice that she doesn't realize she shows. Quan doesn't react outwardly, but internally he registers it. Something is off, not dangerous, but unusual enough to notice. As the afternoon passes, they sit together briefly under the shade. The village is quiet. The wind moves gently through the trees. Everything looks peaceful from the outside. But inside Tu Lac, the strange sensations return again. This time, she doesn't fully hide it. She places a hand lightly on her stomach for a moment, then quickly removes it as if she is embarrassed by the gesture. Quan notices this movement. He doesn't comment, but his gaze lingers slightly longer than before. "What's wrong?" he asks calmly. Tu Lac hesitates, then shakes her head. "Nothing serious, just a little discomfort." Quan studies her expression for a moment. He is not overreacting, but he is clearly paying attention now. Still, he doesn't press further. Instead, he simply says, "If it continues, you should rest." His tone is neutral, but there is a hint of concern beneath it. Tu Lac nods slowly. "Yeah, maybe I just need rest." But even as she says it, she doesn't sound fully convinced, and neither does he. That evening, Quan prepares to leave again. The sky is dimming, and the light over the fields is soft and fading. He stands near the car, looking back at the garden for a moment. Tu Lac walks him out as usual, but this time, she feels slightly more unstable than before. She hides it well, but her steps are slower, more careful, more controlled. "Will you be back soon?" she asks quietly. Quan looks at her. There is a brief pause before he answers. "Yes." Simple. But this time, the word carries a slightly heavier tone. Not certainty, but intention. He gets into the car. The engine starts, and as the vehicle slowly moves away from the village, Tu Lac stands still, watching it disappear down the rural road. One hand rests lightly near her side again, without her realizing it. And for the first time, she doesn't immediately dismiss the strange feeling in her body. She just stands there, quiet, thinking, uncertain. Far away in the city, Quan's father receives another update from the surveillance team. This time, the report includes something additional, not just movement patterns, but a note about Tu Lac's physical condition. Unexplained fatigue, visible discomfort, irregular behavior. He reads it once, then again, slowly, carefully, and this time his expression shifts slightly, not emotionally but analytically, because this new detail changes the equation. It adds weight, it adds timing, it adds consequence. He places the report down and speaks quietly to himself. Interesting. A pause, then he adds, "This is progressing faster than expected." And in that moment, his attention sharpens even more than before, because now this is no longer just about Quan's secret life. It is becoming something that cannot be ignored, something that is starting to evolve on its own. The village returns to its usual calm after Quan leaves, but for Ly, nothing feels entirely normal anymore. The symptoms don't disappear the way she keeps hoping they will. Instead, they come and go unpredictably, some moments completely fine, other moments suddenly overwhelming enough to stop her mid-task. She tries to ignore it. She keeps working. She keeps telling herself it's just fatigue, just weather, just overexertion. But the uncertainty is no longer something she can easily push away. One morning she wakes up earlier than usual. The air is cool, the light's still soft. She sits on the edge of the bed for a moment, hand resting lightly on her stomach again, without thinking. This time she doesn't immediately pull it away. Instead she just sits there, quiet, thinking. And for the first time, a thought forms clearly in her mind before she can stop it. What if she doesn't finish the sentence? Because even finishing it feels too heavy. Later, she prepares breakfast slowly. The smell of food rises gently in the small kitchen. And then it happens again, stronger this time, more sudden. She turns away quickly, covering her mouth as nausea overtakes her. This time it doesn't pass immediately. She has to sit down, breathing carefully until her body stabilizes again. When it finally eases, she remains still for a long moment, no longer dismissing it as something small, no longer pretending it's nothing. She looks down at her hands, then around the room. The silence feels different now, not peaceful, not comforting, just uncertain. Meanwhile, Quan's father continues monitoring the situation closely. Each new report confirms the same pattern. Quan is still traveling between the city and the village, still maintaining his double life, still deeply connected to Ly. But now there is something else in the data. Her physical condition is changing, gradually, consistently, and that consistency is what makes it impossible to ignore. He sits in his office reading the updated files again, then pauses. His expression remains controlled, but the atmosphere around him tightens slightly, because now the situation is no longer static. It is developing, evolving, moving towards something irreversible. He closes the file slowly and speaks quietly. Prepare everything. A pause, then more firmly. If this continues, we will need to intervene. Back in the village, Ly tries to return to her routine. She walks through the garden, touches the leaves, checks the soil, performs the same tasks she has done countless times before. But her focus keeps breaking. Her body feels slightly different now, like it is no longer fully under her control. At one point, she stops mid-step, breathing slowly, waiting for the dizziness to pass. When it does, she exhales deeply, but her expression is no longer as calm as before. That afternoon, she sits alone near the small wooden table outside. The wind moves gently through the fields. Everything around her looks peaceful, but inside her, thoughts are becoming harder to silence. She places her hand on her stomach again, this time longer, more deliberate, and instead of pulling away quickly, she just stays like that for a few seconds, as if trying to understand something she is afraid to confirm. Later that evening, Quan returns. His presence always changes the atmosphere slightly. The sound of his car approaching makes Ly straighten her posture automatically, even before she sees him. When he steps out, she greets him with a faint smile. But he notices immediately that something is different. Not obvious, but subtle. In her movements, in her timing, in the way she breathes. "You didn't rest," he says almost immediately. Tu Lak shakes her head lightly. "I'm fine," but her voice is softer than usual, less certain. Quan looks at her for a moment longer than before, then steps closer. "Did it get worse?" She hesitates, a small pause, then nods slightly. Not fully admitting it, but not denying it anymore either. The silence between them grows heavier, not uncomfortable, but serious. Quan doesn't panic, he doesn't rush, but his attention sharpens completely now. This is no longer something he can overlook. "You should go see a doctor," he says calmly. Tu Lak immediately shakes her head. "It's really not that serious." But even as she says it, her body betrays her slightly, her hand instinctively moving again toward her stomach before she realizes it. Quan sees it. This time he doesn't ignore it. He doesn't force the conversation, but his expression changes subtly, as if connecting pieces he hasn't fully spoken out loud yet. And for the first time, there is a slight tension in his silence. Not fear, not surprise, but realization slowly forming. That night, after Quan leaves again, Tu Lak sits alone in her room. The village is quiet, too quiet. She stares at the dim light for a long time, then slowly lowers her gaze. Her hand rests on her stomach again, and this time, she doesn't move it away quickly. Far away in the city, Quan's father receives one final report for the day. He reads it carefully, then sets it down. His expression is unchanged, but his decision is already forming completely now, because the pattern has reached its limit, and the next step is no longer observation. He stands up, walks toward the window. The city lights reflect faintly in his eyes, and he speaks quietly. "It's time." And somewhere between the city and the village, two separate worlds are slowly moving toward the same breaking point, without either side fully realizing how close it already is. Quan's double life continues to deepen as he repeatedly disappears from the city under the excuse of business trips, while in reality he is secretly spending time in a remote village with Tu Lak. At first, his unusual behavior is only noticed by a few close to him, especially his father, who begins to suspect something is being hidden. Unable to get answers directly, he orders a surveillance team to follow Quan. After several failed attempts, they finally track him outside the city and uncover the truth. Quan is living a quiet, intimate second life in the countryside with Tu Lak, far from his corporate world. As evidence is delivered back, his father becomes cold and calculating, preparing to intervene. Meanwhile, Tu Lak begins experiencing strange physical symptoms, unaware that her life is already under surveillance and that a major storm is approaching both of them. What would you do if the man you loved was caught embracing another woman just as you discovered you might be carrying his child? In today's heartbreaking episode, a secret confession, a carefully edited video, and one shocking photo threaten to destroy Quan and Tu Lak's relationship forever. But is it betrayal or a cruel trap? Stay with us until the end, and don't forget to subscribe for more unforgettable drama stories. The evening sky was slowly darkening as luxury cars began pulling into the driveway of the Zhao family estate. Inside the magnificent mansion, servants moved back and forth, preparing an elaborate dinner. The long dining table was covered with expensive dishes, fine wine, and carefully arranged decorations. Anyone looking at the scene would think this was an important family celebration, and in a way, it was. Mr. Zhao sat at the head of the table with a broad smile on his face. Across from him sat another middle-aged man who appeared equally pleased. That man was Quan's father. The two men had known each other for many years. They were close business partners, and over time, they had developed a friendship that extended beyond work. For a long time, both fathers had secretly shared the same idea. They wanted their children to get married. If Quan married Trin, their families would become even closer. Their businesses would be united, and everyone would benefit. At least that was what they believed. Tonight's dinner was not simply a meal. It was a carefully arranged opportunity, a chance to push two young people toward a future neither of them had actually chosen. Trin sat quietly beside her father. She had spent nearly 2 hours getting ready. Her makeup was flawless. Her elegant dress highlighted her beauty. Every detail had been carefully planned, because tonight mattered to her. Ever since she was young, there had only been one man in her heart, Quan. She had admired him for years. While other girls chased celebrities and movie stars, Trin's attention had always remained fixed on the same person. The confident young man who seemed capable of handling every challenge life threw at him. The man sitting across from her now. She glanced at him shyly, but Quan didn't notice. Or perhaps he noticed and chose not to react. His attention seemed to be somewhere else entirely. Unlike Trin, Quan showed no excitement. His expression remained calm, almost distant. He politely answered questions whenever someone spoke to him, but his mind was far away from the luxurious dining room, far away from the expensive food, far away from Trin. The person occupying his thoughts at that very moment was someone else, Tu Tieu. For some reason, he couldn't stop thinking about her. The image of her pale face kept appearing in his mind. The past few days had felt strange. Every time he visited her, she looked more exhausted. She had complained about nausea several times. Sometimes she suddenly felt dizzy. Sometimes she lost her appetite completely. At first, Quan thought she was simply overworked. Life had never been easy for Tu Tieu. She worked harder than most people just to survive. But recently, something felt different. A strange sense of worry lingered inside him. Without realizing it, he pulled out his phone under the table. No new messages, no missed calls, nothing. He stared at the screen for a few seconds before putting it away. Across from him, Trin noticed the action. Her smile faded slightly. Was he waiting for someone, or was he hoping to hear from someone? The possibility immediately made her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, far away from the luxurious mansion, Tu Tieu was sitting outside her small house. The difference between their worlds could not have been more obvious. There were no expensive decorations, no elegant dining tables, no servants, only a modest home surrounded by rows of dragon fruit plants. Tu Tieu suddenly covered her mouth. A wave of nausea hit her without warning. She rushed toward a bucket beside the house. Moments later, she bent over and vomited again. When it was over, she slowly sat down, breathing heavily. Her face had become pale. "What is wrong with me lately?" she whispered. This wasn't the first time, and it wasn't the second. For nearly a week, she had experienced the same symptoms: morning sickness, dizziness, nausea, fatigue. No matter how much she rested, the discomfort wouldn't disappear. She pressed a hand against her stomach. A strange feeling appeared in her chest, but she quickly pushed the thought away. No, that couldn't be it. Could it? She shook her head. There was too much work to do. She didn't have time to sit around worrying. Tomorrow's market wouldn't wait for her. Bills wouldn't pay themselves. Life had taught Tu Tieu one lesson above all others. No matter how difficult things became, she had to keep moving forward. Slowly, she stood up and walked toward the dragon fruit field. Back at the Zhao mansion, the atmosphere became increasingly obvious. The two fathers were practically discussing wedding plans. Mr. Zhao raised his wine glass. "Children grow up so quickly," Quan's father laughed. "That's true." He looked directly at Quan. "When I was your age, I was already married." The statement caused everyone at the table to smile. Everyone except Quan. He knew exactly where this conversation was heading. Trin lowered her eyes shyly. Her heart was beating faster. Perhaps tonight would finally change everything. Perhaps after all these years, she would finally hear something she had dreamed about hearing. Mr. Zhao spoke again. "You and Trin have known each other since childhood." "Yes, you understand each other." "We do." "You get along well?" Quan nodded politely. "Of course." The older men exchanged knowing smiles. Then came the question everyone had been waiting for. What do you think about marriage? The room suddenly became quieter. Trin's hands tightened beneath the table. Her breathing slowed. She waited and waited. Quan placed his chopsticks down carefully. Then he looked at his father. Finally, he spoke. I'm not thinking about marriage right now. The answer landed like a stone in still water. Silence spread across the table. Trin's expression froze. Both fathers looked surprised. They clearly hadn't expected that response. Mr. Zhao forced a smile. Why not? Quan remained calm. I want to focus on work. Technically, it wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the full truth either. The real reason was much simpler. His heart already belonged to someone else. Not Trin. Never Trin. No matter how kind she was, no matter how beautiful she was, no matter how much their families wanted this marriage, he simply couldn't force feelings that didn't exist. In his eyes, Trin had always been like a younger sister, someone he cared about, someone he wanted to protect, but not someone he could love. The conversation eventually shifted to business matters. The tension eased slightly, yet Trin could no longer focus on what anyone was saying. One thought repeated endlessly inside her mind. Why? Why had she never been enough? She had spent years waiting, years hoping, years imagining a future together. But Quan had never looked at her the way she looked at him, and that hurt more than she wanted to admit. Across the table, Quan checked his phone again. Still no message from Tu Lac. The strange feeling of concern only grew stronger. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to see her, as if something important was about to happen, something that could change everything. Little did he know, events were already moving in a direction none of them could predict. And before the night was over, a single decision would trigger a chain of misunderstandings that would threaten the future he wanted most. The dinner continued, but for Trin, every minute felt heavier than the last. The laughter around the table sounded distant. The conversations between the two fathers faded into background noise. Even the delicious food that had been carefully prepared no longer interested her. All she could think about was Quan's answer. I'm not thinking about marriage right now. To everyone else, those words might have sounded harmless, but Trin knew better. She had known Quan long enough to understand what he really meant. When Quan truly wanted something, he never hesitated. He was decisive, direct, confident. If he wanted to marry her, he would have said so. If he loved her, he would not need time to think. The painful truth was simple. He didn't love her, and perhaps he never would. Trin lowered her gaze and gripped her glass tightly. For years, she had imagined this night differently. In her dreams, Quan would finally notice her. He would finally see that she was no longer the little girl who followed him around as a child. He would realize that she had become a woman who loved him more deeply than anyone else. But reality was cruel. Across the table, Quan appeared completely unaware of her inner struggle. His attention drifted elsewhere repeatedly. Several times he glanced at his phone. Several times he seemed lost in thought. And every time it happened, Trin felt a painful stab of jealousy. Someone was occupying his mind. She could feel it. The question was, who? Eventually, an idea began forming inside her head. If she wanted answers, she needed to stop waiting. She needed to take action herself. A few minutes later, she stood up from her chair. The movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Trin? Her father asked. She forced a small smile. I need to talk to Quan for a moment. The older men exchanged meaningful looks. To them, this was excellent news. Perhaps the young couple simply needed some private time together. Quan looked slightly surprised. What is it? Trin met his eyes. Can you come outside with me? For a brief moment, Quan hesitated. He wasn't in the mood for private conversations. In fact, all he wanted was to leave and check on Tu Lac. But refusing would create an awkward situation, especially in front of both fathers. So he nodded. Okay. The two stood up and left the dining room. As they walked through the hallway, neither of them spoke. The silence between them felt strangely uncomfortable. Outside, the evening air was cool. Soft lights illuminated the garden paths. Flowers swayed gently beneath the night breeze. From a distance, the scene looked almost romantic, but neither of them felt particularly romantic, at least not for the same reasons. They stopped near a decorative fountain. The sound of flowing water filled the silence. Quan placed his hands in his pockets. "What did you want to talk about?" For several seconds, Trin didn't answer. She simply looked at him, studied him, memorized every detail of his face, because deep down she already knew what was about to happen. She just wasn't ready to hear it. Finally, she spoke. "Can I ask you something honestly?" "Of course. You have to tell me the truth." "I will." She swallowed nervously. Then she asked the question she had been carrying in her heart for years. "Have you ever liked me?" The words hung in the air. Quan froze. He had expected many things, but not this. For a moment, neither of them moved. The fountain continued flowing. The night breeze continued blowing. Yet everything else seemed frozen in place. Trin waited anxiously. Her heart pounded so loudly she could almost hear it. This was it. The moment she had dreamed about countless times. The moment she both wanted and feared. Quan looked away briefly. He understood how difficult this was for her. He didn't want to hurt her, but lying would only create greater pain later. So he chose honesty, the same honesty he had always lived by. When he finally looked back at her, his expression was gentle, but firm. "Trin." She immediately knew. Even before he finished speaking, she knew. "I've always seen you as family." The answer hit her like a physical blow. Still, she forced herself to continue. "As family?" "Yes." "Nothing more?" Quan slowly shook his head. The final piece of hope inside her heart shattered. For years, she had convinced herself that he simply needed time, that one day he would notice her, that one day things would change. But now the truth stood directly in front of her. Cold, simple, impossible to ignore. Tears began forming in her eyes. She hated herself for crying. She hated how vulnerable she suddenly felt. Most of all, she hated the fact that someone else might already occupy the place she wanted in his heart. "Is there another woman?" she asked quietly. Quan didn't answer immediately. That hesitation alone was enough. Trin noticed it, every second of it, and suddenly everything made sense. The distracted expression, the constant checking of his phone, the distant look in his eyes. Someone else existed, someone she didn't know, someone she couldn't compete with. A bitter feeling spread through her chest, but she hid it quickly. Instead, she lowered her head, making herself appear defeated, making herself appear heartbroken. And in many ways, she truly was. However, beneath that heartbreak, another emotion was beginning to emerge. Determination. A dangerous kind of determination. Because Trin wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. Not after loving him for so many years. Not after waiting this long. Several feet away, hidden carefully among decorative bushes, a smartphone was quietly recording everything. Earlier, before dinner had started, Trin had secretly placed it there. At the time, she wasn't entirely sure why. Part of her had simply wanted a record of tonight. Part of her had hoped something meaningful would happen. Now that hidden camera was about to become far more valuable than she imagined. Back near the fountain, Trin took a deep breath. Then she looked directly into Quan's eyes. "If I asked for one chance..." Quan remained silent. "If I told you I love you..." His expression softened, but his answer didn't change. "I'm sorry." The words hurt, even though she had expected them. Even though she already knew, they still hurt. A long silence followed. Then suddenly, without warning, Trin stepped forward. Before Quan could react, she wrapped her arms around him. The movement happened so quickly that he was caught completely off guard. For one brief second, They stood there together. Anyone seeing them at that exact moment would assume they were lovers. Anyone taking a photograph at that exact moment would believe they were embracing romantically. And that single moment was exactly what Trin needed. Because while Quan saw only an emotional reaction, Trin saw an opportunity. Quan recovered almost immediately. He gently but firmly pushed her away. "Trin!" His voice carried unmistakable seriousness. "Don't do this." The distance between them returned, several feet. Emotionally, it felt much greater. Tears rolled down Trin's cheeks. "Why?" Quan sighed quietly. Because there was no easy answer. No answer that wouldn't cause pain. Still, he gave her the truth. "Because I don't have those feelings for you." The words settled heavily between them. "I care about you. I know. I want you to be happy. I know. But I can't give you something that isn't there." Trin stared at him. Part of her wanted to scream. Part of her wanted to beg. Part of her wanted to ask who the other woman was. Instead, she simply nodded, slowly, quietly, accepting his rejection on the surface. Though deep inside, something very different was happening. Quan believed the conversation was over, believed honesty had resolved everything, believed he had handled the situation respectfully. He couldn't have been more wrong. After another moment of silence, he spoke one final time. "I'm sorry." Then he turned and walked back toward the mansion. His footsteps gradually disappeared into the distance. Trin remained standing alone beside the fountain. The tears vanished from her face almost instantly. The sadness faded, and a completely different expression appeared. Cold, calculating, focused. She waited until Quan disappeared inside. Then she walked calmly toward the bushes, reached down, and picked up the hidden smartphone. The recording had captured everything, every word, every movement, every second. She immediately opened the video. The footage played across the screen. There was the confession, there was the rejection, there was Quan pushing her away. There was everything. A normal person would have deleted the video. A normal person would have accepted reality and moved on. But Trin had no intention of doing either. Instead, she opened an editing application. Her fingers moved quickly across the screen. A few cuts, a few adjustments, a few carefully chosen seconds. Soon the complete conversation disappeared. The rejection disappeared. The part where Quan pushed her away disappeared. The explanation disappeared. Everything vanished except one specific moment. The embrace. Just the embrace. Viewed by itself, the scene told an entirely different story. A story of intimacy, a story of affection, a story that wasn't true. Trin watched the edited clip several times. Then a slow smile appeared on her lips. At that exact moment, somewhere far away, Tieu was finishing another exhausting day in the dragon fruit fields, completely unaware that her world was about to change, and completely unaware that a single message from an unknown number would soon place her relationship, her future, and her trust in Quan in jeopardy. The trap had been set, and the first victim didn't even know it yet. While Trin sat in her luxurious bedroom, staring at the edited video on her phone, Tieu was living an entirely different reality. The following morning began before sunrise. A faint orange glow appeared on the horizon as Tieu slowly opened her eyes. For a few seconds, she remained lying in bed. Her body felt unusually heavy. Exhaustion lingered in every muscle. It was as if she had spent the entire night carrying a burden she couldn't see. She sat up slowly. The moment her feet touched the floor, a wave of dizziness hit her. She immediately grabbed the edge of the bed for support. "What is happening to me lately?" she whispered. The question had become a daily habit. Every morning brought the same discomfort. Every morning brought the same uncertainty. She had considered visiting a doctor, but visiting a doctor required money, and money was something she couldn't afford to waste. Not now. Not when there were bills waiting to be paid. Not when the dragon fruit harvest season demanded every minute of her attention. After taking several deep breaths, she forced herself to stand. Outside, the sky continued brightening. Rows of dragon fruit plants stretched across the property. The sight usually brought her comfort. This small farm represented years of hard work, years of sacrifice, years of perseverance. Nothing in her life had come easily. Everything she owned had been earned through sweat and determination. And despite the challenges, she had never complained, because she believed one thing: as long as she kept working, tomorrow would eventually become better. After washing her face, Tu Lac grabbed a basket and headed toward the fields. The morning air felt cool against her skin. Birds chirped in the distance. A gentle breeze moved through the farm. For a brief moment, the world felt peaceful. Then another wave of nausea struck. Tu Lac immediately stopped walking. Her hand instinctively covered her mouth. The unpleasant sensation lasted nearly a minute before finally easing. She closed her eyes, trying to steady herself, trying to understand why her body was behaving this way. But no answer came, only confusion. Eventually, she continued forward. The dragon fruit were ready for harvest. Bright red fruit hung from the cactus-like branches. Dozens, hundreds, perhaps even thousands. The sight should have made her happy. A successful harvest meant income and survival. Yet today she found herself struggling to focus. Every movement seemed harder than usual. Every basket felt heavier. The sun climbed higher into the sky. Sweat formed across her forehead. Still, she kept working, because stopping wasn't an option. Around mid-morning, she finally sat down beneath a tree to rest. Her breathing was uneven. Her back ached. She pulled out a bottle of water and took several small sips. Then her thoughts drifted toward Quan. A small smile appeared on her face. Thinking about him always had that effect. The previous months had not been easy. Their relationship faced countless obstacles. Family expectations, social differences, financial struggles, people who believed they shouldn't be together. Yet somehow they continued moving forward. Every challenge only strengthened her feelings. She trusted him more than anyone else. Whenever life became difficult, Quan was the person she wanted beside her, the person she imagined sharing a future with, the person she hoped would remain by her side no matter what happened. The thought brought warmth to her heart, at least for a moment. Then another strange sensation appeared. Instinctively, her hand moved toward her stomach. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. Again, the same feeling, the same mysterious awareness she couldn't explain. For several seconds, she simply sat there, looking down, thinking, calculating, wondering. No. She still wasn't ready to consider that possibility. Not yet. She shook her head and stood up. There was work to finish. Questions could wait. By noon, the harvest was complete. Several large baskets were filled with dragon fruit. Now came the next step, selling them. Tu Lac loaded everything onto her small vehicle and headed toward the local market. The roads were crowded. Motorcycles passed constantly. Street vendors prepared their stalls. Customers filled the sidewalks. Life moved quickly around her, as always. Upon arriving at the market, she began arranging the fruit carefully. Years of experience had taught her how to attract buyers. Presentation mattered. Appearance mattered. First impressions mattered. Soon, customers began stopping by. Some purchased a few pieces. Others purchased entire boxes. The morning gradually turned into afternoon. Business was steady, not amazing, but acceptable. Enough to pay expenses, enough to continue surviving. Throughout the day, Tu Lac smiled politely at customers, negotiated prices, packed purchases, answered questions. Yet despite her efforts, her energy continued fading. By late afternoon, she felt exhausted. Several neighboring vendors noticed. One elderly woman frowned. "You don't look well." Tu Lac smiled weakly. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." The older woman crossed her arms. "You've looked pale for days. I'm just tired. The woman studied her carefully. Then her eyes narrowed slightly. Tired? Yes. Nausea too? Tu blinked. How did you know? The woman laughed softly. Because I've seen that look before. Suddenly, Tu felt nervous. Very nervous. The older woman leaned closer. Maybe you should buy a test. Immediately, Tu understood. Her face turned red. No, I don't think... The woman chuckled. I'm just saying it's possible. Tu quickly looked away. Her heart had started beating faster. Again, that possibility surfaced. Again, she pushed it away. She wasn't ready. Not until she knew for certain. Not until she had proof. Not until she spoke with Quan. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly. As the sun began setting, Tu packed up her remaining fruit. Today's sales had been decent. Not great, but decent. She counted the money carefully before placing it inside her bag. Then she started the journey home. The road back felt longer than usual. Her body was exhausted. Her mind was exhausted. All she wanted was a hot shower and some rest. But another thought soon replaced that desire. Quan. A smile returned to her face. He had always loved dragon fruit, especially when it was chilled, fresh, sweet, juicy. An idea suddenly appeared. Maybe she could prepare some for him tonight. Nothing special, just something simple, something thoughtful, something that would make him smile. The thought immediately improved her mood. By the time she reached home, the sky had turned dark. Lights illuminated the small house. The familiar surroundings brought comfort. After putting everything away, she headed into the kitchen. Several dragon fruits sat on the counter. She selected the best ones, carefully washed them, carefully peeled them, then cut them into neat slices. The bright red fruit looked beautiful on the plate. Satisfied, she placed the dish inside the refrigerator, waiting for Quan. As she cleaned the kitchen, she occasionally glanced toward the door. Perhaps he would arrive soon, maybe within an hour, maybe even sooner. She imagined his reaction, the conversation they might have, the peaceful evening they could spend together. Those simple thoughts made her happy. Time passed. An hour, then another. The dragon fruit remained untouched. Quan still hadn't arrived. At first, she wasn't concerned. He was often busy. Business meetings sometimes lasted late into the evening. Unexpected situations happened. There was nothing unusual about that. Yet as the night continued, an uneasy feeling began forming inside her chest. She checked her phone. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. Strange. Usually he would send something, even a short message, even a quick update. But tonight there was silence, complete silence. Without realizing it, she glanced toward the refrigerator again. The plate of dragon fruit still waited, exactly where she had left it. And for some reason, seeing it made her feel lonely, very lonely. Outside, darkness covered the countryside. Inside the house, only a few lights remained on. Tu sat quietly at the table, phone in hand, waiting, completely unaware that someone else was watching events unfold from afar. Someone who had already prepared the next move. Someone who was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And that moment was approaching faster than Tu could possibly imagine. The house was unusually quiet. Only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard as Tu sat alone at the dining table. The plate of freshly cut dragon fruit remained untouched inside the refrigerator. She had prepared it hours ago. At the time, she had imagined Quan walking through the door with his familiar smile. She had imagined them sitting together, talking about their day, sharing simple moments that somehow always made her feel safe. But none of that had happened. Instead, she was alone, waiting. The clock continued moving forward. 9 o'clock, then 10. Still no sign of Quan. Tu looked down at her phone again. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. A strange feeling settled inside her chest. Not anger, not yet. just concern. The kind of concern that appears when someone important suddenly becomes unreachable. She tried calling him. The phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Then it disconnected. She stared at the screen. Perhaps he was busy. Perhaps he was driving. Perhaps he was in a meeting. There were countless reasonable explanations. Yet for some reason, she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling growing inside her. Outside, the wind brushed softly against the windows. Dark clouds covered part of the moon. The entire night felt strangely heavy. Ly stood up and walked toward the refrigerator. She opened the door and looked at the neatly arranged dragon fruit slices. A sad smile appeared on her lips. She remembered how excited she had been while preparing them. Every slice had been cut carefully, every piece arranged neatly. Such a small gesture, yet it had carried so much affection. Slowly, she closed the refrigerator again. Then she returned to the table. Her hand instinctively rested on her stomach. The gesture had become almost unconscious recently. Every time she felt anxious, every time she felt uncertain, her hand would move there, as if trying to protect something or someone. She closed her eyes briefly. The conversation with the elderly vendor earlier that day replayed inside her mind. Maybe you should buy a test. The words echoed repeatedly. At the time, she had dismissed the idea, but now, sitting alone in the quiet house, she could no longer ignore it completely. The symptoms were becoming impossible to deny. The nausea, the dizziness, the fatigue, the unusual sensitivity to smells. Everything pointed toward the same possibility, a possibility both exciting and terrifying. What if she really was pregnant? The thought immediately caused her heart to race. If it were true, her life would change forever. Nothing would ever be the same again. She imagined a tiny child, a little boy with Quan's eyes, or a little girl with his smile. The image filled her heart with warmth, but almost instantly another emotion appeared. Fear. Would Quan be happy? Would he be ready? Would their future remain the same? She didn't know, and that uncertainty frightened her. Just then, her phone vibrated. The sudden sound startled her. She immediately grabbed it. A smile appeared. Perhaps it was Quan, finally. But the smile disappeared almost immediately. It wasn't Quan. The number was unfamiliar. No name, no profile picture, just an unknown sender. For a moment, she considered ignoring it. Then curiosity got the better of her. She opened the message. There was no text, no explanation, only a single image attachment. Ly frowned. Slowly, she tapped the image. The photograph expanded, and in that instant, her entire world seemed to stop. Her breathing froze. Her fingers became cold. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The phone nearly slipped from her hand. No! The word escaped her lips automatically. On the screen was a photograph showing Quan and Trin, locked in an embrace. The image was perfectly timed, perfectly framed, perfectly misleading. There was no context, no explanation, no indication of what had happened before or after. Only one frozen moment, one devastating moment, a moment that appeared intimate, romantic, personal, painful. Ly stared at the screen, unable to move, unable to think, unable to breathe properly. Her heart pounded violently against her chest. No, she whispered again. This time her voice trembled. The image couldn't be real. Could it? Her eyes searched every detail, every shadow, every expression, every angle. But the more she looked, the more authentic it appeared. There was no obvious sign of editing, no visible manipulation, just Quan and Trin embracing each other beneath soft evening lights. Exactly the kind of image capable of destroying trust, the kind of image capable of breaking hearts. A second message arrived. Her phone vibrated again. This time there was text, just one sentence. Looks like he has already made his choice. Tu Lac felt as though someone had poured ice water over her entire body. Her hands trembled, her vision blurred. For several seconds, she couldn't even process what she was reading. The message wasn't long, yet it carried enough weight to crush every hopeful thought she'd been holding on to. Who sent it? Why send it? Those questions should have come first, but they didn't, because pain arrived before logic, and pain was overwhelming. Tears slowly formed in her eyes. She immediately shook her head. No. She refused to believe it. She wanted to refuse. She needed to refuse. Quan loved her, didn't he? He had promised. He had stood beside her through difficult times. He had protected her, supported her, chosen her. So why was he embracing another woman? Her breathing became uneven. Her thoughts spiraled in every direction. Perhaps there was an explanation. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Perhaps yet another part of her whispered something much darker. What if it wasn't? What if this photograph revealed the truth? What if she had simply been too trusting? What if Quan had changed? The possibility struck her harder than anything else. Because love could survive hardship. Love could survive poverty. Love could survive opposition. But love could not survive betrayal. Tears finally slipped down her cheeks, one after another, silent, unstoppable. The house remained quiet around her. No comforting voice appeared. No explanation arrived. Only silence. And that silence allowed doubt to grow, slowly, relentlessly, like a poison spreading through her heart. She looked at the photograph again, then again, then again. Every time it hurt more. The image seemed burned into her memory, Quan and Trin, together. Her chest tightened painfully. She lowered the phone, then instinctively placed her hand on her stomach once more. This time, however, the gesture felt different, much different. A wave of emotion crashed over her. Fear, sadness, confusion, uncertainty. She stared downward, at the place where a new life might already be growing. And suddenly the future no longer seemed clear. If she truly was pregnant, what would happen now? Would Quan still stand beside her? Would he still choose her? Would he still want the family they had dreamed about? Or would he eventually leave? For someone else? For Trin? The questions attacked her one after another, each one more painful than the last. She hated herself for even thinking them. Yet she couldn't stop, because the photograph existed, because the message existed, because doubt had already entered her heart. And once doubt enters, it rarely leaves easily. Outside, the wind grew stronger. Tree branches swayed in the darkness. Inside the small house, Tu Lac sat alone at the table, a single photograph resting on her phone screen. 1,000 painful possibilities filling her mind. Hours earlier, she had been imagining a happy evening. She had been imagining Quan smiling as they shared dragon fruit together. She had been imagining telling him about her strange symptoms, perhaps even discussing the possibility of becoming parents. Now everything felt different. Now everything felt uncertain. The future she had pictured so clearly seemed to be slipping through her fingers. She wiped away her tears, but new ones quickly replaced them. Because no matter how hard she tried, one question refused to leave her mind. Had Quan's heart changed, or was she looking at the beginning of a misunderstanding that would test their love more than anything they had ever faced before? As the night grew deeper, Tu Lac remained seated in silence, one hand holding her phone, the other resting protectively on her stomach, staring into the darkness, wondering what tomorrow would bring, and fearing that the answer might change her life forever. The night seemed endless. Long after the anonymous message arrived, Tu Lac remained seated at the dining table. The house was silent. The untouched dragon fruit still rested inside the refrigerator. The photograph remained open on her phone screen, and the questions in her mind continued multiplying. She wanted to call Quan again. She wanted to demand an explanation. She wanted to ask him directly what the photograph meant. But every time she reached for her phone, fear stopped her. What if the answer wasn't what she wanted to hear? What if the explanation she hoped for didn't exist? For the first time since they had fallen in love, uncertainty stood between them like a wall. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the storm unfolding inside Tu Lac's heart, Quan had finally left the Zhao family estate. The dinner had ended much later than he expected. Business discussions had dragged on. The two fathers had continued talking about future plans, marriage, family, partnerships. A future that Quan had never agreed to. As soon as he got into his car, he felt relieved. The evening had been exhausting. He loosened his collar and immediately reached for his phone. Only then did he realize how late it had become. Several missed notifications appeared on the screen. His eyes immediately stopped on Tu Lac's name. A missed call. His heart tightened. Without hesitation, he called her back. The phone rang, and rang, and rang again. No answer. A small frown appeared on his face. That was unusual. Tu Lac almost always answered his calls. Even if she was busy, she would usually send a message. Tonight there was nothing. A strange feeling settled inside him, the same uneasy feeling he had experienced all day. Something felt wrong. He immediately started the engine and drove toward her house. The road was nearly empty. Streetlights flashed past his windshield. Normally the drive felt relaxing. Tonight it felt endless. As he drove, memories of Tu Lac filled his mind. Her smile, her laughter, the way she always worried about everyone except herself, the way she worked tirelessly from sunrise until sunset, the way she pretended to be strong even when she was exhausted, and recently, the way she had looked increasingly pale. The memory troubled him. He wished he had visited her earlier. He wished he had ignored the arranged dinner entirely. He wished he were with her now. A few minutes later, he finally arrived. The lights inside the house were still on. Relief washed through him. At least she was awake. He parked quickly and walked toward the front door. Before he could knock, the door opened. Tu Lac stood there. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. Quan immediately noticed something was wrong. Her eyes were red. Her face looked exhausted, as though she had been crying. Tu Lac? She didn't answer. Instead, she simply looked at him. The silence felt strange, painful, unfamiliar. Quan stepped closer. What's wrong? Again, she said nothing. Then slowly she lifted her phone. The screen faced him. The photograph appeared. The same photograph. The edited image showing Trin embracing him. Quan froze. His expression changed instantly. Confusion, shock, then understanding. Within seconds, he realized exactly what had happened. His eyes narrowed. Where did you get this? Tu Lac's voice trembled. Is it true? The question struck him harder than he expected, not because he was guilty, but because he could hear the pain hidden inside those three words. Is it true? The woman he loved was hurting, and someone had deliberately caused that pain. Quan immediately shook his head. No. The answer came without hesitation. No, it isn't. Tu Lac stared at him. Part of her desperately wanted to believe him, but the image remained on the screen, a silent piece of evidence, a carefully constructed lie. Then explain it. Quan exhaled slowly, and for the first time that night, he told her everything. The dinner, the conversation, the pressure from both families, Trin asking him to step outside, her confession, his rejection, the unexpected embrace, everything, every detail. He hid nothing. As Tu Lac listened, her expression gradually changed. The fear remained, the pain remained, but another emotion began to appear. Understanding, because Quan's explanation made sense. More importantly, she could see the sincerity in his eyes, the same sincerity she had trusted from the beginning. When he finished speaking, silence returned. Neither of them spoke for several moments. Then Tu Lak quietly asked, "You really rejected her?" Quan almost laughed, not because the situation was funny, but because the answer seemed so obvious to him. "I only love one person." His voice was calm, certain, unshakable. Tu Lak lowered her eyes. Fresh tears formed again, but this time they weren't caused by heartbreak. They were caused by relief. The fear she had been carrying for hours suddenly felt lighter. Not completely gone, but lighter. Quan stepped forward, gently wiping away a tear from her cheek. "You should have called me. I was scared." His heart ached hearing those words. Scared. Such a simple word. Yet it revealed how deeply she had been hurt. He carefully took the phone from her hand and looked at the photograph again. His expression hardened. Someone had planned this. Someone had intentionally removed the truth. Someone wanted Tu Lak to misunderstand. And there was only one person who could benefit from that misunderstanding. Trin. For the first time that night, anger appeared in Quan's eyes. Not because of what had been done to him, but because of what had been done to Tu Lak. Because someone had used her trust as a weapon. Someone had deliberately attacked the person he loved. Yet before he could say anything else, Tu Lak suddenly grabbed his hand. The gesture surprised him. He looked at her. She looked unusually nervous, almost frightened, as if she were struggling with something important. "Quan, I need to tell you something." Immediately he became serious. "What is it?" Tu Lak hesitated. Her hand slowly moved toward her stomach. The movement lasted only a second, but Quan noticed. His eyes followed the gesture. A strange realization flashed through his mind. The nausea, the dizziness, the fatigue. Everything suddenly connected. For several moments, neither of them spoke. Then Quan asked softly, "Tu Lak?" Her eyes filled with tears again. Not tears of sadness this time. Tears of uncertainty, hope, fear, emotion. "I don't know for sure yet." Her voice barely rose above a whisper. "But," she swallowed hard, then continued, "I think I might be pregnant." The words changed everything. Quan stood frozen. The world around him seemed to disappear. The night, the photograph, the misunderstanding, the anger. Everything faded. Only her words remained. "I think I might be pregnant." His eyes slowly moved toward her stomach, then back to her face. For a moment he couldn't speak, not because he was unhappy, quite the opposite. The possibility overwhelmed him completely. Tu Lak watched him nervously. Her heart pounded. She feared his reaction, feared disappointment, feared hesitation, feared uncertainty. But none of those emotions appeared. Instead, a smile slowly formed on Quan's face. A genuine smile, the kind she loved most. Then he carefully pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, protectively, as though nothing in the world could separate them. No photograph, no lies, no manipulation, no interference from anyone. Just the two of them, together, exactly where they belonged. Outside, the wind gradually settled. The darkness of the night remained, but somehow it no longer felt as heavy, because trust had survived, love had survived, and despite the schemes designed to tear them apart, their bond remained stronger than ever. Yet neither of them realized that this was only the beginning, because somewhere else, Trin still believed her plan had succeeded. And when she eventually discovered that Quan and Tu Lak remained together, her reaction would create an entirely new conflict, one capable of changing all of their lives once again. Quan is pressured by his father and Trin's father to consider marriage during a family dinner arranged to bring him and Trin together. However, Quan's heart belongs to Tu Lak, who has been suffering from constant nausea and exhaustion without knowing why. Hoping to win his love, Trin confesses her feelings and suddenly hugs him. But Quan immediately rejects her, insisting he only sees her as a younger sister. Secretly, Trin records the encounter, edits the footage to hide his rejection, and sends a misleading image of their embrace to Tieu Lac. After a long day harvesting and selling dragon fruit, Tieu Lac receives the shocking photo and fears Quan has betrayed her. Heartbroken and worried about a possible pregnancy, she questions their future together. When Quan finally arrives, he reveals the truth, clears the misunderstanding, and reassures her of his unwavering love.